big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the Update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Miramar. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
All right, it's day number 2. We are back here for the Masters as we've got 16 teams duking out $20,000 on the line. And so far, so good for our PEC champions. Geeky, #1, looking fantastic. My name's Carl Laris, your host / caster, whatever you want to call me, for the rest of the day. We could, the coast. Oh my days. No, please. I've got Mark Power and Avenger with me. I'm sad that Avenger's here, but he has to be here. Mate, how are you doing?
I'm great. I'm happy. You said coast yourself, so I'm just gonna latch on to that. That's what you are for today, for the rest of the day, and for the rest of the weekend, I guess. But yeah, yesterday we had some great games, and as you said, GK, they duked it out, and they did extremely well in the first 3 games. Then they chillaxed a little bit and gave everyone else a chance, but still. What's most impressive to me is that out of the top five fraggers, 4 of them is on GK, so that's extremely impressive.
I mean, they look terrifying at the beginning of the day, right, Mark? They're obviously looking at how they were playing things out. There was a world where I thought they would get even more in those later games, but then obviously BB team steps up to the plate and puts a little bit of a wrench in the works for them.
Yeah, it definitely was that Rondo where they crashed their glider into a bit of victory, but not quite the case. I was talking to PW a minute ago, and he was saying, we're just goated. We're just on it. We want to get as many kills as possible and have a lot of fun. So he did give a bigger shout out to Horizon, the coach, saying that he's a big impact to them, and they are thriving off the information that he's been given. But I think the big question is, can other teams now catch up? We saw really good with Foot. Can they close the gap? Well, got another 2 days. I'd like to see potentially GK just ease off that gas a little bit more and let these other teams catch up.
I had a theory when I was looking back at the games. I was thinking to myself, all right, wait for circle 3, find the highest point in the circle, crash there, and hope it works out. Because I feel like that would work out in TPP or Avenger, but maybe I'm wrong.
There are some things you kind of expect to work out that's never going to work out. And there's some things that's like, this is not going to work out. And then it works out, right? And that's like the case for so many reasons. One of the dips we had yesterday where Slam survived and, they got a 2nd place. That was next level. And yeah, there are so many situations where like this shouldn't be possible. Even in TPP, it should be even harder, but some teams are pulling it off anyway.
Definitely a lot of teams really taking this very, very seriously, obviously. Let's take a look at the participating teams across the board and see who is representing. Because already we have a little bit of the lay of the land with GK in #1. Look at that. They've organized it by the placements. Oh, those cheeky boys.
Look at
That's
that.
impressive. I like that.
It's an Easter egg. It's an Easter egg.
just in case you know the placements of everyone. So GK currently in #1. We've already talked about them. kind of, and how they've been playing things out. Foot, Mark, looked good as well. I think if it wasn't for Geekit kind of overshadowing the lobby, we would be talking about Foot all day, as they had that really decent recovery towards the latter half of the day after Rondo especially.
And the survivability, even down as 2, they seem to find themselves good placement. And we obviously seen on social media that T-Bone really likes TPP as well. So thanks to Pixel for sharing the team comms. If you haven't already, go check out Pixel because he's been sharing it out there. But their survivability is really, really good for Foot. Obviously, I'll be disappointed they didn't get quite the wins. We go back to kind of the compound. BB held the high grounds. They claimed victory back to back as well. So they've got to make sure, and this is the one bit that worries me about Foot. Yeah, at points like this, they sometimes look backwards, where actually they need to try and figure out how do they close the gap between them and Geek8. They need to stop worrying potentially about BB team. I just worry the consistency for this team. Hopefully they'll make it through. I'd love to see them on top.
54 points for Foot at the moment, as you say, with BB team. Double wins at the very end, back-to-backs. We saw that from the last chance in PEC, them absolutely steamrolling people. Not quite the steamroll just yet here, Martin, but them finding high ground spots as BB team, playing safely, playing cautiously, because at the beginning of the day, it was a disaster for BB team.
Yeah, I did not expect them to go out and go back to back after what we saw from the very start of them, right? They had, I think, what did they have, 4 points in the first 4 games? Yeah. That was like it was horrendous. And then they go out and they go back to back and they just go massive. And again, that's what we kind of expected a little bit. These teams that have a lot of experience, that have a lot of gun power and gun skill, they're going to go out and wrangle and really dominate. I didn't expect it to be this hard domination for BB team. So if they can actually turn it around and get a little bit more kind of confident on Miramar and our harder maps to play when you go to Rondo and TaeGo, I would say in TPP, then they actually could maintain a pretty decent spot.
I mean, the day could have looked very different for me, especially at the end with Erangel, if Virtus Pro had maybe grouped up on the high ground, I would say, compared to the compound that they actually took, Mark. Well, obviously, they're only 1 point behind BB team at the moment, but maybe BB team suddenly doesn't get rolling as much as they did in those last 2 games, and maybe BB team is languishing down towards the bottom.
This is the big question. I think VP had their choice there because they were in the middle of between 2. Obviously, win or die were on the high ground. The first hour, they moved past, they came below. And VP at that point, you remember, they were on 1 kill, James. They weren't getting the kills, they weren't getting the points. And I felt for me like they wanted to push south, clear that team that was on the ridge. Unfortunately for them, that even gave up the hard cover. They're on the low ground. BB team took full advantage and they punished. A little bit more Beamy heat-seeking style as he had a knock and he kind of just went full send to try and finish him off. But as a result, I think VP will be gutted they didn't get the win. But they are looking pretty good. They're pretty consistent here. 23 points on the board, obviously 22 kills as well. So consistency is pretty balanced for this team. So I'm interested to see how they potentially finish off this tournament, because if they can carry on the way they will be a contender at the end of the day. Just need to make sure they get in those top placement spots.
And one thing's for sure, that mid-pack, I would say, like, win or die down, has to really kind of do some catching up, considering how far ahead a GK or Foot is at the moment. We can take a look at the winners from yesterday across all our maps as well, and see how things did shape up. We did start on Miramar, then we had our wild cards, then we moved on to Erangel. And as you were mentioning, Martin, obviously Slam starting things off strong. They did qualify via week 1 compared to week 2, where it was all the big names from week 1 really doing very well for themselves. So Slam had a good start. And in 5th place, I think that so far they've surpassed my expectations with all the big names here, but can they keep that up?
Yeah, what's most important to me in this story, that this leaderboard and this kind of the winners from yesterday, that doesn't really tell us that. Obviously, they won the first game, but they were really consistent in terms of salvaging the games. You know, they had a 2nd place as well, where they got 11 points. A game where they shouldn't have gotten 2nd place. There was 100 ADR that should have taken them out. There were some opportunities for them where they were under a lot of fire. One was knocked, like they could have gotten pushed, but they actually managed to survive and really salvage. And that's been the big one for them. They had no 0-point games. The worst game was a 2-point game. That 3-point, 4-point, 4-point in other games. So like they're getting points on the board when they are salvaging the games, and they're making sure they're not going out on 1 or 0. So that's really huge. Another thing that this total leaderboard really talks to is obviously Virtus Pro being in 4th, but their consistency yesterday was absolutely insane. They had 3 3rd places and a 2nd place. 4 games was in the top 3. That was just really, really well executed by them, but they didn't really turn it around and got one of those 20-point banger games. So they could have gotten closer. And if you talk to versus Pro and ask them, like, guys, like, what went wrong yesterday? They were like, yeah, we could have won all the games. Like four games, we could have won all. We could have won them. Yeah, and that's the mentality that they're definitely gonna be having today. I feel like the approach, at least, because they had the opportunity, and there was minor mistakes, minor things that could have changed for them, and that would have been a win. And sure, one of them was the Geeky one, where like there's absolutely no chance they could have gotten away with it, where Geeky just went ballistic. Yeah. But there was a few other ones, 2 or 3 of them, I would say, that they could have turned around with just minor changes, not losing a guy here and there. So yeah, we'll see how that goes today.
Do you expect a push-up mark from Virtus Pro today? Despite being in 4th, it's already a good spot, but they do have the chops for more.
Yeah, yes, mine says that they're always up there. There's no games where they're not getting placement points. I just feel like it's the kills. At some point in the game, they feel like, oh, we need to get kills on the board. When you look at a BB team on top of that Stauber game, they were like one couple of kills, 1-2, but actually they cleared up with actually 11 kills either time. So they put 21 points both those final 2 games. I think that's huge. I think if BB just remain calm, they get into the top 8, right? Just the kills will come at the end, just making those little minor decisions. So expect it to be high, yes. I'd be interested to see if Slam G chase him down though.
I gotta latch onto that one. You're saying they gotta remain calm for BB team, as calm as yesterday, where they're completely calm in the first 4 games, where they only get 1 point per game average. Is that how
no. Calm at the end game. BB team could have pushed off that high ground on the Stauber, right? But they didn't. They stood there and they waited. If you look at VP's positioning, they could have stayed in the compound and maybe waited to find out what win or die we're going to do. And we saw that from VP early on. Remember back to Miramar, where Ibby held off. The hope was they tried to play across, right? That's what I mean by that piece. Like BB team, they just said, like, do you know, we don't need to move at the moment. Let's just stay here. Let's wait to see where the zone goes and then move in. VP, I think they wanted to try and chase those kills down.
I like the idea. As calm as the graveyard was BB team in the first 4 games. Silence, nothing happening. A team that I'm hoping to do better today. Okay, Martin, guess who I would like to do better today?
Okay, because of the tornado energy connection, it's Melman, so it's Gaming Gladiators.
Okay, that was quite a stretch. No, it's the shark with the shoes. Come on, man.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
I said come on, man, but yeah, come on, man.
Okay. That's. I didn't get the hint, but I did order the T-shirt for you already, so it's gonna get wrapped.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, only 15 points yesterday, but 0 placement points. Also with Ascend, right, Mark? 0 placement points. These teams cannot be happy with that. Like, even if they got so many kills, they'd still be annoyed that they got 0 placement points. It's just neither thing has really gone either of these teams' way.
It goes back to you as you open the show up, right? Remember, week 1 was a very stacked lobby. Week 2, these were the teams that kind of were there to go through. Ascend obviously didn't qualify from week 1, so they had the opportunity to come back. But what worries me, if I just pick out Ascend first, we look at that kind of Rondo game, they were in the position that FUT Esports were, but they continue to move further around the outside edge. Are they overcomplicating the end game? If they sit tight again and move in from where that sort of mid-pack is, they might have been okay. But they're chasing down kills, and you've got to worry. For a team that plays the edge, at some point through this 3-day event, you have to go, is that working? Maybe we have to go for that center, that compound you're talking about, and maybe find a centralized spot and play out from there. Interesting if those then come back today and change that game style and that game plan, or if they think they know best and it's going to work and they're just going to continue giving it down. Be interesting. And M-Man, obviously, they came in week number 2, so there's a higher expectation, higher firepower, should we say, in this lobby. I'd like them to do better. I would have put them in with a Slam G, James. I would have said like those were the kind of teams that could really do really well if the zones fall their way, but something's just not right with that team at the moment. The show, as Martin says, it's not firing on all cylinders at the moment.
No.
They've got enough to do, maybe.
They definitely got caught in some predicaments and were losing people and kind of slowly bleeding out. And then sometimes it was a fast bleed out for a man. Something that kind of piqued my interest whilst I was looking back at the maps as well yesterday, Martin, was a hard shift in phase 3, but then a hard shift in phase 4, right back the opposite direction. And I suppose it kind of talks to the idea of, if you are on the edge of a hard shift, don't count your chickens just yet, right? Because you could easily have it shift back your way. Like BB team's win on Stelba, for example, that was a hard shift southeast, away from them, and then it hard shift north west right after, straight to them. So there's still opportunities even in hard shifts.
Yeah, I mean, and if those hard shifts are like phase 3 and 4 or 2 and 3 and stuff like that, they're still gonna be confident enough to like, okay, we can play edge, but that's really what I'm looking out for, right? Because remember the GK game yesterday where we were like, okay, the second where they lost to Slam, they were on an alt side, they're out that hard shift south on Miramar, like they had to traverse quite far. They didn't really go too stressful about it, so they actually managed to get really well into the circle, play well, stay alive, even take some compound, take some fights. But yeah, especially in TPP, you're gonna have plenty of opportunities, and I feel like the edge plays we're seeing, where the control is in focus and the pressure on other teams in focus, that's still where teams are doing incredibly well and getting tons of points along with it, even though they're not winning.
Well, we have our games on the way. We're going to be going to the Dusty Dunes to start things off. First 2 of those, then our wild cards, then our Erangel. So, Martin, get out of here, all right? We have, resorts. We already saw one of those in the cups. That was a fun old time. But we have myself and Mark bringing the first 2 games. We're on those Dusty Dunes. And Mark, I'm not dodging Miramar.
I feel like you changed the runner show, mate.
No. There was no change. No change.
No, he didn't change it. He was eager to get in there midday because it could be the most explosive. South towards the north. Does favour a little bit more on the east side of this map here. Do you know what? I'd love a resort again. I thought the cup treated it well. It was interesting to see some teams play out from it, but only one team dropping quite early. That's BB team. For actually not going for that alternate drop, James. He'd actually pushed a little bit further back to their kind of normal drop to Impala.
Happy for it. They've always been able to play very nicely out of it. It takes control of some of those compounds on the outer edges as well. It gives you a lot of vehicle access if they want to do it the right way that they normally do. Beam is still gliding that way and having a little bit of a look over, but it's just to get a car, get back on, and Virtus Pro. The rest of them in Los Leones proper. But beyond that, I mean, yeah, a lovely playing path to really get everybody rolling to where they want to be for the most part. We'll see where that circle pops.
I know you asked us, but what's your expectations for like Ascend after day number 1? Do you think they are going to perform better?
Well,
rechange things up, especially with a zone like that. They're right in the middle. They should lock it down now, right?
Yeah, shut up, Mark. I want to say it. With my critical analysis skills, look, just before that circle even popped, I was going to say to myself, I'm feeling an Ascend circle,
But it happens. You gave him the blessing, mate. You gave him the blessing.
It was all me, Okay, so they should do better with a circle like this, right? But I mean, even we have seen them like take residency up in water treatment. And then if you think back to a PEC game, right, where they're in there, but then there's so many other teams that crash on in. Ascent doesn't do much of a job of like holding teams out. And then if a circle's coming that way, I don't feel like they're proactive enough in some of those moments where they should be trying to like exert some of their force and denying people encroaching on their territory, as it were. So we'll see. I would love for them to have a wildly good start, because it's sad when you don't have any placement points on the board when it's a team that we know can. They can.
This is the expectation. We expect always a lot more from Ascend, don't we? And they can deliver. That's the biggest thing. They're great players. Just maybe trying to break down this TPP slightly different. I'd hope they change things up. Obviously, they changed their drops to water treatment. It looks like they're sort of pushing that way now. That'd be a really good area, especially if it plays to more of a donut. We'll push back towards that east side. It will give them the opportunity to try and deny teams entry. Plus, obviously, with the rework of water treatment, I like this area. Lots of avenues in and out. It's a good addition, I think.
Yeah. It's been nice to see. Miramar in general has grown on me for a long time. It was always, I felt like for everybody, Erangel was their favorite map. And then for a while, there was murmurs that Americans loved Miramar. They were like, it's really cool. Why are we playing it as much? And then eventually it came in. And then there was some reworks here and there. And then the sandstorm did damage. Nobody liked that. And now, now it doesn't do damage, and that's kind of okay-ish. So, yeah, I've enjoyed Miramar. Because, I mean, those mid-range engagements to even long-range engagements from Miramar feel very rewarding. And obviously, teams can strategize and take things a little bit more cautiously and carefully in some of those hills and mountains.
I think you yourself actually mentioned as well, because Miramar with TPP, mate, can be very different as well, right? You can use the hills, you can use the trains. There's a lot of elevation, height that they can take advantage of. And we saw yesterday teams actually holding out for Esports, holding just next to Slam G in a bowl in the open, and was uncontested. No one really challenged them for quite a period of time. So I do think this is the map that can give us all those avenues, especially in the TPP mode.
I think you've also got to be very careful about how you hold compounds here, especially on Miramar, right? Oftentimes, if you look at this compound that we're rolling through, for example, there's not huge amounts of walls on some of the sides of things. So like when a team's going to try and slowly breach into your position and try and take you out, you got to be careful about those flanks coming around, looking on those off angles against you, because sometimes they'll be able to spot you out and then just take you straight away and then make that breach all the easier. So definitely got to be very careful.
Being careful. So Footy Sports today moves on in. I remember yesterday that Na'Vi, even as a duo, pieced them apart here. I think we'll have seen the cars rotating past as well. Quite dope, all making their way. And a lot of teams in the central, so maybe trying to lock down a position, expecting the zone just to lose the unplayable in the north and praying they hold a centralised compound in this phase. Now, let's see. Twisted Minds, well, eager maybe just to get past this sandstorm that's sort of whistling past them.
That's not Batulins. What's happening?
It's the Stro show today, remember?
Yeah, I guess so. He's stolen the spot. Have a little look around, see what's going on. Twisted Mind's coming in slowly. And Stro is actually hiding himself so much with that. I guess you can completely prone and still get a lot of information up there in this mode compared to FPP. So that is even more safe for him up there. Oh god, still looking towards Cruz Divide. Having a look seen in compound. Actually gets a hit there with the 3 times. That was a nice shot.
It's a really nice shot. It's showing the elevation. And again, the information gained, he sees the team moving away. Won't quite know exactly who it is at the moment. There's no knock coming, but for now, he knows potentially Cruz might have one, or at least he sees the remainder of that team move on out. So if it does play back towards the west, he's going to give the avenue for the team to move in. Shro, so we go back to him, talk about that information gained. This is where he can see, look, he's seen the player down in the village, in the middle there on the crossroads, in the shacks. Now he sees Batulins, the goat, trying to claim to be king of the castle again.
These are the kind of moments where you're like, okay, yeah, there's been no knock come through. There's been no understanding of exactly which team it is. However, Shro knows who that is.
100%. There's only one person pushing for higher ground. Maybe if it's a little bit later, you'd maybe sway to an Aduzi. I'd put him in there as well, but you're 100% right. That's Batulins.
Oh, here comes the knock. Do we get the confirm of who it is?
Oh, one more. Oh, the car's gonna roll. Oh. Wait for the car, Oh, he's waiting.
Oh, he's gonna hit him.
He's got him as well. Show begins, activated, and Batulins is down. He has to crawl as quickly as he can. I can see it's an unresable. There's Twisted Minds a little bit further afield, and Batulins now knows there's potentially a new king of the castle. He's claimed the high spot away from him.
Yeah, as his car flips, rolls over, his bathrobe got very sweaty there for a second. That was, get out of here. I don't think there's going to be any resing him, unfortunately, unless some crazy little push comes up here from Twisted Minds. Doesn't look like there's much movement. Examples in a car, but he's just going to be rendezvousing with the guys north of him by the looks of things. Oh, they are coming. Okay, maybe a save. This is bold.
They need to get there quicker. I don't think the train's going to help him. It is a bold move.
Get on with it.
Look at that. Mad negative, though. He's repositioned as well. He's going to have the angle, and Batulins is going to hit the car. That's the call back. Oh, P90. Hold on. 2 minutes 14, and we've got a P90. And Batulins out. Terrible. What is going on?
The first casualty. Ridiculous. That's, yeah. Oh, well. As you said, P90 in hand. Scary, scary tool to have. And they'll have a good swathe of that west side to control alongside it. They've got a lot of information because Shro's still up there, still looking around. And they have the arsenal in hand that they would need as well. As well, this man's normally the one with the P90 in hand, old Diffex, as EK's just roaming around near power grid, going a bit slow, but you'd expect that they would know the Twisted Minds is out here by now, so there's not really much threats looming at the moment.
No, I think you're right. I think they'll be looking maybe that compound just beside the road. So we've seen the guys potentially scout out, and they'll be following that rotational path in that we see from Twisted Minds from the drops. But to about rotational paths, well, Hunter ADR got turned back the other way. He moved toward more of a southwest, but now they're coming across our BB team. We normally land here, so Monty is well known, and they're about to clash heads. And 100 ADR not looking up. They are now. They've now spotted that they've got neighbours, and both the teams just wave and maybe part ways. This BB team will find a new entry point into this zone.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that there was no beeping there. That's out of order. But I mean, yeah, we're passing each other, little wave, as you say. No shots exchanged, just the drive on by. I think both teams realize, well, I mean, 100 ADR is completely fine with the idea that they're ahead of them on the road. So if BB team wants to come along, yeah, sure, you can, but there is always the potential they just stop and start shooting at you. Meanwhile, BB team is going to be slowing things down, maybe just head north and go on the Pozo road. We'll see.
This is the thing BBT have taken into account right now, because they think, and they will know that team's ahead. And we go, are they going to try and catch us on that road? Do we have to now go further around, maybe come up in that sort of northwest corner? It's all variables they're not going to know, and I think that's why we've seen them slow down. So we just see how they scout their way forward now, because there's a lot of elevation there. On the other side of the things, though, Esports do find themselves just on the outside of Hacienda. Slam G climbing the mountain, find Redline. Team just down the bottom of that leaderboard need a big game as well, but they've got a really big compound with that zone shift to maximize here game number 7.
Come on, Ascend, come on, let's do something. All right, they've got quite the wide split across water treatment. Some of those compounds and pins all the way up to them warehouses on the crossroad, but it's we'll see how long it takes them to actually regroup. They're all in the cars. They are now moving. Geeky down here on the southwest side, looking towards Gladiators, who did take a shot or two. Levante's just reinforcing that spot, and a few more shots come forwards. So they'll just sit back, tail between their legs, and maybe just get out of dodge here. Reposition, or just leave completely. I don't mind it. Don't mind it at all.
No. Gaming Gladiators getting a name, expect to be quite high up here. Getting into the groove of things. Now they reposition, and maybe understanding they're taking double teams either side. And when holding that ridgeline, Bushido coming off the high ground as well as they push closer. Gaming Gladiators need to deal with this fight pretty quickly because of your warrior Geeky. We've seen the team leave, now start him fighting not too far away. It's going to be punishing here for Gaming Gladiators. So they need to really get that initiating knock, and soon.
Yeah, just logical that they would prioritize this fight, right? This potential pressure point. Melman here knows that Bushido or iTeam is right next to them. This is closer towards circle middle. Let's make for this, especially since both teams kind of scrambled for it after it was vacated by Ascend when they started to regroup up the north side. So they understand that it's a potential prio spot compared to where they previously were. And Ferrierist, few shots against win or die. Doesn't connect with too much. Just moving on back. At least the buggy's got some good terrain mobility, but it is a little bit vulnerable. Got to be careful with the buggy.
Buggy though, I'm really interested to see how it develops in that TPP, because we've already seen some players use the buggy in a smoke and get on the some people call it suicide seat, the back seat, and they use it to see over the top of the smoke, get a nade in hand, then obviously launch a nade, and then go back into the seat, and they go underneath the smoke cover. So interesting to see if it comes through. Obviously, the trade-off for that, though, is getting shot out of it pretty quickly. You should rotate on past. But your tyres are a little bit stronger. And it doesn't really help, though. Talk about shots that come through. 100 ADR will whistle past here. Geeky, as they will let them know. And there's a team holding this compound. And it always feels like Geeky. One of them have a Panzer always in the back.
I don't mind it, to be fair.
Oh, no.
Like,
no.
There's a potential big crash forward. I think 100 ADR realized that all of this is completely taken, not only by one team, but basically two teams. You got to be careful about crashing this one. They're going to whiz on past and see what they can find. At the same time, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they crash into water treatment, really, like, and just kind of hedge their bets a little bit. Look, they are alongside this ridge line here. That's going to be their first port call. You can see them on the bottom right-hand side of the map. Wabuki is down. It is a sad little moment there for him. Not stolen away. Spiro confirms it. Stay gets knocked. I don't think they can follow up on that just yet. There. Ooh. No, he did. He crested over the hill. So I think they might finish him.
Yeah, and they're on a 2-2 split, Geeky, as well. So it'd be interesting to maybe try and get that confirmed on the board. Geeky holding a very nice element of the zone. Obviously praying for it to come back down towards the south. Bushido, on the other hand, though, obviously they moved in against Gaming Gladiators. So I'll be happy that they've not had a team crash into them just yet. You got to remember, they came off the high ground. They gave up that position. We see Twisted Minds in. And there's that zone shift south. We've seen it again. Aggressive north shift. And obviously now playing back down. Ascend on a 2-2 split. I think at this point here, are they happy that they're holding the hillside? Expect Kilikai and at least Pains maybe to tie up here with Brett and Twist. They can't hold that 2-2 split like this.
The dilemma, though, of what I was saying in the pre-show, right? Like a phase 3 shift, hard shift, and then, you know, if you hedge your bets that way, maybe that phase 4 gives you a hard shift north as well. It really does depend as we see our circles eventually be drawn. but maybe you can gamble for it. We'll see. As now Beamy is stuck in all sorts of trouble here. T-Bone's wrapping around that south side. Where are the rest of Virtus Pro? They are quite split, so reinforcing this position's a bit difficult for him. Look at that. Perfect shot to see exactly how Foot has the angles against Beamy.
Just not interested that Pixel's so far out in the blue. We just saw him driving in. He's going to come in behind and then maybe close off all 4 angles here for Beamy. He's a player that I wouldn't count out just yet. And level 3 vest will be helping. The helmet is questionable, being held together maybe by a bit of duct tape. But it's going to give him a little bit of cover. Well, see for Lucrux, there's no quick evacuation for Beamy coming his way, as he'll be coming just behind Pixel. That's a vehicle or bus I would not like to be in, especially boarding by Beamy though. He has to take the shot. The great shots come back. He whistled past. That helmet's completely gone now. Beamy has to use all the tools in the chest that he's got to try and force off this 2 push from Foot Esports.
Ooh, if he was trying to work with some of that terrain there, could have maybe bought a little bit more time, but unfortunately there's just too many angles for him to try and deal with. Lucrux did come for the reinforce, maybe completely take out Vard, throws the nade over and just runs on away, and it does bounce towards him. Oh, Vard nice. Goes down. That was good. That was a good recovery situation by Lucrux. If you can't get Beamy, at least try and get one for it, and he did so.
Yeah, good trade-off, 1 for 1. Be interested to see if VP now back away from this one. Hope got the high ground here, and they have been punishing. Did put him down. Unfortunately, VP now losing a secondary. For me, it's a bit of survival. For Esports, it'd be very hard for them to also move out from here because of Hope holding that high ground against him. On the other side of the zone, though, in that north, Santi holding the train, the dips and crevices. We will see without Dope move in. And Na'Vi looking to get involved in here. But a huge split here, James, from Na'Vi. They're trying to claim as much of the train as they can.
Yeah, they got stirred up earlier, so that they still have the potential to hold wide swaths of land in the south. And I mean, if you recall back to PEC, we had Foot eventually entering from this east side, holding high ground above Water Street and winning out a game from there. Strong spot to play. Lurex, though, goes for a spray against without any dope, and one goes down, almost taking a second one. Now Blue's ticking, and Lurex finishing off Recoup here to get a second one down as well. Slam G's doing well here.
Yeah, the holding using train to the advantage. Great flash. Arctic goes over the top. Looking for the final one. Gets it. Lurex, a great angle, but a great example. Arctic using the train to his advantage and piecing the shots together. Nice 4-pack. That's going to be sending Slam up back in the momentum shift that we saw from them yesterday.
Without Dope, looked like deer in headlights there. That was... They were blinded. Not literally with stuns,
with the flash.
But just they did not know what they were able to do against Slam G. Brilliant stuff by them. Pushes them up into 3rd place already. And with Virtus Pro a little bit wounded, BB Team's not really showing their hand just yet. They are now trying for a crash, looks like, on that west side of water treatment. So that will be the play that they're going to go for.
This roll, unlucky. Nice bait at the smoke. It comes back to what you're saying, though. The high ground is really, really valuable. If you can get there early, potentially you're going to have the better angles, you're going to gain more information, and then the U2 on top, outstanding. You can't give anything away. Lewis off angle, he went out to the blue to take that fight, provide some cover. Yeah, Dope just got pieced apart there. And obviously, a couple of other teams now trying to figure out how to work this next game. Twisted Minds go for a full send into that middle. They do take the high ground above water treatment. Back to here. Send, having to collapse. They now lose the zone. Killer Kai and Pains were pushing and applying pressure to M-Man.
Yeah, that spot Twisted Minds take, if you position your cars in the right way, it becomes a nice little fortress on that high ground, which could work for them. That said, on board with a send, I want to see them do something. Effectively, it's a home circle. However, the circle's shifted away from them. They need to win out this fight against Man, as Nail-Up's already been knocked away by them. Virtus Pro is now gone as well. They really didn't get too much from this game, considering Lucrux just got the one. And now V's holding what is a very strong high ground, and they know what is the most important threats that they have to shut down. They have to shut down the east here, and if they can keep this high ground on lock for a little bit longer, they could come out with some good kills and maybe a little bit of a way to get that win down the line.
Here comes the U-tilt. Got a nade. Got the blue zone for Esports looking to try and evacuate. Great shots though, Ferris. Pixel though. You can see Alpha Peekaboo on the outside of the smoke just to draw away the shots, but it's not going to be enough though. Get the confirm on the board. First. There goes a nade. Great nade comes in, but now they don't need to waste a blue zone nade because they have seen that car leave. Na'Vi should go for that reposition, and unfortunately for Foot, down to 1 play and running as T-Bone would keep behind that car. But he loves TPP, remember. He's going to try and use the ridges to his advantage and try and scrape out a placement point.
I love it when a car's just rolling and people are like running behind it. It's so,
I'm not here.
it's
I'm
so
not here.
good. I mean, if you could use that to negate your opponent's angles and maybe make a good transition to somewhere, so be it. Man, Nuckative's down. He has the P90 in hand. I wouldn't even mind knocking him out completely and then running into the blue to get that. That would be lovely. So Ascend not doing too badly on this north side. They've got some hills to play with, but they're going to have some more threats looming ahead of them.
They are controlling this north side. Here comes the shift. Let's go a little bit further down. I think it's in a good spot though. They can sort of play in with the zone now. Just need to gain the information where Twisted Minds are. If they have positioned those cars, as you say, in the right position, that'd be a bit real strong fortification. And Twisted Minds do not need to move at the moment.
Yeah, the scary thing is if someone then gets in nade range, right? Like, yes, you can negate some of the higher angles from some of the other high grounds with those vehicles, but if someone gets in nade range, you're clumped up in a very small area. So, got to be careful about that north side. That's why all 3 of Twisted Minds arrows are trained on that north side, knowing that no threat's really going to come from the south at the moment. And he's the example straight away, knocking out Brex, knowing that that is exactly what they have to shut down.
Danger. This fight blooming for a while. Quite fruition as what it might do. As Gaming Gladiator did hold off the 100 ADRs they rotated past, but despite 100 ADR losing a player, they're in a really, really good position. There's the initial knockdown. Arrow is down. Melman looking to try and figure out where that knock's come through. Nade comes through the wrong side of the shack. It's unfortunate for him, 50-50 chance, but both of these teams have to cross the road. GK on one side, 100 ADR holding the other end.
Either you hit it or you don't. Yeah, this is Melman going for another one. And it's a shame for both of these teams that this kind of fight stalemate is the way it has to, but now it's not at all. Trait for Trait comes on in there straight away. Oh, close the door!
No, not open for business. Not today, James.
Love that. Comes around, peeks it, shotgun in hand. Metabay takes him down. Levante's gone. The timing on shutting that door was ridiculous. Another nade goes in, though. And out the other side. Ooh.
Metabay is just masterminded it. I know it's named to the door. I'm going to close it. Here comes Melman, though. It's just to use the sand to his advantage. He goes all the way down. And Sparrow will help him out. It's going to fall.
10 kills.
Bushido, they will go at 11th place. But, yeah, huge amount of kills. 10 kills for Na'Vi.
I feel like this has snuck up on me. I didn't realize it was 10. And now they've taken out the rest of Red Line. Maybe they can skirt around onto this high ground. I mean, it might be difficult. They might get shot at straight away as they're coming on in. It's also already knocked by the blue. Ascend doing a little bit against Slam here over on that east side, knowing that eventually somebody's got to come out on top in this north.
They do. So he's skirting their way around. That's all Na'Vi been doing, I feel like, this game. They've been skirting their way around the edge of zone, picking up kills. Mogul, well, no vest, 100% no helmet. You should be cautious. They know Na'Vi's applying pressure over there. There's another one goes down towards zone as well. So really trying to read that kill feed, seeing the opportunity here as SlamG will move as close as they can now towards water treatment. I actually really like this ending. I like that we get to see different teams already played in. And you've mentioned it before, BB team sent it in early. Actually took a gamble. The gamble's paying off.
I'm surprised the team didn't do it earlier than BB team, but I mean, here we are now. And this is how it's going to sit. More teams could usually try and co-inhabit water treatment than just this, but BB team, you can see the L shape across 3 warehouses that they've tried to set themselves up in. It could potentially deny other teams crashing in if they did try it earlier. We haven't quite been able to watch that entire thing going on because there's some other teams that we've been focusing on, like the high ground, which has been all important. But now shifts away, and Twisted Minds is going to shut down Ascend. It's going to be difficult for Ascend to make something happen on this 2-2 split that they currently have. It's not that wide, but it's still a 2-2.
For the cover update, Twisted Minds looking to clear out that sort of north. For me, this feels like GK zone. Like they've gone back their way to see if they can hold. Chris does dig something out though. He gets Perfectix. Coke is down. Lou's trying to use the smoke to his advantage. He just holds on just on the inside. Now he's seeing the information. He sees where it is. He plays peekaboo on the outside. But no! It's Chris eventually getting another kill underneath the belt. They have clubs to split here, and they got SlamG providing pressure. Can Chris do it again?
I'm sorry to doubt you, Chris. I'm sorry. 4 in the bag for that. Lovely stuff. Just a great flick and reaction from Lou coming out from that smoke as well at the end. But I'm not sure if they fully know that there is still a Na'Vi player lurking behind them. We saw Snakes being able to backstab yesterday.
Oh, yeah, talk about backstab. There you go. There it is. Unfortunately, Chris Didn't expect that one coming. First, say goodbye. 7th place, an extra kill. They won the fall.
And a desperate move through back to water treatment, wherever they can try and make it
Where are they
happen.
going?
I think he's still alive, actually, Pains, right?
He is. I think he missed the
he's
target. He's overshot. And then he ended up. That's unfortunate. It's difficult as well because this is a Sens drop spot. But they went to the north, and no, I like the play down towards the south, but we'll pick that up, I'm sure, later. But they want to try and control that edge, but they could have been a BB team. They could have been a win or die. They could have had an MG in their hand, waiting for the zone to come on down, though. But we're 5 teams, 16 left, and with a lot of hard cover remains, it does warrant actually how many times U2 is going to come into effect, especially on this outside edge. Spiro launches a nade down. Akim gets away from it just in time. The call's going to go. That's surely going to get the confirm. They hear it now. Akim has to does that one. Oh, just underneath the car. But at least he gets to confirm. And 100 ADR, now down to 2.
He did know where those nades were coming from, though. Has to go for one himself. Doesn't quite catch either of them. As Geeky on a very wide split. They're looking for control here. Despite being outside water treatment with the 2-1-1 that they've currently got going on, this could work out in their favor. We'll see. If they have to transition into water treatment later on, though, that's where it becomes a problem, but they do know that they have to deal with ADR's spot.
They do. I love that, but look at the hole they've got. They've got this whole side. They're praying for the zone to come back their way. Kim has moved forward. The zone has gone back their way. We're going to see a clash potentially between GK and BB team. PWD pops over the top, causes some damage here. Spiro would try and wait. I think the ping will be going through where to launch the nade. There goes one. Our second one will go. Oh, the airburst just too short and catches him slightly. Akim still alive.
Depth of field problem for me there. I thought that was dead on the money, but no, just a little bit ahead. And Molly goes out, catches him by the looks of things. Yeah, perfect stuff. A great shutdown here by GK.
Stolen away as well. Hell of my bad. Just got it just at the end. But top 4. 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 1. Solely Ranger of Hope. It might be able to sneak in just behind BB team, but this is kind of a divide. Open train held by GK and BB team. Well, they have to try and defend off win or die because they got to get into zone.
All 4 of BB team are looking north. Every single one of them at the moment. And they know that this is going to be the next thing that they have to deal with. Smoke's already going down. I mean, not only did BB team know about their position before, but I mean, even the shots from GK tips off exactly where the next team rotating in against them is going to be going. I do hope there's more ammo on the MG3. There was only 60 before, which oftentimes is not really enough for a fight like this that could potentially ensue.
Remaining clip left. I wonder how much U2 he's got actually, to be fair. He's sacrificed. Damn, they've got a car. They've managed to get across slightly, still not in zone. And I got a question as well. Hand of Hope have made their way in as well. Nice smoke wall. Now move further. And a doozy, well, trying to use the angles. And he's trying to figure out where. But great denial of information. Smoke yet again used by Win or Die to their advantage.
I feel like Winner's Eye is hoping and praying that maybe another team gets involved in this, but it's not to be the case. I mean, BB team is fully trained on this, and there's no reason for Geeky to really make any moves just yet. Phil first. Like,
jump out. You could do it.
This is ridiculous. He's just running around the halls with a Panzer.
Jump out, go through the smoke out the other side. You know they're there. Wait and see. Doozy now sees him. He's got the information. Be interested if he goes out now the other side. How my bag goes round. But Doozy's going to try and get the hold. He gets one, but oh no, Jedrox will piece him together with MG. Now Phil first is the one to watch. Where does he pop out and launch that Panzer?
Vestalok's just waiting for the potential for them to come around a corner here or something. As flashes go forwards, try and slow this down. Nabat takes Hello My Bad. An absolute stab in the dark. And Hello My Bad's gone thanks to his own nade. He drops it. Silver running through. Oh, goes for the Panzer. Doesn't quite connect with anything at all. He's low as well. Going to be up to Molodok to really do something. Sprays around the corner. Takes down Win or Die.
Oh, no.
Here comes the extra shot. Perfect timing from GK.
What a timing. You go first. No, you go first through the door. No, we're getting shot. No, they're going to try and finish this one up, though. BB had to defend the north. The solo from Layback was the problem. Here comes the flash. Here comes the closeout. And GK looking to claim. Despite they got a second on the first game yesterday, they're looking to try and close this one out as a victory. You have to favour them now. Let's see if the solo can do more. BB get back to a duo. They're now trying to figure out exactly where the remaining players are.
Yeah, where are you, Nabat? They're hunting you down. EK with full control. They knew exactly where they knocked some of the players, but Nabat takes Quizzy. Any flush extra here for Nabat is a win. Like, he's done all right for himself.
He's been a solo for a while as well, James.
Yeah.
Just so somehow, thanks to Win or Die, and BB focusing back towards that north. He's stuck in the south. He's been very, very dangerous. Trying to find the sound cues here. Here's a nade coming through. He's going to close the door. But just be cautious. PWD doesn't need to wait as he can shoot through the door. Bounces back. It's Molly in hand. The last heavy E2 he's got. I think that sound cue might give BB a better understanding exactly where Hand of Hope lie.
A little bit of PTSD for BB team crossing that window, as PWD had already done a lot of damage through it prior, so they're scared about moving across that way. But Diffex already finds Bestalosh. It's 1 versus 1 versus 4. Now that is found as well here. They are on an absolute tear in this tournament, an absolute tear in the region, as Geeky, unfortunately for the rest of the teams, comes out with a win already. 97 points, Mark.
Insane. We're the one team we expected to say, hey, let's slow down, let's let everyone catch up in the lobby. But no, guys, we're going to put the first winner chicken dinner under the belt of GK. But it was disrupted, though, for some other teams. I do want to focus back, though, James, on that kind of win or die, because they had to make a play and they just completely distracted that BB hold.
Yeah, that was... They had to try something, right? And as soon as they knew that BB team was all looking north, win or die, what are you trying to do here? You've got to, I guess, circumvent some of those lines of sights and stuff like that. But hey, we've lost Martin for a second. I'll ask him some questions in a moment. As I think the scary thing is, Mark, is that GK's control is oppressive. They're going for these big wide splits. They don't even really care about going for a compound unless they've got something dead center, and they're going to be able to work with that. And when they're taking these big wide splits on these mountains, on these high grounds, they're constantly doing damage and controlling it very nicely.
It's the control. That's the big thing for me. They can dial up the pressure when they need to, but they can dial it back. We see them hold. They wanted to focus out on that west side. Then they knew once they were on the outside edge of the zone, they could push in. They put the bag 19 points, 9 kills, and most of them came from mid to late game.
Let's check in with Avenger then. Avenger, what did you make of that game as a whole? Doesn't look like it. Can we hear him? Did he mute himself?
Yeah. Oh, yes, testing. Yeah. I feel like that was a debate because I could hear you guys, I could see you guys, you could see me. I was on the screen, and they're like, "Nope, we cut you away." But yeah, it's unbelievable. Is GK just the best team ever on Miramar? This was not a home turf circle, guys. They were in Narnia. They had to drive so far. They had to fight their way in. They had no early priority in the early and the mid game, but they managed to pull this off. And in such a difficult place where so many teams can take all the right spots away from them before it, and they just fought their way in and absolutely battered everyone. That was so impressive.
Yeah, very well done. It's looking scary now, because I think maybe second place is on like 59 points or something like that. They're almost 40 points ahead of second place. What are we supposed to do here, Mark, against GK's dominance?
It's just, again, they've got the zone. And they somehow, some way, and it comes back to that control. They know when to hold. They know when to be aggressive with the outstanding shots, as PWC say, the goated squad. There's something magical about this, and it's scary. They top EC. They're looking to try and top this and close this one out early. What is going to be the rest of the year like for GK? 97 points next to 59. That is insane.
Very oppressive. And I mean, if we continue on down this track, the way that they were able to do in PEC in the last days, the way we saw yesterday, they were still getting decent points. I feel like there were situations yesterday where they could have got a lot more points in some of those last games, Martin, but they were kind of just playing a bit more loosey-goosey, as it were, just kind of enjoying themselves almost.
Yeah, loosey-goosey, doubly-troubly, and here it is, really doubly-troubly. Almost twice as many kills as BB team. That's what's really standing out to me, guys, is that they put 28 more kills on the board in the same amount of games played as BB team. It's only 10 points more placement. Sure, they just won this one, so that's really the difference maker. But they are fragging out, and they're doing it against teams that have such insane mechanical power. And you know, this is not an easy lobby. This is some of the best teams in Europe, in EMEA, and that's what we're looking at. And that's the teams that they're completely bashing, and being almost 40 points ahead of second place, which is cool now that we have a tied second place with BP team and Foot. I'm kind of hoping that we see all the other 15 teams go, you know what? now it's 15 versus 1 until you guys calm down, stop a little bit, and until you kind of have someone that can catch you so you don't just run away with this one here, because then it would be like, okay, if you see GK, just run away. We don't want to fight them because they're gonna hunt us, and we kind of want to avoid that, right? So someone has to stop him early on here, because if they wait a couple more games, it's gonna be extremely difficult to catch.
15 versus 1. I'm getting Star League vibes from like 2007. That hates me. This ages me so badly. But Flash was very good. You've got, I mean, GK, the scary thing, actually, I want to talk a bit more bigger picture about this whilst we're waiting to get into this next game, Mark, because every year we come into EMEA, and yes, this is a different format of a tournament, but hear me out for a second. I'm thinking to ourselves, Twisted Minds, they're the GOATs. They're amazing. They're almost always going to dominate EMEA. GK wins PEC, has come in here, is looking insane. Is 2025 just the GK EMEA era?
Could be. It could be. And you can't not think that, especially most people out there in chat, because they have done so well at the beginning of the year. When we get to LAN, if they got LAN experience, most of them have, right? So, and then they've got the huge coach behind. So there's no variable there. I'd love to see a double. We know Twisted Minds can do really well at resetting. They can always play over a 3-day event as well. So I'd expect Twisted Minds to make a comeback. I know they're in 10th at the moment, but that mid-pack, give or take, is starting to sort of consolidate if GK keep running up the leaderboard as well. So is it going to be a GK? Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of people, if they are going fantasy teams, are going to be putting one of those players in there. I also think Twisted Minds are going to be there, especially when it comes down to those lands, mate. So I'd love to see a double or doubly from EMEA because Twisted Minds and GK up there would be huge.
There was also one development in this game, Martin, a very important development. Infinitely more placement points for Ascend than yesterday. Big stuff happening.
I was not going to point it out, right? I was not going to point it out. And yeah, it is infinite. They got 2 rather than having 0. But man still has 0 placement points in 7 games. And you get placement points once you're in top 8, right? That's really where it is. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe they need to upgrade the sneakers on the Shark to be running faster to getting into the circle, because right now they're not getting there. And I was kind of hoping to see it, because they did extremely well, obviously, in week 2. And like they donked them, right? And again, it talks to how good our week 1 teams are, how good our top teams are that are currently on your left side of the board here. But for them to be that far behind is just kind of unheard of for me.
Yeah, tough stuff. I feel like a lot of the teams are just not being given any room. Like even on Miramar here, Mark, when you watch how things are playing out in these hills, obviously some of the compounds were taken. There was some big wide splits. Obviously Ascend consolidated their split north and then was coming in from the hillside. But there is very little room, and especially less room when everybody's able to scout a little bit easier in this mode.
Reminds me of that Slam G hold against Without Dope. That was a great play, even from Arctic's side. I know Luke's moved to that sort of northeast corner, but him alone just held off that team. So you're right, the train playing to the advantage. Miramar favours that as well, but they moved there quite early. At this point, obviously, they won't get the close. The zone shifts away from them, but just seeing that was outstanding. Really, really well played by Slam, and it was the 2 of them that pieced apart team.
Yeah, that was nuts. I was hoping maybe they would get a little bit more off that north side, but again, just too many teams kind of crunching down on that spot. So that was a little bit of a problem. One more Miramar to get things rolling in a moment here, Martin. Any thoughts before we go into our Miramar?
Yeah, it's really coming down for me. It's coming down to these teams that are taking the space ahead of them, right? Making sure the backs are free, taking the space ahead of them, and kind of controlling that, because you're kind of seeing these kind of jump spots. Like, okay, we can go here now. Our backs are free, then we can shoot at everything ahead of us, and we're gonna have an easy and open way until the next kind of open spots into the circuit. That's really the approach that we see a lot of the top teams are doing and successfully are managing to do, both getting the kills and getting into the placement points with that, and of course staying 4 alive. It is even more crucial here in TPP to be that extra guy, because it is with the way that you're peaking in TPP, with the way that you're able to jiggle in and out in fights, that is just like such a difference maker to be your full team.
It was surprising to me in the previous game that we did not see more crashes attempted into water treatment compared to like when BBT went for it, right? Like that alone, I thought it was a little bit late. And I think maybe they were going to assume that there was going to be a little bit more resistance in that water treatment location, but not to be. And it did at least yield BB team with some decent points, but not the win in the end. Well, thank you very much, Avenger, for joining us as we now go into our next Dusty Dunes, our next Miramar. The plane is in the sky, and me and Mark are chilling over by the island. An omen? Probably not.
Don't do it. Don't do it. You gotta think it, but not say it. But it does come from the east, goes up towards the northwest. Is actually a nice plane path that hopefully we might see a northeast zone. Does tease us with that, but that will be unspoken. But obviously with some early drops, BB go for that alternate drop here, and Foot will go for their main. I think they're going to try and catch out VP. If they can guns pretty quickly, they might catch him going for that car before they move to Lost Leons.
Don't mind a little tussle, a little shooty shoot to get things rocking. But I mean, I think we'll see if they continue that flying PK out nice and early. Just rotate on south, get things rocking. For a lot of teams on Miramar, wide rotates into circles later on have paid dividends. Obviously, if you look at our very first game of yesterday, Slam G all the way down that western road, rotating in through Valdemar, south side, coming into the hills, getting themselves into that warehouse, getting a win that way. Wide rotates. I'm a big fan of them. They are my bread and butter when I'm like leading a squad in game and everyone's like, we're not fighting. I'm like, yeah, we're trying to win.
It's part of the parcels. 50% of the game, you're going to get those points. Another early flight path though. The zone obviously does expose back towards that sort of northeast corner with a lot of unplayable, not just the water, but on that east side where Doozy is. And that has to shift away at one point. But the El Hazard ending could be dangerous, but the hillside south of it could be huge again. We already spoke about Elevation, who maybe moves there first. Slam G are in a good spot. We know if they've got the zone, they could potentially pick a compound and lock it down. So I'm too surprised to see that team late game.
Obviously, the BB team backup drop is something that it doesn't. The word isn't triggered. I'm not going to say I'm triggered by it, but it's always something that's interesting to me, right? Like it's a very uncommonly utilized backup location, but I mean they've been able to use it before in the past to success. It's not too much loot that is around there, but at least they know that they're going to get themselves some cars there. They're down early. It means that they can make decisions quickly as to where they want to go, where they want to pitch on up. We are on board with Man, who, well, it almost feels like they're not on board with the rest of the games so far. Only 16 points for them. Do not run into him. He's looking.
Scout first. He's got a gun. He's going to scout first.
That's fine. That's fine.
Pains might not have heard the vehicle, so he's looting. Well, hopefully he doesn't pop out the wrong side of the building, right into anybody's line of sight. He has popped out to that side. He has been spotted as well. Talk about trigger discipline here. If that was me, I'd have been shooting the birds by now.
What, and then crashing our...
yeah, crashing the leaderboard. Was it my fault? Oh my God. I'm
it was
sorry.
your fault, yeah.
Well,
we didn't really talk about that on broadcast, but oh my God, Mossball takes pain straight away. As soon as he gets in the car, sorry, mate. It's not going well for Ascend, is it? Ugh.
Get the circle, pains of distance, pains and all drop spots. So this is where he sort of play to. Great discipline, but some more discipline. Mogul has to try the defense here. Red line pull up though. Nadips is completely exposed. Good, just drops over. He disciplines the peak again and again and again. Eventually finding it. Another early death here for Red line. That's a great use of TPP and the discipline as well. We've seen players hang out, go out too early, play aggressive with the gun. Just a couple of shots back in, Watch even Nadip, he had no cover to help him.
Where's Winner die off to? We have them moving through the hillsides, obviously alongside the West Al Azhar Road. Everyone kind of wants to pitch up alongside this in a circle like this. They don't want to really have to deal with it, or at least give themselves some rotation options if they so desire. So it can become too much of a focal point to the point where it becomes the end of people. There's something going on here. It's in the... Okay, I can see it. It's Shro. He's obscured for a second. And He's following the sandstorm. Oh, he's riding the storm. Oh,
He's
Storm
right.
Rider.
This is the throw show. This is what it is. He's leading the charge. Deployable cover. The only one that can use it. The sharks for the trainers will move on out. So leaving Win or Die, as they did claim that compound, or looking over that compound. Let's sort of move back to that El Hazar area. Has Overwatch though. Boostic will be watching to see if Win or Die play peekaboo. Get Med back on. He's going to have loads of time. He's in full first aid as well. So getting a lot of individual battles here, James. A lot of solo players trying to hold compounds.
Yeah.
And there's a few solo sends as well. As now we see BBT move into red line. Monodot, well, he senses a disturbance in the force, so he keeps on moving on by.
Try to get 1-for-1 after losing the nail up down by the wayside. BB team just pitching on up below them. Not even having none of this. Understandable. Get on out of there. I like that they were trying to hold some of these bigger areas, but it does come with its risks. We already saw it before, and you can only take so many of them. Having the manpower is just a resource.
Whoa!
Oh! Instantaneously. That was a quick trade.
That was a very, very quick reaction as well. Gets the knock and able to duck down. Music gets the steal though, as they have been looking over here. So Hand of Hope got some more information that they are not just taking a 1 versus 1 fight. Actually, there is a third party. Potentially a bit further back. He's going to use the cover where he can. Nabet does move forward. Chief Win or Die, early rotation to the high ground. Might make them re-guess now. Back on the other side of things. Truck stop. It's 30 stores coming from the south. Get turned around here. Well, without Dope. And also Hope is looking over.
Yeah, they are. This hillside's going to get congested. There's now man coming in above red line. Can't catch a break. There's just teams everywhere lurking around them. Does hear it. Going to slowly peek on over. Oh, no. Mossbot though gets it after already initially shots from red line coming in earlier than that. Mandacative finishes it off. Damn. Yeah. I mean, I said they can't catch a break. They really can't.
Yeah, I feel for them. Again, they're in the right positions. They're going to play peekaboo over the top. Can hear the footsteps, but it just got turned on so quickly there. I'm just trying to figure out exactly his fight that he wants to take. Now he's got a game of gladiators, but they're split. Nod needs to try and tighten up here. They've got to play this one as a duo. We've seen duos get to end game as well. They're going to need a little bit more of luck. Redline only on 12 points. They're going to need more than luck of a zone. They need to get kills if they want to stay in a chance to move into the prize pool.
It doesn't get any easier. Here comes the send. I feel like every time we get on board with Redline, they're trying to sneak around, trying to limit how much noise and movement is going on. Noddy now going to throw out an edge straight away, goes for a spray. Brexco takes him though. Noddy down, only Ivers left available for this. It's time to lay really low. Find a beam to sit on. Find a cupboard to hide in. Oh,
did you send out the wrong memo? You said 15-on-1. You didn't determine the team of which everyone had to go for. I think everyone just got the memo. Okay, we're going to go for red line. That's what James said, because they've just been decimated now. This is the final player left alive, and he has to find someone to hide.
I think you're right. All right, bully time. Okay. No, stop, guys. Come on.
Wrong team.
Poor Redline, man. Hopefully they fare better in the next ones. Or maybe Ivers, gets far into this game. We'll see. But with the Sen still sat around him, I think they're still hunting him down. I mean, considering it's early game, it's very easy to keep track of the kill feed, right? Yeah. Like, Chaos isn't broken out just yet. So, you're very likely as a Sen to know that there's still at least one Redline player lurking about somewhere.
I think Nitro's seen him. I think that's why he's going for a full send to the little bit of the sandy dune here. Pretty sure he saw the heads of Esports, so sneaking in behind him. Maybe it's to play a little bit further towards the north. A little bit of an overwatch. Whatever it is, information gained. Doesn't fully commit to taking a fight in towards truck stop. It's Chris is down. He's able to try and get the res, but Highfish just can't move. He can't make a sound.
No.
Even though he's tempted.
Definitely. There's some caution for the rest of Ascend moving around this compound here. And I think Chris was knocked by maybe man. I didn't see it in the kill. Was it? Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, they were looking that way from that north position.
He's gaining information. without moving. That's the key thing, all right? So he's still getting something from the game at the moment. I can tell you one thing, Ascend don't know he's there. They've not pushed. They've really sort of thrown out the anchor, so to speak, and trying to lock down this compound. They've lost Pain, so they are a 3. There's a kill on the board, though, for Esports. He finds PWD, who was actually a mastermind in that last game. At least one team's on the right path in. And can we stop Geek as a 3? Big question.
Yeah, very important, right? Oh, red line.
That works. I'll take that.
But if only there were 4 alive, not just Ivers.
I'm really interested to see, though, when Ascend step on that landmine. Because at some point, they've got to maybe look for some more loot. That's a blue zone nade, so maybe they are second-guessing that. Hold on, we've not quite figured out exactly where, but it's Chris for me that he's looking for information outside of the compound. Ivers sneakily trying to get behind the church bench. Do they have an idea? Did they hear him? Maybe. They're pushing forward. He's about to step on the landmine. He steps on the landmine. Ivers going to go get a kill. He doesn't get the confirm. The pressure's going to go as he goes to get that confirm on the board. And he did step on the landmine. Ascend lose another one. And Ivers will take it down to a 2 versus 1.
Right, the smoke's down. Maybe slow down a little bit of this Ascend push forwards. Part of me was going to go full Monty Python and say, run away, run away. But no, I don't think he has many options, really. As soon as he would run away, he'd be seen by a lot of other teams. Killfeed's going to light up, though. Versus Pro just driving on by this position. And Na'Vi taking out without dope completely with the assistance of Virtus Pro. Without dope also can't get much going.
I love that with Na'Vi. They just like, VP's doing a lot of the work. Let's wait for them to get the knocks. They get the knocks. Okay, cool. There's a point. There's a point. There's 2 on the board. Early game. Take it. Now they can start to punish VP. Unfortunately, are shooting back. Hakatori takes a face full of bullets from Amy, so he has to reposition here. And Ivers gets a little bit of a reload and definitely wants to swap over the gun as he now goes for the AUG. And actually, Ascend did try push him, but M-Man was causing a problem. They actually took some shots. Kilikai had to go back.
Maybe I was incorrect. Maybe when I said run away, it wasn't Ivers that needed to. It was Ascend. They've gone back to the building and they're like, no, we're having none of that. So, I mean, Ivers is a respected player. That's for sure. And he technically does have a little bit of a high ground advantage on them if they were to try and push up against it. He was also being very aggressive, shooting down those fences just to open up lines of sight for himself. Foot is just ahead of this. They have been kind of keeping an eye on them. They're actually reinforcing back a Foot, looking to try and cut them off a little bit, making sure that they can't potentially rotate in. This could be big for Foot. I mean, they are on the chase for first place. You have to shut down Geek if you want to chase them. Yeah, and obviously they were ahead. They actually had a little bit of a hold on the road, but with the zone shifting away, they've repositioned for the high ground. Couple of shots, doesn't find Pixel. Pixel's found the AWM, as he might return the favour, but no, he's going to put himself back in the seat, and a few more shots comes from Diffix. A classic shot into the ground in front of you. Classic PUBG moment, be it a windowsill or a little bit of a lip in front of you. For DK, we're now on board with Virtus Pro. They're taking a fight with 100 ADR. Lookarooks can see them in the distance, so peppering a few reinforcing shots as they're doing have some few nades flying overhead. Heat seeker missile has been activated. Lookarooks though, trying to keep him in game as he finds himself just short on the first one, caused some damage on Akim. The second nade goes through. There's the confirm. Looking for the knock. Oh, he gets away with it. 1 HP. Nice. 100 ADR. Maybe get an opportunity to run away, but no. Harvey's on the other side. Maybe it will go down. Will be confirmed out. Harvey disciplined on their approach. A circle everybody dreads. Straight that west road through El Azhar. Straight in the middle of this circle. For Slam, it seems all right. They have the gas station, the one location that is down in that trench. As Beamy, another nade forwards. See if they can get rid of... Is it? Ooh. So close. So close. Done. He's gone. Again, it's that part of that information, that hold further back, right, from Luke Rocks is going, there's someone else in there you need to nade. You've only seen the car go, potentially one person, so eventually find another player. Thinks he does need a helmet, so go back and loot those bodies. Get for the other side of the zone. Bushido going for a full send, trying to take the high ground here, but Slam G were already here. Stick though, he's going to play peekaboo around the tree. Stops right out, the car moves on past though, and he does get 1-for-1 trade. Unfortunately, no for Slam G. It's not a lot of reinforcements. Only so much you can get done, especially when you're a split like they are. they were a bit greedy with it, and that could really cost them down the line. Also, there were a lot of shots coming in from DK while that was going on too. So, but Bushido was the main aggressor, the main one to wrestle it away from them. Celtic taking a lot of damage. He gets knocked by Molodok from the distance on the other hill. Be very careful about how you play some of these hills. They're still very open to the other hills on all the other sides of El Azahar if there are teams inhabiting them.
And unfortunately for them, they find the bowls, so they're lucky enough. But as they leave here, those teams will punish Bushido to agree. 100 get punished by Na'Vi. Final player, though, which Zakim gets found. 15th place for them. VP still chasing down. They know Na'Vi's in front, so they might go for a slight reposition as we go into El Hazar. And GK have leapfrogged ahead of Foot, but Foot have the taste of blood here. I know GK's down 1. They're looking to take the final blows.
I would love it. I would love to see this pursuit continue, not only in this game, but like into the next ones as well, if they get a chance and opportunity, as long as it doesn't disrupt their rotation paths and things like that. So I think they know that this was the prime opportunity to really do something against the GK, as they are still waiting for it. Unfortunately for them, though, people are looking through windows without being in the windows. So that will be a slow and steady fight there. What is happening?
When you talk about slow and steady, it's a parade coming through. There's 1, there's 2. There's 3P cruise to losing another 2. I think they were going to get away with that. Sneaky wasn't quite the case. And Beamy, the king of the blue, well, he's out in the blue at the moment. I think he'll be taking the same approach the rest of the team did.
Only 4 first aids, though. I mean, it's only early blue, so it's not really ticking that hard. He's going to slowly move forwards against Na'Vi's spot. And a perfect knock on Fairist. Get that push instantly. And the rest of the Na'Vi boys can't reinforce. They do not have an angle on it. They're on the other side of hills, so Beamy's out of there.
Iris, this story. Go on, lad.
He's doing it.
Ascend a story. Maybe this is what Ascend needed to get late game. They needed a bit of disruption just to lock down the compound. Now they've got it. Find themselves just on the outside edge of that sort of west side. GG looking over in, and as they've been looking over the top of those sand dunes, no team has been here. M-Man on the other side of it, though. You know the information. There is a team still here, so lots of control from that team. We're going to take the gas station away from Slam G. Slam G moved to the centralized-ish compound now, a bit further in.
The disruption and that their circle magnet for Ascend, maybe. As we've got gladiators, as they're moving in near their position. Na'Vi's trying to sneak on in through the low ground onto the high. There are still a lot of spots that you can get some cover here. You just got to be careful about covering all your bases, all your angles. That's why foldable shields, I'm loving those at the moment. Oh, not loving that slow jacket. Maybe a shot. He gets out of the car. Oh, one of the wheels is gone as well. Ah,
nice.
Rough.
Good. You see so much of this level, though, disciplined shots.
Yeah.
You feel like you play ranked and normal modes, the car's getting peppered from El Hazar, but the discipline there from T-Bone, just to wait for the right time. You could see those little tippy toes. He does find it. Second kill on the board, though. His foot, well, they draw attention just on the outside towards the south. They have lost zone, so might have to either commit as a way round. They got Geeko in front, but they also know Geeko's not in zone as well, so a bit of a high mountain here to climb.
Yeah, I do like that. Obviously, there was a little bit of a desire to chase down what Geeko was doing, but they weren't tunnel visioned about it. They were still keeping an eye on what was going on south of them. Molodok, though, hitting some shots again from that northeast side of the hills. Al Azahar. And Defect hears the car coming around straight away. Takes a shot or two, does hit 1 or 2. And now the foot is trying to leapfrog forwards of where Geeko is. And as you say, still has to go up the mountain, basically.
Yeah. I do like Foot's position, though. They put themselves blocking out BB team. It's forcing Geeko towards that north side. BB team also moving away in Bushido on that rotation. Back the way they came around Slam G. Enough, they find a home. Quizzy finds a home with 2 kills. Unfortunately for Hand of Hope, there wasn't much hope getting out of El Hazar.
Well, the Bushido move is actually a very big move for the potential of either Foot or Geeko getting up that hill, right? Initially, it would have been very difficult if they'd have sat around there, but Bushido's like, okay, well, we still want to play center. Quizzy and Diffex with more shots. Hands of Hope. No hope for them in this game, as still one of these 2 teams is now trying to get up. Pixel's already up, so they are doing all right about it. Ivers has found extents.
Oh my God!
He's
Another
gone.
point. Another point now. Also,
Yeah.
he survived out. Ascend will be happy that they crashed that side of the compound. The zone goes back their way. But back to your point, Bushido's move away. You got to remember, Foot and Geeke trying to climb that mountain. The expectation is there is a team waiting for me once I get near the top.
So slow.
And it's just so slow going up there. Zone's just further away. And it actually plays into that Bushido move.
Do wonder if maybe they'd heard cars as they, but I mean, at the same time, you know, they could have just repositioned them and gone straight back to that lip. So yeah, just being very cautious about it, and also cautious of the other team moving on up alongside it. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds southwest against Na'Vi. They do know that there is somebody lurking around there. Vard's found Quizzy in the open, and that MK14, sorry, will actually shut it all down.
He missed with that smoke. I did get it, but he actually shot a little bit too high. BB team using an element of cover. I think they're looking to try and get these. GK and another Panzer again. Lucky enough that they get to deliver this time. They're dead now. They're out. Everyone else now focused on not Red Lion and GK. Let's see if he can claim some points. But this is a big game. Big game for Esports. Big game here from BB, and they're right on top of each other.
Yeah, both teams have a potential of doing something. As say they're playing Edge. Both teams are proficient at it, although Pixel is already down. So that will hamper the plans for Foot at the moment. Twisted Mind still looking at Na'Vi. That's slowing down their progression. BB team, huge crash against Man. Going over. Dukes a hazard style. And Dukes takes down Mossboard straight away as he jumps out of the car. That is beautiful stuff, but also absolutely bizarre.
Yeah, how did he get away with that? He focused, he waited, the car cleared his head, and then they just jumped out. It was definitely Dukes had to start, and here comes more util dumps, comes through. So the knock will come through from Best with the AUG. So they continue moving forward. If they want to keep first alive, they're going to have to pick him up. They actually opt to go past him. They continue the pressure on. They know this could be a big game for him. The Shro Show is underway, though. So he's trying to hold out. Mad Negative will be giving him information. The rest of the BB team are there. The knock as that car rotates, he can refocus his attention back.
Very bold, important move here from BB team. If they can get rid of Shro somehow, some way, they'll be wrestling away big areas. He's on and off angle, but it's miles away. First nade takes down Mad Negative. That's unfortunate. Still trying to hold them out. Anybody's just peppering shots in with the DMR from the distance. And it does take one, takes two. The Shro Show. It's a full opera.
It's here. I'm surprised Martin be screaming in chat somewhere. That's really good hold from him. And do you know what it's really good for? For Esports. They'll be reading the kill feed going, oh, BB's down. Unfortunately, they've lost some bodies as well, which you saw them in the kill feed. See if they can get the res. They're in the blue at the moment, and BB, the king of the blue, is lurking not too far away. Back to the push, though. GG trying to clear out Ascend. Ascend playing Ascend style games as they will now reinforce that stairwell. Nades will come in. Rex is just on the outside. Oh my god. Actually, Util causing damage on the other side. Ascend. Still hold him. Game Gladiators find it very difficult from here.
I feel as soon as whoever wins this out, though, is going to get blasted by the other teams that are kind of around this compound. So scary stuff. Sawn off in hand. Kiliakai with actual normal pumpy. To go for it. Oh, Dante. Sorry, mate.
No. He's still there. Kilikai's down. Rex holding so well. He's locked this bit down so well. He misses Melman as he comes through the door. It was so good. He wanted to get back to that position, but you're right. Here comes the third party action. Luno, there's been chaos here. Gets a bit of cover though. He pre-fires, but it's not going to be happening. And Levante hears him running as the sand gives away. Twisted Minds are going to fall in 7th place. Placement point for them. Ascend, unfortunate, unable to hold the compound. Game Gladiators continue to push them forward.
We were talking about the teams with 0 placement points prior. It was Ascend and Man. And Man, the full recovery of the Shro Show. 7 kills on the board for them. They've got that north side. Slam Artix is still up there, though. Trying to shut down and make slow progression of where Shro's can't come in. And at the same time, Bushido's got to be loving life. Apart from that nade, that's kind of bad. Not good. But the rotation that they made into the middle was very important. Another for Shro.
Yes, that could be number 4 in a second. That's not risible. Does catch out Slam G to try and work an angle to try and get out underneath the clasp of the Samurai Bushido. Shro now able to focus his attention towards Bushido. And now if you find Foot Esports, the Foot Esports and BB unable really to capitalize on the 100 points that Geeke are now sitting in. And Slam go full Slam into it though. Unfortunately, they're gonna fall.
Tro's trying to save Bushido, and he's done all right with it. We were talking about the foldable shields before. This is a great little fort that they set up, but it was so susceptible to nades that Slam was able to do so much damage against it. There's a bit of a big split against it.
Oh my God.
A nice nade by Stade. Gladiators is down. Na'Vi slowly on. They've been quietly on the warpath. 10 kills again for Na'Vi here.
Yep. Another good game for killing for them. You got to remember they were 9th, I think, coming today. Now they're 8th, and now they've launched all the way to 5th. The kills really turning the dial. Hopefully they can convert placement points, but they've got the numbers 3 versus 2 versus 2. So top 3 position here. Trosho, well, it has been a Fort Opera House, as you say. They've had a lot of control of zone. That means they've got a lot of information as well. Let's see if they can piece together a win.
It's not bad. They were hugely influential on that push from Flam down on the Bushido position, and now they could still continue to be influential if the circle favors them here and they're able to keep these high ground positions, because for both Na'Vi and Bushido, it's a lot lower, and they keep in circle. This could be the lifeline that they need after a disastrous yesterday.
It's huge, absolutely huge. There's 2 teams in there, 20 points in this final zone here, without counting what Bushido got from kills alone. This is huge from these 2 teams. Obviously already climbing that leaderboard. EMEA need a conversion here, and they've got the zone. But as I said before, they've got the information, Shro. Locked in. Navi sees the little head.
Yeah.
They peekaboo. Doesn't quite connect the shots.
Does feel Navi's head might be on the chopping block here. They're the ones that are really going to have to make the more dire move. You're seeing Metabay here. However, the hut that they have as well is still in the circle, and here comes the Na'Vi move. They know that they have to try and go for this. A few shots hit their way, but they do find the next lip that is in the circle.
You used the opportunity, the anchor play well. I think that might have been a sacrifice. Maybe taking this endgame as a duo. Maybe Hakatori, maybe so Sadid can draw the gunfire in. Anybody's at the moment feels like really locked in to anchor player though. Stayed. Yes, now figure out how he gets into the zone. Unfortunately, she's going to force him in towards Bushido. Is there, man? Well, let's have a little look back. Get to that point. Gain information from this end zone.
Big game of chicken for these teams. Just trying to scout out across the ridge lines, seeing who's going to make a move first, who's going to peek first. I'll tell you something. It's probably not going to be Bushido. I mean, you kind of have to try and make this move towards trees and keep yourself alive, but how many foldable shields do you actually have to maybe deny some other angles here? Not a bad little setup, this one.
No, we could maybe get rid of that shield. We've got Hakatori in though. We might see some gun wiggles past a bit of cover.
Like that.
As we saw yesterday, so strat, it kind of worked out for them in the end. But this comes down to big IQ plays, not just about the gun skills here. How and where I can move in to control the zone. On the other side of things, EMEA have the zone. Where and how do we take the fights? Who do we focus our attention on first? If they split, they're putting 50% of their firing force. And it's going to make some noise. And anybody wants anybody's to shoot his way.
Let's get a stock of utility as well. Only 1 lethal. Actually, no, 2 lethal if you count the molly. 6 smokes on the side of anybody, so he still has the potential to slow the fights down. Instead, just keeping trained on this. Understandable. He knows exactly that there should be somebody in there.
I bet he tried to bait him out there with these shots. Let me try and get to the tire. Attempt a gun wiggle at the door, but no. Bushido, disciplined as samurais are. No helmet. First being held together. Gas can will help, maybe, if you can launch it and get the shots onto it. We saw late play yesterday. But for now, quite in the zone. Need to work their way in. Na'Vi have got a little bit of time on their side.
Felt like he was going to do a tune then, but he ran out of bullets. Okay, he got the little 2 shots at the end. I guess, you know, may as well do some damage to the car. I mean, there was a world where, like, if he is a little bit too close to the window, maybe some explosion damage would do something once it goes. But at the same time, like, you can't be anticipating that. You can't imagine that he will be anywhere near that window. It's too open to that north side as well. So it's, yeah, slow and steady.
Slow and steady. He knows the blue zone's going to force him. I think he was taking the shots, expecting him to be on the outside edge. Maybe on the other side of this shack. Discipline will store a hold. Bushido, at some point, he's going to second guess that someone's even in there. Looks to go back towards the zone. No zone's going to push him out from this cover as well. Going to try and pop the meds there, but unfortunately will fall. Actually gives up his body towards the other side. Na'Vi might be able to claim the point.
Yeah.
If they are quick enough. But unfortunately not this time.
I was surprised he exposed himself there for a second to not just fully deny. I mean, it does get fully denied, but there was a world where they could have taken it. I guess, though, with the blue pushing in, that they also had to move, and maybe that angle was not open anymore. But now Shro is looking towards this foldable shield still, knowing that, well, there is still one Bushido member there alongside that tree. And now dropping some smokes, maybe slowly delaying the push from Na'Vi. Looks like the 2v3 is going to be in full effect, but will Metabay have any influence on it?
They are focused on him. I'm going to go towards the dot. Shro, give or take, is there. He's over the next ridge line. But we know Na'Vi have got high IQ plays here. Let's see how the piece together. They got the numbers as well. Here come the smokes that go forward. That's going to allow Emman into a position a bit further, a bit closer towards that final dot. This is going to be about playing the outside edge of blue. Shro waiting though as the peak comes through, and Bushido full denied, disciplined from the Samurais.
Giving them nothing. Absolutely nothing. This has been one of the slower late games in a while that I've watched, but you know, it happens. As Na'Vi's still just biding their time. They know that man is definitely a threat, right? Like we've seen Shro and anybody's been able to pop off before, despite having the numbers advantage for Na'Vi. They know where they are, and now those shots come in once again. Shro hitting another banger, continuing to hold this out. These shots, man, how did he hit that 61? Jeez.
It's the Shro show. This is what Mark's been talking about. Now the blue zone is going to force him in towards here. The smoke's allowed to get into the ridge line here. Anybody's has moved underneath the line of sight there. The shots will come through. It's not the Shro show from anybody this time, but he has that molly in hand. There's another smoke as well we can use. Here comes the car. Na'Vi trying to push forward though, but it gets caught by Shro. Another one goes down. Is he going to clean it up? A three-man Na'Vi win. Oh no, it's gone the other way, but M-Man closes it down. The victory that you needed, a 23-point game, James.
Jumps up to 9th place. Brilliant stuff from them. They were having a rough time. Look at that beautiful logo. Look at it. Look at it with the shoes on. I don't think Sharks have those longer fins. Maybe those back ones as well. But, I mean, they're amazing stuff. 13 kills as we now bring Martin on to talk about that one. Martin, I heard you screaming. Mark heard you screaming. The Shro show, it's on.
I can't believe it, guys, and it's the one that I'm not casting. Like, and I'm not just getting robbed of this one. Nah, it's great. It's good to see these guys. Obviously, we know what they're capable of. We saw that in week 2, guys, and yeah, they're here to kind of prove that. And yeah, it's the Shro show again. We're talking about it. It's not going to be the game 1. Yes, it's not going to be game 2, but here it is in match number 8. The second game of day 2, they're able to pop it off. They upgraded the sneakers, as I was talking about, guys, and that's really where the story is all about, right?
Very well done by them, considering it was a 2v3 towards the end. 23 cool points from Man at the top. Na'Vi with 16. As I said, they were quietly on the warpath with the 10 kills that they did have. I thought with a 3v2 maybe they would have a slight advantage, but it felt like almost desperation towards the end, right? The blue was clearly pushing them, Mark. They had to try and maybe get a little bit further in with that car push, but Shro and anybody's had them dead to rights.
Not the util. They didn't have anyone really pushing from that north side. A lot of control from M-Man, and obviously Na'Vi had to spend a lot of that util getting to that position they've done. But good game. Na'Vi, as I said, both of these teams arguably have been climbing that leaderboard and climbing really well. Obviously M-Man doesn't like day ones. They don't like week ones. They're a week 2, a day 2 kind of team. So I'm interested to see if they move up. Maybe that's the strat. They just lurking, surrounding the teams and obviously waiting to claim their victory. So it's a good game. I think they're going to need that confidence, though, M-Man. They know they can do it now. They know they can compete at this level. And the Shro show underway. See if they can do some more when we go to the wildcard maps.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, for some of the teams down towards the bottom, maybe not that reasonable scenario to challenge for a number 1 or not even maybe even a number 2. We'll see. However, because the middle pack is so tight because of that sponging towards the top, a single win with a lot of kills bounces you up there to be able to start challenging for that left-hand side of the board here, Mark.
That's huge. One game. We have seen it before. We've seen it in PSC. We saw it now. They are pushing themselves closer towards that left-hand side. Bushido obviously denying points out as well. So there's 2 more points that might have seen them chased down. Still be just in that 9th spot. But that's a really good play. 100 points though for Geekay. I do really like, we saw it in that game, James, though. Esports were hunting Geekay down. I like that. They just need to continue that. They might be able to close down the gap a little bit, maybe a little bit.
Well, yeah, how did you see that, Avenger? You enjoying that idea, that potential?
Honestly, for me, that's what you get when you get confidence like T-Bone has in TPP. Like, right, they just gonna start hunting, right? He just loves it so much. He's like, these guys think they think they're the best. Yeah, we're gonna hunt you down. That's not happening. And yeah, I like that. And obviously the opportunity to do so, especially when the circle kind of went out from El Asaha, you have that high ground where especially we saw VAD with MK14, right? That opportunity to kind of hold other teams out. Why would you not take it? I'm curious to see if that's going to kind of continue with it happening like a more of a third party kill feed tracking where the team's at and kind of focusing on that. Or if it's going to be more like opportunity based where they're like, oh, there might be these guys over here. Yeah. Because if you're harder focused on one specific teams in the kill feed and kind of following them along, then you need to play a little bit more aggressive and timing wise gotta be in there a little bit more, right? We've been seeing Foot very, very slowly yesterday. They've been kind of outside on the outskirts with Ascend, and they were slowing down in many situations. And if they want to be that aggressive team saying, okay, the team that we need to hunt, the team that have the target in the back is GK, they need to be there faster, and they need to take more space in the center earlier, because otherwise they're not going to have time to kind of catch on, because those early minutes where you're making space and you're figuring out where the teams are, that's where you catch what team is where and where GK potential is to kind of hunt them down.
Yeah, it needs to kind of be a mid-game chase if it's going to be on TaeGo, right? Like for if you think about where they're going on TaeGo, it's like Yongchong for Foot is where we kind of normally see them for a playing path that's kind of down towards center, and then for GK, I think Hosan is where they normally go for an attempted drop. So those two locations, Mark, are very far away from each other. It's not likely there's going to be like a crossing rotation path where maybe they would bump into each other and maybe that scuffle could occur for Foot.
Yeah, they're not neighbours. They're definitely not neighbours. You know, obviously, and they placed at second place, nearly getting a win yesterday on TaeGo as well. So a team which can, even if they lose the zone, work their way in. So GK, we know they can sort of break it down. But yesterday, this was kind of the last match we saw them really up there, right? After once we got to Rondo, they sort of dropped off. Is Foot Esports looking for that same sort of reaction from GK again today? Are they trying to do the polar opposite, increase their chances, get some more points? And obviously we've got to throw the mix of BB. So I'll be interested to see where the zone goes with TaeGo. I'll be interested to see how both of these teams play in and kind of keep a track on that map of actually, are they going to cross paths? If they do, be Coco Doc, oh my God. Eventually we know Foot Esports could dig out a win there, because we've seen that already happen once before, James.
Yeah, definitely. So that is how the standings are so far. If you're just joining us right now, GK is on an absolute tear. They didn't quite get much in this last game, though. But 100 points in 8 games is 100 points in 8 games. That's a problem for the rest of the lobby. We were maybe hoping for that 1 versus 15, and unfortunately Redline was the victim of that for the most part. I mean, at least Ibis was able to do something with it, though, Avenger, considering he lived for a long time, got himself some cheeky points. Very, very well done. Good salvage.
Yeah, but it's still not the level that we know that these guys are capable of. Remember, multiple of those guys on the roster, they have the experience. They've been in there before, right? So it's not the ratty games I want to see from them. It's the big slammer games where they're staying 4 guys alive, right? And for me, on top of that, like, the difference is just too huge. And the problem for everyone else is that the consistent big banger games where GK is happening too often compared to the other ones where it's like, okay, it's happening back to back, or it's happening often here. We're seeing it from GK, especially yesterday, where we saw 3 games in a row where it's double digits, like 20 plus points games, like they're dropping too many points. And if the other teams are like only catching those good games, like, oh, here Man is okay, there's good, this is a great game for Man, but we need to see it more often and not just once per day.
All right, in the court of law of the Players Masters EMEA, I yield my time. It's now time for Avenger and Mark to take to the stand, as we have it's time to TaeGo. Let's do it, boys.
Yep, thank you so much, and thank you guys for taking care of Miramar. I thought the contract was you and me, Mark. We were the Miramar boys, but nope. We get the fun together here. We get our special maps. We get the curveball maps where they have one chance to do it on each day, Mark, here. And now it's time to TaeGo. And what do you think here with this plane path? It's very northern. I'm kind of hoping for a shipyard. I think I said it yesterday, but yeah, we've been west a lot, and that could happen again.
It's too close to Godok for me. Too close, mate. Yeah, northeast.
It stinks already.
Oh, God, it screams out. have to wait and see. It's going to force a couple of things. Obviously, for Esports, will be go to Young Chung as well. We're going to see Geek obviously launched away towards Go Doc. Potentially, actually, they turn back, they go back the other way. So that's interesting play. That's going to allow potentially Gaming Gladiators to apply some pressure towards for Esports. As well. So we've seen these two teams clash, especially around those sort of hard spawn cars. Everyone else might just need to get those vehicles we've seen from the first two games and sort of rotate away from this flight path and reset themselves back in. But these are the wildcard maps. You can't count teams out.
No, you can't. And again, the guys that are coming in and are like, okay, this is our chance to do it. You have to play aggressive. You have to take space. You have to, if you can, take priority of where you see in terms of, okay, we might be pretty early in the circle. We have an opportunity to do so. It's West again, though, Mark. There's a lot of water in play here. But then again, Bushido, they had a great game on this western side here. They could potentially do it again.
This is like nearly the same what you guys had yesterday, right? It's a little bit more towards the north, so we kind of maybe will favour in towards that BB. They're going to take the compound, that little hillside that overlooks down towards Swamp. Could be really, really big. We've got to look at other teams as well that are in the area. VP going to have the opportunity to take the prior when it comes down to their position. Nix is in a great spot at the moment as well. And Bushido potentially can move their way down and hold out as well. But yet again, TaeGo, the only time for TaeGo is a southwest corner.
Yeah, it is time to take is indeed all these difficult circles. It's the curveball maps and it's the curveball circles as well, Mark. And especially in a chance for this to be happening like this, the difficult for me is the bottleneck, right? Yeah. Like that's the reason why this is a difficult circle. That's the reason why it is extremely hard to traverse onto this, because you have basically a couple of roads, a few paths to where it's kind of open. If teams are setting up for a camp there, for kills there, they're gonna really get a lot of money in the bank from that, because that's where a lot of the teams they have to get in. But of course, we're also gonna see tons of emergency pickups. There's gonna be the teams that are already further away from the circle. They're gonna be looting extra time just to see if they have an opportunity to maybe get one of those, because they can pay off hugely if you can manage to get around that bottleneck, away from it, or get across on that west side, because not that many teams are in there already. Look at this already now, man. They're here again. We've seen them do it before. They're doing it again.
Because I love this bridge as well, because you've got the up and over, haven't you? If you're not here first, you've got to find an E pickup, and with only one team taken to the skies at the moment, I do worry that we are going to see the bottlenecks, which you're talking about, Martin, at the moment. I have to wait and see. Gaming Gladiators were nearly taking on the Sharks, but they've moved on towards the other side. Send, they've got to move their way, and they land from Army Base. They've got a long rotation across towards the west.
Yeah, exactly. And let's see how this is going to pay off for them. We're going to remember this and look at this and kind of lock in and see how deep can they take this. And again, they kind of still need cars, because if this circle doesn't go west and they are in an open space, you're going to have to traverse across like a little bit of fields, a little bit of high grounds. You're not going to be able to push between those two high grounds. You're not going to be able to push from the high grounds to the compounds, because you're just going to get absolutely shredded, because it's going to be so condensed due to the amount of water here, Mike.
This is the thing, right? They're taking the emergency pickup, but then they also find them one as well. So they're take to the skies. There's two plays. They either got to go for the cars and go aggressive and hope that some of the teams that land in and around this area, because it wasn't that far from the flight path, haven't picked those up, or they're going to go to the coast. And that is a big gamble as well, because you go to the coast and the zone shifts away, which we expect it, and you haven't called it right. You've got so much open terrain. Or middle zone, lock it down. It might be in a field. You might see him at the end of the zone. Too many variables at the moment. Here comes another variable. Slamgy wants to swap over towards the car, and I thought he might have taken a couple of shots, but maybe just parting ships in the night. Hope go one way. Slamgy go back the way they came.
Yeah, different vehicles in the hangar available to them. Just going to jump out and swap to it. And here, Hope, they are trying to get in, and I kind of like this angle that they're coming in for. The angle of approach is away from the plane path on the southern side here. They have a pretty good timing. They could have a pretty good priority to get into some of those better spots. And if you have the map stream open currently, you are going to see as well that BP team did just leave Hosan Prison. So if it does swing on that southeastern side that we've seen before, close to Swamp, that could be a big opportunity for them to do so. But also there are tons of these dips available as well. Now, Gaming Gladiators here, as we talked about earlier, Melman is on the team currently. Before he was the coach for the PEC, but now they are looking to maybe make a change, maybe to test out new players, or maybe to have Melman back in active duty.
Yep. Good player, really strong player to have in active duty. Dante has to take the opportunity just to med. So it's not the reinforcements as they will push bodies one way. Levante takes a couple of shots though as Na'Vi do reposition. Doesn't go for the car cover, uses the smoke now. And Tae, because he's gone past this position, forces Hakatori back the way he came.
And this is like fighting for absolute no man's land. Like the circle is not going to go here in the Northern Island. It's just to make sure that you are the team ahead, you are the team in front. Currently there's no teams on that bridge, so they could get in there and get that going. And of course it's Pixelic in the glider. He's been pulling out the ballistic cannons again, and he's going to be taking shots and also getting information here on the UAV. And Foot, yeah, again, they are behind Gaming Gladiators and Na'Vi Mark. That's going to maybe prove difficult to them. This is not going to, again, this is exactly what I was pointing out. Like, this is not for them to really hunt Geeky here. They're going to be coming in from different angles. Oh, shots are coming in mid-bay. Connecting good amounts onto Brexco. Brexco's down already. Really good defense here from Bushido. And they're already at an advantageous number to them.
Absolutely speed to delivery. Great shots. Rex didn't even have an idea what's going on. Kilikai gets a nade back though. Aro is going to be down. He's going to have the elevation, the height, because it had to land on the roof. Now taking shots a long distance. Going to force Kilikai down, and the nade doesn't quite get his connection. It kind of tells me he might have not 100% known where a knock came in. He did try to get one through the window. You're going for the med on the other side. So, well, just position himself in the corner. He's trying to figure out if they cross over from the petrol garage, he should get a good line of sight and good shots onto it.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do here is really the TPP angles here. You want to sit, you want to wait for your time to strike. You're going to peek out and absolutely destroy the player that's going to be running around the corner if he does so in the open. Disengaging a little bit here. Again, this is, I would say, one of the highest priority compounds currently. Oh, good shot potentially coming in here. He turns on him. It's Chris. He takes down Nail Cup, and Celtic's down to 6 XP as well.
I honestly think it's Chris doesn't even sweat, mate. He just took a face full of bullets and just took a knee and deleted. Fortunately, no prop is down. Aro looking to maybe jump across with a bit of parkour on the way towards December. Doesn't know exactly where the other players are, so just being cautious at the moment. Like here, Bushido giving them up, accepting that this could be a 3 versus 3 battle. And Metal Bay, well, he needs to dig deep. He needs to produce some magic. Oh, no. Guy's on top of the car. He's been spotted, and Celtic though it punishes him for that though. Resmoke what happened. They're looking like they're going to try and get the res now.
He keeps swinging here. He has information. He's just going to continue putting pressure onto Ascent here. Third party coming in from Gaming Gladiators, as you see in the lower third. And let's see here if you can get in and get. Oh, he's going to get the information. He's going to be able to get the flush mark, and that is just so detrimental to Ascend here. They're going to be down to just a 2-man. Nilcup probably getting up on his feet as well. That's huge for Bushido to be able to defend this location here with first circle not even popped yet.
Got Win or Die, who are taking third-party shots into this, but it's kind of those little, a couple of pop shots you hear now and then. They've not overcommitted just yet. They've obviously got an element of high ground. They have to wait. Bushido go back to discipline. They're going to try and refarm the information now. A couple of shots will come through. That's a connection, which Chris just seen him move to that position. There goes a nade round the corner. Pains takes a bit of damage. Oh, he gets a knock as well. The second nade comes in. The curve grenade goes round the corner, picks up Pains. His hero will fall, and now comes down the hammer. As Bushido looking to launch the final blow. Flash will come through. He caught himself with it. He needs to maybe wait for some reinforcements.
Yeah, Celtic's going to be swinging in here. 230 damage done already. Such a huge fight on one. Chris finds Nilcop, gets another one as well. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
He almost got him. And Iro has to come in and clean up. Now let's see if it's Chris going to be able to heal off. One versus one here for Iro, and it's Chris. What a beast he's been here, Mark.
Huge play. Huge play. 2 on the way in. Able to find the third. Nade will go through. Phil first finds Presenti with the mortar fire from the high ground zone. Shifts back. We still got an element of water here. Iro's got to figure out how the hell he gets his boys up. But more importantly, continues to pressure on towards It's Chris. But hearing the cars come in, he has to give up. It's Chris. Sends him with a little message away. And he's going to claim another 3 points. It's Chris is on fire. But unfortunately for Ascend, he's the final body left alive.
Yeah, this circle shifts this way here. They see the opportunity. They saw the knocks that It's Chris were able to do. They know that both of the teams are hurt, and Iroh is extremely hurt. 16 HP, has to pop a first aid. Now he's up, but this could have been a great game for Bushido, but it's Chris just said, no, we're stopping them. Shots are coming in, though. Oh my god, Iroh destroyed Mustsport with an insane headshot from the AUG. Sit down.
Literally outside of the smoke, just about, and there's a lot of chaos store unfolding. 16 teams are store up, but people are losing bodies. Look at the leaderboard on that left-hand side. Bushido trying to hunker down. Obviously, we've had multiple teams crash into this area. Let's try and gain the information where we can. EK, the little picture, just wiggling their way away from that blue zone nade.
Okay, Iroh, get out of this one. Levante finds Shrew, and there's effectively 4 teams in the compound with Navi looking outside and win or die, holding them from the inside of the zone. So much activity here. GK Spyro is alive, but he's down to the last player, as we're talking about here. Spyro getting shot in the back. God. In our lower picture-in-picture. Can he maybe survive here? This is looking like a terrible game for GK. They don't have many of them, but this is the opportunity for the other teams to catch up, Mark.
Yeah, it is. Great shots, though, comes through. He does catch him with the AUG, looking to try and get at least a point on the board. Nade going through the window. Krafton doesn't quite get the second part
we got
of
another
that.
knock.
Let's go. He does get the other knock as well. Yes, there's 2 down. Now they need to hold without dope. Have to be disciplined here. GK, or the times on their side. He just needs to wait and hope and pray that someone tries to cross to get these reses.
He's trying to smoke, trying to make the res open here. Smoking on top. I like that from Skeenan. Iroh is out. Bushido's out in 16th place here. They had a great compound, but they got third party. Ooh, shotgun in hand. Spyro can maybe open something up here. Now shots coming in. He did not see him cross, I think. And now he has to go up and try and clear without dope here. Skeenan again smoking, delaying perfectly for an opportunity. Spyro jumps out with his shotgun and gets another one onto dope.
These power solo plays. GK holding out. It's Chris holding out. Twisted Minds know who's in the compound now. They're crashing in to delete them as well. He needs to try and get these confirms out. Nate goes through, gets in a confirm, and a re-knock comes through. Spyro refusing to go down, holding the GK flag high in this compound. Twisted Minds want to get involved. They've got something to say.
Oh, Example finds X-rays, and Spyro gets the confirmation, but now they're aware, of course, that this is a GK. Spyro has to get stopped. Nates are coming in. Shots connected a little bit onto Perfectix. He's a little bit low himself. Now the pressure is coming in. There's surely he does not get any more out of this. This is Twisted Minds. This is an unstoppable team. Mogok cuts with the third party. Down to 5 HP. Look at this zone though, Mark.
Getting cover, getting cover. Oh no! Run! He shoots back. He has to try and duck in, using that to do. Oh, Example finds him as he goes through the door. I love that Slam G. We're like, oh, we know it's dangerous, but we don't want to go that close to you. Twisted Minds on their hand. We're like, well, we are taking GK out of this one. We need to have that comeback story that they had for PEC. M-Man, on the other hand, though, unfortunately for the show, he's down and out. He done loads in that last game, but he's going to have to sit this one. They unfortunately lose another one, and it's Chris Store remains. The zone store holds onto this compound. That is huge for Ascent.
Yeah, that was insane. And what a legendary play from Spyro. Salvaging points.
What's going on?
Not supposed to take any. Look at this, though. Shots are coming in. Oh my god. Alban also finds Ivers. What an insane situation for this. Gaming Gladiators on the top side here. Levante pushes in. Tick is getting taken down. But Negative gets taken down here. And now, man, down to just one player. Gaming Gladiators taking a lot of damage from this one here. Extends last player now. Mustsport finds Levante.
Has to try and push his way through. He pushes the drop shot. He gets him. Oh, he doesn't know. The shoes will hold on as M-Man somehow survive. It's Chris's store. Like, how am I still alive in this madness? The kill feed has just been lighting up. We've gone from 16 down to 12, and it's not just down to 12. 36 players remain here. VP 1 kill following. Make that 2 now. So pick Foot Esports, a team which they're trying to chase down as well. Might continue as the zone has shifted back down. Store bits of water. BB Store pretty much in that strong area, that prio spot. And I'm surprised no one else is really contested. Maybe because so much action has been happening on the outside edge.
Yeah, they had a 2-2 split with Jose and Prison in this spot here. Now they're holding into this. The compound combined with the high ground, Mark. This is such a power spot. And yeah, with this next circle, obviously, water is in play. We're going to be seeing it moving away from water. So let's see if it goes on the right side or the left side. If it does go left, BP team is sitting up for a massive game. Yesterday, they couldn't get many points except for an wrangle. And now today, they've really leveled up. their play, taking the confidence in from the last games yesterday. And yeah, let's see how deep they can take this one here. And how well they can fare themselves on to TaeGo. And the points available to them, of course, is huge. Buzzbot could some more shots. That's good shots connected. He takes down Hicks from 180 R.
What? Just about see him. Let alone his in TPP. Catches him. Hanging on that rock now. Moss has to cross his way back over. 5 kills here as it's Chris trying to take the 1 versus 1 me, bro, in the compound. It's Chris moving. He's jumped over towards the other side. Moss sees him. He gets the shots over the top. He clears the head, deletes Chris, and says goodnight. This is my compound. I am the 1 versus 1 champion, but more to fire soon to follow. Footy Sport need a big game here, but so does BB Team. Foot forcing the fights forward. They're having to find their way in towards zone, whereas BB Team blessed again. Will they keep the discipline? Will they be able to stay controlled? Because all of the fights, all of the killing is happening not in their eyesight.
Just the minus turned on here. They're taking down Slam G. Can they connect with this utility here to get the flushes? They can, but Batulins is getting both of them very clean for that one. Boostic, though, finds Batulins. But this is probably going to be an easy rest for them. More shots connecting for Boostix here. Oh, shots returned. And now he's going to have to heal that 3 that didn't help anything once you're getting shot in the face.
No, but it's also moving down off the back of those great shots. But be careful, though, because that zone has gone further away. Best does pick up 100 ADR. This is where we might see BB Team start to activate. They're on the outside edge now. Deny entry in the south. Looking for the second note. There's a doozy. Catches a few shots, but can't quite get the confirmation. So you have to be careful. Is he tempted to maybe move down towards that south side? Sees the smoke. Be too surprised for him just to maybe tighten up with the rest of the team.
This is exactly what BB Team wants. They want that control on the western side. Now Slam G's eliminated. Artix is out. Batulin's found another one. 7 kills so far for Twisted Minds. We're down to just 19 teams here with 27 alive. 9 teams, and we have a few solos. One of them with man. The other ones are duos actually. Navi and Foot both down to 2 players as well. So teams with 4 alive, they're really gonna be farming. A T-Bone's been found here from Rocks. Win or die turns on, and Vard is down to just himself, and now he has to figure out how do I get the most out of it. Tries to send it center, and it's surprisingly it's quite open for him. Maybe he can get some placement points if he plays it right. Bookie though tries to defend here from Hope.
Bookie though, unfortunately Util's coming in. He's going to launch the blue zone now. This is a suicide attempt. He does go in double blue zone, so it's going to deny them the opportunity to go in. What if anyone else can cause it? He might actually get a knock from that as well. If not a knock, a third party action will come through. Smonodoc does catch a knock himself. Twisted Minds, 7 kills now. Welcome to the event. As they're looking to try and chase down every team that's around them, and BB Team, that's exactly what they want. Looking now to try and farm the south.
Yeah, they're big farming the south here. Hope is having a rough time. 180 R's having a rough time. They are taking this control here of the southern side. And this is really paying off for Vard that manages to get into this high ground spot next to the mesh you can see in the minimap, bottom right here. And let's see if he can continue to get more out of it. Only 3 kills so far, but they've been doing a lot of damage. They've been hurting all the other teams in a direction that they want, making space for themselves. And now they need to defend. State goes down here, and Navi's down to just 1 player. Luka Rooks, we saw him with big clutches yesterday. VP's trying to hold the 2-2 split here, Mark, on the northern side and the eastern side to take the control to see what's going to happen in this next zone.
They were late to the north, weren't they? I think they were expecting there's already teams up in that sort of hillside, and we always see it. There's always a team north in that sort of north side of it, and the teams on the south side. Eventually they clash. Vard's parked his car on the north, and he's found a little dip. He'll know very much that BB's there, so he'll know they're chasing him down in the leaderboard. I feel like this game has got like a limited amount of time. Has TaeGo got half? I know we say time to TaeGo, but is it like half the amount of time on the clock? Because it just feels chaos at the moment. Everyone is trying to get some points on the boards. We're coming towards that halfway point, right?
It's the bottleneck circle. That first circle was effectively already circled too. While Hicks is trying to dance down there. It's not happening. They're going to guarantee themselves this. And now he's going to find first aid. We have a blue zone heal activated here for man. They might be able to get a little bit more placement points out of it there if they're able to survive to the top 6. Especially if Vard gets found. Or if Navi does, but yeah, we'll see. VP's going to try to get the control here on the northern side. They're going to have to fight win or die. They are engaging on them. They want this control of this northern side to engage from the hill, to run down there. But yeah, look at this. Utilities coming in hand here. This push for VP is going to be a huge setup for their potential engagement into the late game here, Mark. VP's already pushing himself into this spot here. This is the exact control that they want of this uphill area. Hakatori finds my bat. Hello, my bat. That's huge.
Yeah, because he was so far out in the blue. He was trying to hold out. Moss working his way in. BB find him eventually. We'll get that final blow for our 1v1 champion at the end. Not be down to their final, but no, I like the play from VP. They are looking to close the opportunity here for win or die and be that final team that works their way in. Vance found the new tip as he repositioned. That is insane. Lugrux finds Rocks and Deadrocks goes down to Phil first, and the pressure consumes. Unfortunately for them, they have no idea Vard's on the other side of this ridge line. It won't be long before Vard knows he's got a team pushing his way.
Okay, he has some information. He's gonna try to nade that. Maybe he heard steps, maybe he saw something, maybe the information from a teammate came in. He's running up, he's trying to get control of this rock here. Vard now. Ooh, he's trying to lay low. He already got into top 6. It's 2 placements points for him, plus the 4 kills that Foot got. 3 has gotten to the hands of Vard. He's been doing extremely well when we come to the fracking department here. He's been thriving.
No way.
No way he's this close to him. You saw him. He's going to get him. He's going to be able to get the flush as well. He is. Vard strikes.
Oh my god. How?
Like a snake in the grass.
I thought he saw him in the first one. He repositioned to get him. He does the bunny hop, trying to get the information where the other players are. Nate goes over the top. No one found on the other side of the road. But the spray comes in from Vard, but doesn't get all the connection. They still remain as a 3 versus 1.
He's such a good player. Now here's the information coming up here. Nade overhand here. Shots coming in around the corner. Takes down Nix with a headshot. Flushes him as well. VP in shambles. Good stun grenade. He's just so much better. Oh my god. The third party as well from PB Team and Twisted Minds takes down Virtus Pro. They get another placement point, and Vard is in the top 5.
BB know that's the team they're chasing. They've got to push down. Look at 74 points for 73. He's Vard. I think Vard's like robotic man. He's got more than just 2 arms. He's taking out multiple people at the same time. He's going to use the rock to his advantage now. The smoke will bloom. It's going to provide an element of cover, especially he doesn't know anyone else coming from that north, but he's going to be able to use that rock to his elevation. See maybe BBT trying to close the gap towards him, but this is the zone BBT wanted. 9 kills on the board. They're about to go towards double. As they see Twisted Minds rotating. Control from BBT.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they want, right? But they're going to have to eventually come off the high ground, and Twisted Minds is looking for control on that low ground right now. BB Team is in a little bit of a time pressure situation here. It's not good for them. If they have to come off eventually off this high ground here, they are going to get backstabbed potentially by Vard or by Na'Vi. Hakatori is still waiting, but they know that he's there. They have the information from the kill feed. They know that there's also in this direction here. And yeah, let's see how much deeper this can be taken by Vard and by Na'Vi. The 2 solos. And eventually Hope is going to be lost as well. The zone is pushing in 1.5 minutes and it's going to be close to them, and they're going to be down 2. But yeah, it is not hard for Vard. You thought he was good in FVP. Now he's second on kills, if not even tied for first maybe, for the 9 games that we have played so far. We are halfway through once we're done with this game here. And yeah, he's just insane. Just such a good player.
You can't count him out. You can never count him out. Actually, one thing you can count out. That's
Samble.
Hope.
You got it.
Because they ran out. There's no cover there. Whether in FPP or TPP, it's a flat plateau. Hope unable to cross the road. And there's another point, though, for Foot and for Na'Vi. Placement doubling up the way they can. 4 versus 4 versus, I'm going to say 1. But even Hakatori maybe feels like 2. And Vard easily feels like a 4-man.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually the Twisted Minds game. Like, this is their game to win. They have every opportunity to lock things out. And PB Team, they have 2 insane solos that are delaying them, putting pressure on them. Oh my god, shots coming in. Oh my god, the damage with the utility. 2 more nades in Hakatori's back. He could take 1 more. Molotov finds him though, but the damage has been done. It's been delayed on PB Team. They now have to heal. They have to use another vehicle because that one exploded. Vard is delaying as well with the smokes, with the utility. 11 kills though for BB Team in a top 3. That's massive. Vard's been found though by Example. Who else, Mark, than Example to find him?
That's the only way to stop him. Only way to stop it. I feel like he could have played differently as well. For me, if Anavi got the knock on BB team, Vard, he would have been full send into that. Anything he could do to try and stop the team that was chasing them down, now ahead of him, only by a slight bit. But 4 versus 4 at the end, it does play back towards Twisted Minds. They took the gamble towards this section a little bit earlier. It is risky. Yes, you get punished from the high ground, but they are playing for the win here. As Twisted Minds set the stall out to try and piece apart, unfortunately for BB team, who have now lost the zone.
How does BB team win this? Like, they have to take advantage of the splits. They have to take advantage of them taking different angles. And if they full send it together into a spot, well, I'm just not sure if they have good enough, decent enough vehicles to be able to do that. Maybe you leave a guy behind to take that angle that they're driving in from. I don't know. I feel like that's the only play here. Send in the car with an anchor or player or two. Yeah, look at this. Smokes are coming in. Twisted Minds, they still have the different angles here, but if they get an opening, they would have a chance to do so. Defensive smokes mark. Let's see what they can do.
Going to take a little ridgeline in front. It's a good play from them. Twisted Minds waiting for it. They had to isolate to one side. They couldn't expose the angle of at least one of the Twisted Minds. The usual double will continue to happen. Nades will go back forward. The Fabulous Blue coming their way in. They do exchange both ways with heavy amounts of util. They need to find the knock. Twisted Minds closing in. That's a huge nade comes in, Martin, but still nothing's exchanged.
Still a 4 versus 4, and they open the door here on this western side. And now Batulin's swinging around here. This anchor player and BB team is still outside. Best of luck. He has to make a move. I feel like that's the opportunity that they had. That's the player that needs to open up these knocks here in the distance. Otherwise, he's going to be lost, and they're going to be having a 3-man fight. Could be versus just Lou and Perfectives. And if they swing around that southern side, yeah. Now he's going to be going down here. Information's coming out, though. 3 nades on his hand and his back. Festo goes down here. Shots come in. Filters is going to be taken out. Oh my god. Twisted Mind completely denied that mark and lock it out. 13 kills on the win here on TaeGo.
All Twisted Minds, 23 points. Welcome in, Twisted Minds. They want to close things out. Good victory on the end, but they took the area quite early on, James, and as a result, they found themselves that win, and the additional points, 23, is not bad for TaeGo.
What the was this game?
We was on timer. We was on a timer. James, you said to us we had to speed things up because of how Miramar played out, and we had half the amount of time.
I thought we were on track to have like the shortest pro game of all time for a while. That insane compound where Ascend was up on the northwest of this circle, I suppose, of Avenger results in like it feeling like a pub game towards the end because half the lobby's already dead. What was going on?
Yeah, that felt like a bootcamp hot drop at one point, right? You had so many teams, you saw so many knocks coming in, and yeah, 2 teams decided to, okay, let's crash it, let's third party, let's try to clean up a few teams and get some points. Plus 2 other teams on the outskirts of the compound shooting in towards all the players there. Yeah, that was just an insane game. But it was due to the bottleneck that we had. Like that western side, with the amount of water that gets eliminated just from the first circle alone, that just makes it such a hectic and sped up game.
No production. We're gonna finish our conversation, all right? Like if you could just
Might have a bottleneck yourself.
103 points for Geek at the top. They didn't get much from it, but what was interesting about their position is that they take the position that they always seem to take in this circle, and eventually people, I guess, have been realizing that, hey, we can actually crunch down on this position and actually take them out. 80 points for BB team in second place now, and Twisted Minds some much needed points mark to be able to bump them up a bit.
Yeah, well, again, we know Twisted Minds are good for points, but they were a team that was clashing with GK. You got to remember, they had Slam, G, they were coming through the swamp, so a very difficult way to rotate in, but Twisted Minds come out on top. That north side was chaotic, let alone that whole, let's just cut that compound out for a second. For Esports, win or die, VP, all trying to work in from that north side. Eventually, Foot tried to go for a full send. Vard was just mechanically gifted, as we know he is. How did he pick apart the nade, the shots, the movement, and the rock, and just get all that information in and just destroy people?
I had 2 choices ahead of me for using the button. I was either going to use it for the compound or Vard, and I decided to just go for actually just the whole game. it's ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, Martin, you said it whilst it was going down. He's such a skilled player as Vard. He holds off. Yes, there's a little bit of assistance from a distance from some other shots coming in, but most other solos would crumble with a 4-mana VP pushing up their away.
Yeah, it's just insane to watch this guy, right? And he's turning 30 this year. His birthday is in like a couple of months, and yeah,
He's so old.
He's just so old, and he's so good still at the game, obviously. And you know, like especially that's what I really enjoy watching, especially here in TPP, is like the mechanically gifted players that are so good at smashing the buttons at the right time, at the right speeds, right? You see how well he's jiggling around a rock like this, using different types of utility really quickly, delaying players, and basically taking on a 4-man team by himself for them to then get third-partied. Like, he's just completely disassembling them by himself.
Awesome stuff. And we got 3 games still to go here, so we are going to go to that mandated break. Sorry, production. And when we return, we have got ourselves Rondo and, of course, Erangel on the way. Stay tuned for more Masters.
Big updates to map consistency, an expansion of the recall system, and the results of those aim punch tests. All this and more as we dive into the update 35.1 patch report. First up, as we talked about in the 2025 roadmap, we're starting our big moves towards standardizing key gameplay elements of the Battlegrounds experience. This will be a phased approach over the next several updates, and we'll begin with items. You'll see things like the zipline gun, emergency cover flare, and stun gun appearing across all Battlegrounds, while things like the thermal scope and blue chip transmitter are being removed everywhere. Take a look at the roadmap for all of our upcoming plans, or the patch notes to see the specifics of this first set of changes. Another way we're unifying the experience is by expanding the recall system to all maps, which means it's now available on Karakin and Miramar. Each map will have its own specifics for the system, so check out the patch notes for details. We're looking forward to seeing how these changes shift strategy on these maps. Next, thanks to your great testing and feedback, we're ready to implement the new aim punch system to live. We're going live with the settings from our last gunplay labs, and are looking forward to hearing your feedback on the system in the live environment. Last but not least, we're making audio adjustments based on your feedback, such as your shooting, driving, and the mortar explosions. Let us know how it sounds. There's also a new contender system in the workshop, a new survivor pass, more improvements to custom match, a new rank season, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 35.1 is here, so hit up a blue chip tower, call in some friends, and give your enemies a personalized lesson on how aim punch works. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
All right, here for the Players Masters EMEA, and we have got ourselves Rondo on the way. We're rumbling on the way to Rondo. I mean, the crazy thing is, though, is one would assume it's not going to be as crazy as that TaeGo we just saw just then, Mark, because that was a bit crazy, that one there.
I hope you was going to say like time to Rondo or something like that, because if you say that again, now you just half the amount of time that it took to deliver. It was just so quick. So much was going on. The kill feed, we had the compound fighting really early on. We had the 1 versus 1 champion at the end. You can't take anything away from It's Chris because he really did well in there as well. So much third party action. And then it was just kind of BB and Twisted Minds left at the end.
Yeah, at least Twisted Minds finally getting one on the board. It feels like they've been quiet, not only in this tournament, but the kind of start of the year, Martin. And I see them here.
It's it's the start of the year, but for them, like, their focus is PGC, right? And now GK's coming in, dominating everything, and they're gonna be dominating PGS. And no, I'm joking. We'll see. I think it's a big year for our CIS boys in overall, and I'm pretty excited for that. But yeah, Twisted Minds turning on here. We know that they're mechanically also in there, but yeah, they've been a little bit quiet. But for a 3-day event, I'm not too scared for them. I think they are gonna end up in the top 5, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, considering some of the other regions, Korea's got DN Freaks, that's it. And then China's got 2 teams, that's it. And maybe EMEA is going to be able to blast internationally. As, of course, we have Rondo on the way in just a few moments here. Any thoughts before we get into this one, Mark?
Yeah, this is the interesting one. We saw Geek diving out really for the day yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see what they do in this one, if they can kind of piece together. They need to kind of get momentum back. I know they've got an outstanding lead here, James, but with teams that are chasing things down, BB getting close to a victory, claiming big points, you got to question it, right? 103, it is a gap, right? But BB team could and are disciplined enough to close that gap out.
Is the overalls, and right now teams are shooting on up. It's a bit more of a challenge for those middle spots. Twisted Minds moving on up. Man obviously having a blinder of a start as well in that 9th place so far, but would love to be jumping up a little bit more. Remember, $20,000 on the board for these 3 days, so it is not chump change by any stretch of the imagination. And I mean, I would love to see teams still try and challenge Geek up towards the top here, yeah. Martin. Obviously, we saw them on Miramar trying for a little bit of a challenge, trying for the pursuit. It was a bit harder on some of these other maps, but hey, if we get a West Circle, and then Geek is going to have to try and start rotating past some of these teams, and maybe they'll hold up.
Yeah, and honestly, our mid pack is still so close, right? From Gaming Gladiators, 37 points, all the way up to Virtus Pro and 56. It's only 19 points from 5th to 12th place. It's still extremely close. When we want great game, they could jump up, and that's really what we've seen Man been able to do here. But for me, like with Foot and BB team, like they need to get a chain on GK and absolutely stop them here, because otherwise they're going to be running away with it. It's been looking good so far. That is currently tied first with 21 kills after that game in most kills done, along with PDD. So that's been an insane feat for them in terms of having more than a fourth of the points contributed from VAD's kills alone. That's just next level.
Scary watching some of the great players. It's like they've been given an extra tool to work with, and then it makes them all the more versatile, even though they were already brilliant. But let's move on to game number 4. There's good old Jadina City, as we've got Mark and Avenger to bring you into this one.
Yep, thank you so much, James. And of course, yeah, it is going to be Rondo. It was an insane circle yesterday. And Mark, your favorite, the double plane path.
The double plane path. It adds a level of complexity. You don't know who's in your plane. There's no like waiting in the queue to get on board. They're not checking the passports. You can't tick off that actually, okay, this team's here, so they're going there. They have to think about
2 teams in Tinglong.
Maybe, yeah. And this is what happens. Okay, I'm going to go early. No one's going to go Tinlong's Garden. But yet we find, unfortunately for M-Man and without Dope, they find themselves with neighbours. And I wouldn't be too surprised. Again, BB having to go to an alternate drop because they've come from the plane on the west.
And Win or Die and Twisted Minds and the Gaming Gladiators also all going towards Ringyang and Hongxiang. It's going to be a hot drop in multiple locations here. A little bit of a fast one for Win or Die and Twisted Minds. Let's see what happens here in Hongxiang.
I love this. This is BB's drop as well. So both these teams playing, expecting BB team to be here. Well, Win or Die going to try and take apart Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds coming off a win as well. Good divide in the drop though. So it's not going to be as explosive as the start. It's going to allow them to get a little bit of loot underneath their belt. But Gaming Gladiators lurking as a neighbour. You know they're not going to give up too much terrain.
Ah, look, that's there's an easy circle, and it's easy circle to predict as well with the waters on the southern side. Setting up very nicely for VP here, but yeah, let's see what happens with Win and Die. They are disengaging a little bit here, Mark. Like, not really getting aggressive here on Twisted Mind as much as I'd like to see. Getting in a car as well, even leaving with an M4 and a Panzer in the back. They're just going to be able to just disengage and get out of this safe. Let's see. Oh, Game Gladiators as well. Engage. Getrox gets Levante. That's insane. And Millman is going to be leaving him behind. Now Twisted Minds knows exactly, or here, you know that Game Gladiators are there. And Twisted Minds, steal it.
Yes, everyone now knows. There's only one team before that they knew, and that was going to be Na'Vi, because they knew they didn't have the neighbour of Twisted Minds. And that is a tragedy, not factory that we've seen unfold as long as this map's been in the esports circuit. So Twisted Mind taking an alternate drop towards BB. The other question, they might be taking a bit more of a challenge. Maybe it's me hoping, wishing, wanting. Will die. Yeah, I'll take it, mate. I'll take it. They could have got to their drop spot. I just opted not to.
Yeah, honestly, like, that's what the double flame just gives you. It gives you an even more difficult start to the game, because you have to kind of predict who's in where we're going to be, and like all the ult drops and everything. There is so much more chance for the teams to collide or even hot drop spots that are not used to be hot drop for the other teams here. But yeah, EB and VP, they're setting up quite greedily here. Multiple compounds trying to be locked down, while Twisted Minds, they are trying to get in close here. Only level 1 helmet on the head of EB. He's actually just going to bow out here. Not worth it for him to try to hold this one down. He's going to be driving closer to win or die as well. Let's hope that he's able to survive and get back to Nikshi. So they are splitting a little bit less greedy here. Now it's turning around. Let's see where he end up going though, Mark.
There's a lot of high ground as well by them. You see the zone sort of push back those ways, those sort of pillars for especially the early game. So we'll wait and see. Already I've moved in towards Shido's neck of the wood. Ibby has moved back, but he has found Perfectix as a neighbour. So Perfectix is going to know, because the bike has come in. Maybe on the other hand, doesn't know there's someone sharing at least the top side of this compound, as he does sort of work his way in. Maybe no sound cues, so dropped his guard down slightly, but back towards the other side. 100 ADR maybe have their guard up. I say move on in against Bushido.
Pyro had a banger off a shot before, but not sure he's waiting or ready for these guys that are waiting. With this one here, looks to be walking around. Yeah, he is absolutely clueless. He has no idea that these guys are here for sure. Now we hear the car. Could be baited. That could be a huge play from them. Could be baited to get out and get some information. On the other side here, Virtus Pro pulling up on winner. Oh, there's a Panzer Faust. Nox got, oh my god, Nox one, takes him down. That's Virtus Pro in shambles, Mark.
Yeah, Lou picked out Ibby as well. And 100 ADR did get the knock. That is unfortunate. Right over the top of a Panzer. Painful, painful, painful. And it's not going the way of VP. They've got to rely, unfortunately, now on BME to try and claw something together. They've done well keeping up on this side of the table, but only 3 more maps, and this one for them is going to be solo. Try and hold out. Just might want to hold and provide them pressure. Providing pressure back towards BB's team as they look to try and work their way in towards this compound. We had an amazing ending. They we saw either sort of play out from, but it's not going to be the case for BB.
Yeah, let's see. This is a difficult area, but still very predictable with the water that's in on the western side, and here where BB team is as well. So it really comes down to where can we get information out, where can we lock down. A lot of the teams, they know that this kind of central line is where the cookie really crumbles later in the game. That's where we see the majority of the end games with these kind of first and second circles in this area. Twisted Minds, as we talked about, they had a bit of a rougher set of games yesterday, Mark. Now 2 kills here, and they are within striking distance of our top 4. And yeah, as we know, Twisted Minds, they are a day 2, day 3 team. They could turn things around.
For me, they break apart like multiple legs of an event, right? This is 3 days, so they'll be looking to sort of maximise their points. With you, I think they perform really well compared to the Twisted Minds we're used to on day number 1. Maybe figure out how they want to sort of flow and keep the momentum driving. They seem to have got themselves into the groove today. And eager to chase down some teams. VP being the next one. Another win for them. Be the difference to sort of put them on a plateau to launch forward though. Slam G. Oh, gets a couple of shots on. Bushido will whistle by. Lurex nearly putting a point underneath his name.
All right, let's see what he's capable of for this one here. Surely they're just going to be trying to get some information, trying to get deeper into the zone here. Again, this area, Mark, it can swing anywhere, right? If you get the southern one, you're going to know exactly where it goes because of the water. If you go north, there's some pillars that also has an effect here. So the teams that has early priority, they're going to get into the good compounds. Other one, they're just going to have to try to scramble and get into some spots where they can get information and kind of jump from spot to spot. Gonna turn on the control drive and jump to the next spot as well. Let's see what BB team, though, they're able to do from this angle here. Bushido hurt as well. Lost Iro in a good spot. More shots coming in. Connects a good one from the beginning here. Can he take more of them down to the guys driving in that car? And now they're getting closer here to win or die.
So close to be mining points there from BB team. Still on the outside edge. And obviously, him and the car's moving away in Bushido. And we need to figure out that actually being shared. Keep in mind, take a couple of shots. Now towards the other side here, Gaming Gladiators have the high ground. Far down to 1 pixel. Gets some great shots. Forces Melman back, but he does launch the nade forward. Fard has to run, but no! Extends, goes for the repeat. And Pixel from the sky can't provide the cover that's needed.
And it's slowly falling as well. Mayday going down. UAV not inbound anymore. Oh, they're connecting a lot of bullets down to half HP for Pixel. But what he could help with is give some attention towards it. Let's see what he's going to end up doing here, Mark.
Can't go in that bowl. Surely he can't. If he goes towards that bowl, then he's going to go down. It's going to be difficult for them. He's further afield as well. A couple of teams still working their way in. We've still got Ascend on the outside. I hope. And he's got to get in as well as they're coming in on that west. Most everyone else is across that kind of that band you speak about. I've seen a lot of the action though. Did have an ending here, just on the other side of this section, while the car park where Win or Die have sort of situated themselves. So I think they're hoping that the Mythos held there for quite some time in the cup. I think they're praying they're going to get that end zone again.
All the information is already readily available here for Gedrox. He's just waiting. 3x on that QBC. Could be doing a lot of damage, especially to the closer players.
How many bullets though?
Nope. You only need one mag to take a player down. If you connect the first few, you can take 2. Let's see what happens here. 30 seconds until the circle closes here, and especially here on Rondo, Mark, this is going to be such an impactful one. Pixel scouting, all the information is just flowing to him here from the riverside, flowing as well. Gedrox. Yeah, just waiting for this one here. There's not much is going to happen here. They have a lot of information on both sides. Ascend, though, on the other hand, and I believe this was also where the good meme was filmed. This is where you put the stun gun to your electric vehicle. Oh,
no.
Bane's gone down. Hicks's with an insane. Oh my god, I cannot believe it.
They got glider as well. They've got glider. They didn't find the player. Hunkered down. And now $100 looking to try and collapse and hoping for that zone to be a little bit more clearer. The zone plays back towards him. It has gone towards the north here. There's more util dump. Rex, though, from the high ground, providing the pressure.
That's a good nade.
That's a huge nade from It's Chris. And again, we rely. It's Chris digging Ascend out. Let's see if he can continue this momentum and get him out of trouble. And how did he survive that nade?
Almost got him. Killikai turns around, gets a Kim as well. It's Chris Fine. Hicks says this is huge for Ascend. They're able to pull up in this compound and just take control. Boogie though takes down. It's Chris with a great backstab. Now has to turn around as well. He has the ace in hand. Nades as well. Can he get the flush on him? Oh, it's stolen from Ferris. Nice. I really like that. He bounced the nade off the tree trunk.
Oh no. Someone took a tumble.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Killikai on the roof here.
Good barking.
Maybe can use it later, but no, this is not good. It's Chris is already dead, mate. Mubuki, you need to get in. You need to try to see if you get anything out of this. Killikai jumped down to 1 HP. Oh, Killikai took a headshot from the other side. It's a 1 versus 1 with just 1 HP. One of them, 1 bullet connects and they get it. Killikai healing in the corner. He gets a 75 HP. First aid off. Brexel gets flushed even though he knocked himself. And now Kim and half HP. Killikai trying to get the rest on. Pains maybe. Ubuki is sending it. The muscle break on the 8. That could be huge. He does potentially get... Yeah, I did get the rest off, Mark.
Yeah. Actually, for 100 AR, they haven't. So you've been thinking about it. I saw a shot coming through here. The second shot, so you don't want to go for the spray. I'm a big fan of the ace. Need will come through. Doesn't quite get the connection. Has to move back out on the other side. But remember, you move out on the outside, you're going to have a walk and a landmine. And that's Payne's. Great nade comes in. 100 ADR go down, but Ascend lose bodies. They've got to play another game as a duo. Will one game fall for Ascend? But we're going to have to wait and see. Back towards the action now as Na'Vi launching nade. Beamy, unfortunately, it doesn't fall for him as he goes down in 15th place. Great postal parcel there from Hakatori.
Yeah, that was a great one. I like what I'm seeing from them. This is exactly how you want to kind of execute this. But yeah, I should see with this circle here, there is so much space that's going to be taken away. This area that man is in is unplayable. This western side of them as well is unplayable. This can go either north or southwest, depending on these next few circles here, though, Mark. It's going to be difficult. Let's see, though, what Slam is capable of doing. Slowed down a little bit compared to what we were able to see from them yesterday, but they are in that huge mid-pack. With a good game from them, they could jump into fourth quite easily. Only a few points away from them. Nabat gets a great landing, jumps in, good cover already, gets a car. Easy for him here. Yeah, next circle's gonna pop in 20 seconds, Mark.
So unfortunate for Ascend. So unfortunate. Keeping Brex up could be completely different. The way I see it, I think they could potentially claw something out. They just need that north zone shift, don't they?
Oh,
He's just sneaking underneath.
That's what I love, TPB, Mark. That's what I love. Being able to watch around and the driving is just so smooth. It's so enjoyable, but it's also so overpowered. I'll take win or die here. Oh, hello, my bad. And Presenti. Red line, though, also on the southern side of this circle with the new pop gun, kind of central. Next circle should be going northeast, away from these teams. Navi already sending it towards it. These teams are already trying to thread the needle in between the other teams. Twisted Minds as well. Without dope, cannot connect here. Skinnin. Shots are coming in, and later on, these teams are going to have to leave. This circle should be going northeast, and you can see all the teams traversing across the fields. They know it. They are aware that this next circle should be going that way. Aids being hunted by Batulins and the boys. Jumps in, jumps out. Batulin takes down foot. Aids is out, and they're out at 14th place.
Twisted Minds are like just picking teams ahead of them and going, we are going to hunt you down. You cannot escape us. Number one will fall. They're going to get ahead of VP. Na'Vi next maybe on their agenda. Foot already out as well, so no more points for them. It's going to allow the opportunity for Na'Vi and Twisted Minds to kind of close that gap. Geek being left to their own devices here on that sort of east side, but everybody's gets a knock and Hakatori gets a knock on Diffix. So they kind of did traverse their way back, expecting the northeast shift, but it does favour Ascend just on the outside edge. So I'm really interested to see what they can do. As Bushido, well, they find themselves in the south side of the zone, but now without a car.
Yeah, that's really the downfall of it, right? The show has been turned on for the day, Mark. Look at that. Extends going into Bushido. That's the opening. That's the shot coming in. Celtic gets him. Closes it down. That's just not enough. And there, here you go. Car delivery. They got taxied.
They got to the hangar. Call to the reinforcements and... well, it was delivered by GG. The Stroslo is popping off in the kill feed, though. He does get a nade on without dope as he's looking to move a little bit closer in on this zone. Being forced to the outside edge. So there's that confirmation. Done and dusted. That's the first point for them. So teams have moved towards that northeast corner. But unfortunately for the teams remaining in that southwest, they are eventually going to make their way towards that high ground. And then maybe one team will come out of there alive.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them. I still see so many teams on the southern side here. Good nade connects a lot of damage onto Mad Negative as well. He's down to 60 or so HP. And now Shro is coming in. He did get the information. Now he's going to be shooting through the smoke, trying to connect. No nade available for him. Agility being saw. X-Ray finds Mad Negative. Now Shro has to try to delay. He knows where he is. He knows that he's potentially behind. Oh, no, he thinks he's behind.
He missed him.
Yeah,
he saw him in the smoke.
Oh, no, he did.
Missed that movement.
Yeah, he saw him now. He knows. He can see who's actually shooting at now. Lou takes down
Oh my
multiple
God.
Bushidos out in 13th place, Mark.
4 for Lou. Don't push him in a. He's now centralized zone. Shro eager to try and wait for that reinforcements to come through. The knock that they delivered. She's dropping the ball. You're going to be able to get that res. Magic did not going to be the case. Red line on the top. That's a good nade. Oh, it doesn't bounce right on the car. But the second causing issues for them. That JS9 though is not going to be helping without dope at distance.
Oh, Molotov.
Oh, what a shot! Molotov puts boosting down from the bunny hop.
Yeah, that's just the way you want to do it there for him. Then you saw the circle. It popped northeast as we were talking about it before here, Mark. And all these teams on the southern side, they have to scramble. And this northeast circle, this is a circle of death. There is not much space inside. We're going to go to 40 people to 20 some in a matter of minutes once these teams, they realize, okay, we're not going to get in. All these teams obviously focused on trying to get the points, because they're going to have a hard time getting into the circle. Shots coming in from anybody's connecting.
Oh,
good shot. Shro, though, is the guy that's going to be taken off on the side. Trying to confirm as well. Shro has just turned on today.
But someone into the kill feed. He's been done by Dorito. They're trying to get some cover out. It's not going to be the case. And man on 3 man remain, but Shro's down. Needs to get a med. There's 9 in front. It's going to spray a lot of 9mm very quickly. But they've got the time. They're going to redeliver their way back. 3 kills also on the belt now as we are seeing these teams rotate past. Now, if you didn't say they said they got in between. That's a cool angle. Cinematic ending to without dope. And take 12th place.
Yeah, exactly. That's without dope, without any placement points. Now hope over to them. Are they without hope, or are they still hoping to get into this circle here? That's not what I'm really sure about. It's going to be difficult for them here to take that western side, but they're going to have a little bit of an opportunity to do so while Na'Vi has the better spot inside. Eventually, they're going to have to move. They have to get inside. Send these. Slam in the distance. Driving, trying to get in a little bit of a foot inside the door. Now, PUBG and GK, they're like, okay, this is our spot. They're trying to get in to the middle of this, trying to get closer. They're going to get denied here, Mark, surely.
Yeah, they found a home. Bottom of the hill.
Na'Vi found GG.
Yeah, everyone's facing for the field in the middle here. I like a Ascend spot. I like Hope spot. I like GK spot at the moment. Just depends on where the zone will go. There goes the car. Molotov scrabbling, but unfortunately not able to get here. And here, you wanted the show. It's being delivered. 5 kills. He's got 3 himself as they work also on the outside edge.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing here. Redline, though, is taking on Hope on this southwestern edge here. This is what Redline needs, but it's going to be such a difficult push for them. They are not inside the circle yet, and they're going to have to fight a team while they're trying to get in. Next circle's about to pop here while we see Buddy trying to get... Oh, my God. That's just not happening, is it?
Oh, my God.
Shots coming in. Next circle is difficult as well. The teams... I mean, I don't see why Hope even wanted to try to get up here. Look at that. He did get... No. Did he seat swap, or did he get put into the car? I'm not sure. He got knocked out of the car. Did someone... he was driving. Right. So Sloy Jacket was driving. The other guy... he put him in. He put him into the car and was driving, and he got knocked out of the car, and the car just continued to go. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. Good feature. It would be too OP if you got knocked out that you stayed in a car. If you had a driver still, that would be just too insane. You'd be able to just ferry people around with some of the good cars. Yeah, now GK though 0 kills, but they're trying to get into this southern side with Diffix on this spot here. Win or die also, or even further southwest actually. They're gonna have to take on Redline before they try to get into the circle. Shro is gliding, and only 2 tires on the coupe. Oh, shots connect. Good shot from Diffix. Oh man, they have to turn around. Twisted Minds, yeah, also gonna be defending from GK here, Mark.
They are defending. Shro doesn't like he cruises his way in. He's drifting his way further in towards the zone. Oh, and who's drifting now with Redline mid-air? Unfortunately, will fall. Na'Vi falls to smoke now. Sees the next opportunity as they go through. Head of my bad does get Shro down and gets the confirm that he's going to be down and out here as they focus back towards that south side. But Na'Vi applying some pressure. But Rocks though down to 3 HP. I wonder if Na'Vi have a lot of util remaining. There comes a nade back. It bounces in the right way. Doesn't quite get the connection, but it looks like win or die. Have a lot more util to spend, forcing Na'Vi to go back. Lucky enough, they get away with it.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from that. They're connecting. Look at this though. EK trying to advance on to Twisted Minds, but this lip is helping them so much. They have the cover while being able to get the information. Okay, Spiro on the belly here, trying to oh my god, Example finds Diffix. Chrissy finds Batuna, so it's a great trade. Great amount of utility usage here is taking down Diffix as well. The defense is on. DK though, they are inside the zone here. They're gonna continue. That could be another great nade. Could connect, it does onto Example, PUBG.
It's huge, they know now. There's one there. I think they're trying to figure out if there's any more in that first bowl. There goes another 2 nades in. Doesn't quite get the connection well. Back on the other side though, Perfect is looking back up towards the other side as their man will fall. 8th place to get the placement point here. And PWD runs by. Perfect lays down the perfect spray from the Org. Unfortunately for Geeke, they're now split here in Twisted Minds, hunkered down in the reinforced bunker. Able to find another one, and Perfectix giving us a perfect example how to play this mode.
Exactly how you want to execute this one here. Shots coming in. Look at this. Batulin's nade in hand. Can he connect another one? It goes into the right spot, into the smoke. Does a little bit of damage. No, does not. Oh my god! What? He got hit with the car, with the explosion. Batulin's down to just a one-man army. No Spiro.
Is he out, Nate? He must be. Yeah, he's got no more util here, Martin. He has to figure out how he's going to work his way in. Quizzy too far away to go get the res. He's going to the bodies now to try and figure if he can get anything else. He knows exactly where he wants to deliver the parcel. It doesn't seem to be the case. Goes back to the Org. Nate goes back the Spurs. Go a bit too short. Spiro backing towards the cover, but the zone is now going to force it. Can he zoom on by?
Blue zone.
Forcing any danger. Oh, great use of blue zone, and he has to disengage.
Super smart. Good shots from Batulins. Connects a headshot done to Spiro as well. Now forced to heal, and a good time for win or die for this third party here. I like what I'm seeing from that. That's exactly what you want to do when 2 big teams are fighting. 2 of the top dogs in this lobby. You want to take advantage of them being hurt. They're bruised at this moment. Down to a 1-man and a 2-man. And that's the time you want to strike for win or die.
So I love that he's forced everyone to the south of the zone as well. Win or die looking to move on. Slamji trying to catch the send as they move by. Kidikai goes down and confirms out by Navi. It's another point under the belt for them. They're now on 7. It's Baton as well. Here's the vehicles coming in. Here's the commotion. Well, doesn't find the target. It's a great... Oh my god, the Blues are nearly catching him, but he meds perfectly in time.
Oh, wow.
Kane's being found. 7th place. That's not bad from Ascender. They claw something out. It's another placement point.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I want to do here. And yeah, still delaying this. This is such a pain. Such a thorn in the side here for Twisted Minds that they have a Geeke player mark. That's exactly what they want to avoid. Who is taking this one home? Surely it could be Navi if everything works out well for them. Unless we see 2 south shrinks and they have to get out of the compound earlier than everybody else has to move. Oh, good shots, connecting. Get Drugs mark. Look at that.
Forcing Navi trying to leave their compound, and we'll die reminding everyone that's still here. No, you can stay there, guys. We've got the south. We'll take a 4 versus 4 at the end. I'm worried about Twisted Minds. They're on 9 kills at the moment, but they have spent a lot of their util, which we know is normally needed in the late game. Now, the rice fields are going to play into effect. There are little bowls and crevices that it can do, associated. He does pick up Arctics from Slam G, as they, unfortunately, can't see him seeing much more after this one. This is going to be really interesting. Who's got the util to try and close this one out?
Yeah, I'm sure what's happening there. Oh, good shots connected. On the other side too, Artix did go down. Spiro finds Batulins.
No way!
I can't believe it. He's had such an incredible feat of individual plays, but he did get shot down. So it finds Lyrics as well. And then with that, we strike out 2 teams. We're down to the top 4 here, Mark.
Top 4 really, really quickly. Phase number 7, though. Very explosive middle pack. Navi for me should have a lot of util to end this one, and they've got the zone. Everyone else really focusing on this sort of south side. Hands of Hope need to get in as well. They've got a hope potentially to work in with the top 4. 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 2 as they will move into the next bowl. This is about kind of ticking off a checklist, so to speak. Yeah, this one's now clear. Let's take it. Try and hold out. They'll be praying, hoping, pretty close towards the next zone.
All right, let's see what they're capable of doing in this spot here. This next zone if it does go south again, it's going to have to move Navi away. But the majority of the teams are on the south side, Mark. The majority of the teams are going to be fighting, converging on this spot here on the south with Win or Die. And with hope, surely Win or Die has the better angle with all this cover available to them. Twisted Minds, though, they have all these riches available to them, and they could be pushing forward. Eventually, though, they are going to be pushed away from this spot from Navi, surely. Let's see. Can Oh My Bad get one player down here? Only 53 bullets, no reload available. Oh my god, good shots. Presenti also helps out with the MK12.
Love that both players, both Hope and Win or Die, opting to come late, follow the zone in. I'm interested to see what happens with Twisted Minds and Navi. You've got the ridges you mentioned before, but they have to work on round. Ferris, he's playing peekaboo. He's using that TPP mode, that tool in his tool chest to his advantage at the moment, but doesn't want to give away any more information. He'll go down towards the dirt, try and get a little bit closer towards that ridge line, just to make sure. But what worries me, if Battlegrounds works his way around, it will be a head-to-head battle with no cover.
Utility being deployed here. Shots connect, maybe. No. Hello, My Bad. More shots. Nice. Yep. Hello, My Bad actually finds Nitro, the headshot. Meanwhile, Navi takes on Twisted Minds. Battlegrounds is down here, Mark. He's out.
Yep.
Oh!
Gonna allow Win or Die. Great play from them. The car eventually finishing it off. Unfortunate, though. Another point denied. Car's stealing away more than the blue zone. Twisted Minds move further in. Perfect his use of the shield. He's going to try and hold an angle with the nade. Comes through. Doesn't quite get the full connection. He does take some damage, though, but got to be careful. Stage trying to bait the shots. Won't be too long before Navi used the util to clear that shield, but they've got to take into account that Win or Die also have one knock. They've got to potentially find opportunities to close this game out as Navi move over closer.
Navi with 9 kills with the control here, Mark. Surely this is a big win for them. They're going to push their points even further. Try to chase down Geeky. Nice shots from Hagatori. So aware of the player being in that direction. Yeah, you just got to take some shots. Win or Die with 9 kills as well. They get the res off. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 directly. And now they are taking control of this line here. But Navi has already set up. They're looking fantastic with this control that they have from this ridge line. It's going to come down to the very later stages of the game here. Once we see the circle pushing in towards the middle. It is in this little kind of ridge side in between them that we're going to see the ending pop.
Yeah.
Win or Die looks to be closer, though, to that. So let's see how Navi, they approach this late game.
Got links. You got to remember as well that this is a different. Navi could be putting themselves 90 points if they can clear everything out. They should have the util. They've not really been as contested. What I have is it's been a bit more chaotic on that south side, but it's going to be ridgeline versus ridgeline.
It is indeed. Let's see, though. This is going to unfold here. Utility, as we see, on both sides of them. Only one nade available, only one smoke available, 2 stuns, no smokes for Win or Die here, Mark. And that could be the moneymaker for Navi, that they have more.
Nades.
And they have a Lynx. They have the Mean Machine available to them on the side of him.
Oh, the Lynx. Only 10 shots, 4 players. Good average, couple of whiffs. It's going to be really close as well. So I think we'd expect the Lynx to come out and then go for that straight gun swap.
With the red dot.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Navi definitely have the better util. Definitely, it's right in between. Would you? I got to favour Navi still here. I know Win or Die have got the high ground. They're sharing whatever have they left. They've got 4 times on the floor. Everyone's trying to figure out where is their whack-a-mole approach going to come from Navi. Ferris goes down to the zone. That's not how I saw this ending unfolding.
No, me neither. I did not expect that to happen, to be honest. That's unfortunate, but Navi have done it before. 3 vest, 3 helmet on Hagatori. It could be the big one here. Presenti has a little bit of more utility now that they looted 3 as well for get drugs, 2 nades. That's, yeah.
Molly, not much else though.
Blue zone nades could also be a factor to deny some area for them. So let's see if he double stacks that somewhere. This is going to come down to the very last seconds of this game to see who's going to turn out the winner of this one, Mark.
Who gets pushed out first? I'm surprised Navi's lost one, right? So they'll be playing 4 versus 3 now. They're going to use the smokes. They're going to deny that ridgeline on Win or Die. So Navi going proactive with their smokes at the moment. Win or Die got the opportunity still to jump over the top, gain the information. Here come the nades, but they haven't got many of them as they will launch them forward, though, looking for kicks. Oh my God! It bounces off the ridgeline into Sosnido. He goes down. Navi having a bit of a mare. It's down to Hakatori, but he's right there underneath him.
They're going to go down 2. It's Navi down to just 2 players. Presenti hauling out some stun grenades too. Surely this is Win or Die's game, Mark.
Yeah, you'd expect it. Navi had the control, they had the util. Well, they've now got 2 versus 4. The blue zone is going to push Win or Die over this ridgeline. Will we see Hakatori activate? He's got the free helmet. He's got the free Vesto. This shot's coming from Jedrock, so he goes down. Final player now. Can't quite figure out exactly where he is. Jedrock's going to move forward, though, but he's got the cover. Stage against 1. He looks for the re-geek on the second. He's down front. He goes for the 2 versus 1. The blue zone is coming in. He's going to claim every point he can and give up the victory to Win or Die. Well. So close for Navi. Big game in the end, but it's Win or Die. They'll claim it. They came from the chaos, and it's a 22-point game, James.
Very close indeed. Jeez Louise. Some surprises there towards the end, for sure. But Win or Die manages to get the victory on board. I was a little bit concerned for all the other teams, Martin. As soon as you have that circle, have some of that unplayable in, Navi's got a good spot to be able to kind of exploit from that. I thought it was going to be a guaranteed win for them at some moments there. But no, Win or Die takes it.
Yeah, they took that spot once they saw that third circle pop. Obviously, they had a great idea that northeastern circle is going to pop, right? And then, yeah, I was really looking at Navi like, surely this is their game. There's so many teams on that southern side that's going to have to fight each other. But Win or Die, they just turned up and they had a fantastic late game, and they're able to stay so strong, and 4 guys alive all the way through to the end here. Stayed though, he managed to grab 2 knocks, 2 kills and flushes in the very end to maximize the points for Navi, even though they end up in a second place here, and those 2 points could be crucial once we get into later stages of the tournament here going into tomorrow. It's 18 points, James.
Well, Navi's in that top group, but now Win or Die basically joining that top group as well with 22 points on the board. Twisted Minds likewise after that win, 15 points here as well. I think, Mark, we're getting to the point where, okay, yeah, GK's lead is being chewed into by like 4 or 5 teams, and that's leaving things open for tomorrow as well.
It does. We've got 2 more games today, so we have to continue to see actually how much that gets eaten into. But good to see Win or Die. Great to see Navi, even as Mike said, those final 2 points, they could be critical when it comes down to the final 6 games. We'll have to wait and see. Good to see as the Twisted Minds working their way up that leaderboard as well. They're trying to position themselves for an explosive end to this event.
I will say with the teams that actually got themselves first, second, third, and close towards the end of this game as well, I would like to eventually see a little bit of a change to our circles on Rondo, because as soon as Martin, you say, as we look at the overall leaderboard, you see that third circle pop, you're like, okay, right, if for Twisted Minds, for Win or Die, they send it through to the spot where they know it's going, and I think we need a little bit more unpredictability for Rondo, right?
Yeah, there's a case where you're looking at Rondo as you see the seasons come and go, right? The great migration, once that third circle pop, you see all the teams moving. They're going towards the south if it's for the summer, although going north if it's spring. And honestly, that's what I kind of like it, because you see the teams that are most prepared, but still, I would like to see a change, especially with the pillar, right? The pillars, they have an impact.
They cause a problem.
They cause a problem, but there's also 2 rivers that also cause a problem, and that's why we have an insane amount of predictability. Like if you see some of the heat maps for Rondo, it's like, okay, there's just these 4 spots here that it's ending. We have some bamboo, we have some Neox factory, we have this kind of south side close to Hongshan, and like there's a lot of kind of hot zones that, especially the well-prepared teams and players, they know exactly what to do. And that's also why we see teams like Twisted and teams like these other top teams that are going there. They have their heat maps available, that they have the analysts and the coaches in the back that's working all this information out for them, or even the captains probably as well themselves.
I get what you're saying, and I like the optimistic framing of it, right? The fact that if you put in the groundwork, you know you can really work with that. Like, the game starts outside the game, basically, for some of these teams and players, and everyone's working with the same tools. There's nothing stopping everybody else just going for those mad dash sends through into the middle. It just depends on if you're, I guess, on Na'Vi's side, as they already have the compound mark, and maybe it's going to be a little bit harder kind of traversing straight past them as you're trying to get in.
We saw multiple teams, didn't we, on the north side? We saw even Discount Ascend into it. Na'Vi, Ascend, I hope to a degree. They were holding off that rotation from Slam G. It was like, hey, do you know what? We want to play from here. We know we're going to be on the outside edge and ready to move in. So good control from those teams. So there is an element of that, as Martin says, that depth of knowledge from some of these bigger orgs that will have analysts that be able to break down games. But it's good to see. I love the chaos. I love that Win or Die are able to claw their way through and get themselves a victory. And even look at this leaderboard table here, like, Twisted Minds working their way up. Unfortunately for Foot, they've dropped down, which is not great to see. So a little bit of a mix-up. Man working up, Bushido going down. So it's in a bit of an ups and downs. That comes with those sort of wild card maps, I feel. It's everyone's opportunity, everyone's gain that could be underneath theirs.
Yeah, our leaders really tried to make it work from the east side, having to battle up against Twisted Minds, kind of the old big dog going up against the new to get things rolling here on Rondo. And Twisted Minds held off really well, especially considering, Martin, Spiro was out of control on that east side.
Yeah, we've seen multiple single plays or single player plays for him, solo plays, if you may, where he's just fragging out and he's just, you know, swinging around. I feel like he's thriving even more here in TPP that we're used to seeing him. And for him to do things like this and put that amount of pressure onto a team like Twisted Minds, it really talks to the story of how well he's been able to fare so far and how much he's have an impact on this team here. And sure, they're 25 points ahead of BP team right now, right? But
yeah,
I feel like, the world is open. The door is open ahead of them, right? And they can do whatever they want from here on. Even though only one win for them, still good consistency throughout. 10 games above the triple digits. That's just next level.
I mean, to pull back the curtain a little bit whilst we take a look at the winners from today, obviously, all of these big team, big orgs, very proficient in FPP, right? However, you see a lot of them, like even when they're streaming or starting up their streams and stuff like that, a lot of our like deathmatch hot drop modes and other special modes that have been there in the past have been TPP, and a lot of them have used that in the past to get warm up. So they're very familiar with how they should be taking some of these more chaotic situations, Mark. And I think that if anybody was surprised as an audience looking in how well they've adapted to it, I don't think they should be, to be honest.
No, Koa spoke about it in the cup, actually. He uses that personally as the warm-up. Actually, I'm going to jump into this. It's super aggressive, super fun. And obviously for me, it's all about they're subconsciously taking elements away, what you're saying, right? And obviously now we've got this year, now we've got the additional event, which is the TPP, and there's a lot of money this year that these teams and players can. Actually, yeah, they might have been playing it for a bit of fun, a bit of a warm-up, but it's coming to pastures. It's actually working, especially when we see Spiro taking apart some teams. Like, that's part and parcel of maybe that hot drop that he's been playing.
I want us to have an urban ending, a proper TPP urban ending in the Masters as well, because that's when it gets real spicy. I mean, obviously roofs are very important in terms of like being able to peek over cover and things like that, but corners, every little aspect of an urban ending gets all the more insane in TPP, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. And for me, like, once we see that unfold and we're gonna have that eventually, that's gonna be like, I'm just gonna be sitting back. Hopefully you guys casting are gonna sit back and enjoy that, because that's some of the most fun stuff we have. Like these, especially maybe even on TaeGo and Rondo, some of these urban endings there, oof, that's just, it's so good to watch, and it's so good to watch these mechanically gifted players do so. But yeah, total leaderboard here, as I said before, the 25 points difference from BB team to GK. We've seen GK go out with not that many points, and BB teams have huge games once we get to a wrangle. That's the case now. Could they latch on to what they were able to do yesterday, though, guys, with this? Because they had back-to-back 21-point games. If they do that again, if they anything close to it, you know, even does double-digit kills and like top 3, top 4, they could run down Geeky, and that's what we were hoping for when we started the day, that someone was able to do that. And it feels like the teams have collectively done that a little bit so far today.
As if we needed any more CIS power in EMEA. Like, the Twisted Minds dominating the way they have in the past few years. Na'Vi has their suddenly super squad of kids come along and look great. BB Team's been ever present, especially when they were question mark, and now into BB Team. And now you've got GK just decided, actually, what if we just win everything? There is the potential. It's crazy, Mark, to think that there's so much depth in EMEA, and then there's so much depth in CIS to the point where they can dunk on EMEA.
You've got like this EMEA storyline, but then you just take that storyline and throw it aside and go CIS. But actually, I really like, we look at those teams, right? GK quite aggressive, young gunners as well from the Na'Vi piece. BB Team, on the other hand, they like to sort of play cool, calm, and collective, and they did that on actual Wrangle. So it'd be really interesting to see if BB get the zones. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them maybe looking to go back to back. The question is if they can get the amount of kills they did. If they do, it could be really explosive these final 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the recovery yesterday truly began, with Erangel on the cards, with them seizing those high grounds and being able to exploit it to the fullest extent. All right, well, we are just moments out of the grassy pastures. 2 more games remaining, the penultimate game on the way to round out the day. Goodbye, Mark, for now, as we take a look at Plane Crash. It's me and Avenger to bring you into this one, buddy.
Yeah, it's a good one. And it's a huge plane path here to begin things off with. Off the northern side, could we get a Saki ending? A good old northern side. I would like to see that. That'd be cool. And one of the teams that jumped out early, I want to talk a little bit about them so far here. VP not really have had the resurgence that we hoped that they were going to have here today, though.
Definitely not. I mean, again, some of their moments have been kind of slow bleed outs. And then you've got a situation like suddenly you're on TaeGo and you're coming over the hill, and then there's a wild Vard on the other side. Unfortunately, he's super effective against you. It's a critical hit alongside all the other teams peppering shots in against you. So some really unfortunate moments for them. However, there are down boots on the ground very early for this one. And that car stolen away by Na'Vi. Tommy gun in hand. Shots go out. No more Trojo. Sorry.
Oh.
Nope. It's not going to hit. Nope.
There was a small window there, a window of opportunity, but didn't happen. Now he's gonna steal that one. And Sozet says, yoink, that's mine. And we're gonna see a circle pop here. It could go north, could go melee. Nope, it's gonna go east. It's gonna be a pretty soft window. Still has the leg of Yasnaya in, and that obviously has an impact here, surely. But yeah, let's see how the teams, especially with it being on the absolute edge of this plane path here, there's so many teams that are not inside, James, and yeah, so the teams that are already inside, they're gonna take all these prior compounds early on. HC's down though, probably also gonna get flushed here by Hello My Bad.
A run over perhaps? Oh no, actually just extra shots coming in, and then gone. Yeah, now you brought up obviously a very important point, right? Because yes, our circles on every map other than Rondo, by the stout feeling of things, have to be touching that plane path. It's just on the cusp of making it very difficult for those west teams to really make some choices about how they may get to the circle a little later on. We'll see some big wide moves, maybe from some of those teams on the northwest side coming in and trying to dip in from the north of a circle like this. Wouldn't be surprised at all, but it's a much further long way to go. Maybe some E pickups, eh?
Yeah, E pickups is definitely the name of the game, especially with teams that landed 8. I could see BB Team coming in extremely late, or grabbing E pick upgrading on that eastern side here. But yeah, like personal preference for me, like I always like not using it in the very beginning unless I'm in absolute Narnia on the other side of the circle. I like popping it so that you're in the air when second circle pops, so you can actually take advantage of that.
Yeah, it's good.
And that new information, get into a good spot and maybe get some of the compounds where the teams are greedy splitting. You have these 1-1-2 splits or even 2-2 splits that you can take advantage of as a 4-man and then grab that away. And usually there's cars available from that team that you can then take on, especially here if it was a mansion situation, you could take on 2 players and then you would have your 2 cars. Here though, hope they leave extremely early from Novo. They're gonna go over onto Milta and then they're gonna go wrap around on the eastern side because they know circle and the plane path was really far central west side. They're gonna have a really open door, it is, on that eastern side to come in and maybe get deep into that circle, and they're leaving quite early on. I don't think they have that much utility or even that decked out set of guns, so yeah, we'll see how they fare throughout the game here. Na'Vi though trying to get early on as well here, James.
Trying their best. Back to the e-pickup thing that you were mentioning about the Circle 2 pop. It was, I was watching PCL today, the finals, and even teams like 17 Gaming, well, I mean, admittedly, they only used it to actually like go for a single person scout up into the air and kind of try go for rotations on ground, but it felt like the timing was off as well, so like by like 10-15 seconds, and it kind of really needs to pop as soon as that second circle hits, so that you, or even just a little bit before, so that you can be making those reactive moves. So you've got to be very, very careful about those timings.
Yeah, exactly. More e-picks are coming in, and yeah, who would have guessed it's Ascent that has an e-pick up that managed to grab Sasaki. They're going to be going in early. They might be having a pretty good timing with getting some of this more like kind of less contested area. Nixie, he is going to go into the northern side, gets shots from 180R. They're peacocking a little bit here. They want to maintain the library to themselves with a UMP and a K9. Well, it's a Mosin, but yeah, same thing.
I'm gonna have to call you out, Avenger. Over the last 2 days, you've called him Wookie Bookie twice.
Yeah, you like it, right?
Maybe.
It is Wookie Bookie.
No, stop it.
Yeah, it is. It's his brother.
Poor Wookie, all right? Wookie's probably not 10 feet tall, all right? He's, I don't know, maybe he is.
Legendary coach for Team Denmark 2023 Nations Cup team. Yeah, former lumber mill player. But yeah,
good times.
Good times. One of the OGs. Mogor though here with Slam. Oh, in the back. That's a shotgun. Oh, Mogor takes him down with the M4 with a headshot here, James. He's trying to defend this one. I'm not sure he can get the most out of it. Oh, that's a great jump to get off of it and get a heal off immediately. He's going to get up.
Yeah, not too bad actually. With a jump like that, you actually give less audio cues as well, so it's a little bit distracting as to whether or not he's where he is. Lyrics is going to go for the cover, gets him on out of there, gets him out of dodge. Very nicely done. Here comes the reinforcements as well. Smokes go down to try and avoid any more extra shots coming in against them, retreating straight back to the mansion area and finding themselves an okay spawn.
Yeah, indeed. Mad Negative finds Millman. On the other side, he's out. We're down to 62 players. That's unfortunate to go out this early. But we have one more game to play off this one here. We're going to be going on a wrangle. Now, Redline on this side, though, they are fully aware of Win and I being on this other side. I just don't think they can connect some shots yet. Presenti, can he see Ivers? And does Ivers know he's there? Rocks with a Dragunov into the gas station here. This is not a bad spot to be for both teams. As the circle closes in, though, here, James. But the question is, are they aware that Twisted Minds are this close to them on the other side? Very, very close, these three teams to each other. Pot shots are coming in and out from either side. I just saw him there. 6-6 Dragunov. Good setup here with the barrel in hand, too.
Yeah. And while you saw that, you saw the emergency pickup flying overhead. Now, with the Ascent popping as early as they did, I would assume that they were going to try and just go as east as they possibly could, try and get some vehicles on board, since leaving from Zaki at this particular timing doesn't really scream, we want a central location, and just screams for, okay, we want trying to get all those vehicles wherever we can, try and avoid any of the conflicts that do go on. And how much time does it buy them? Maybe a few minutes, right? Because if you were to try and drive in from the north side, wrap on around towards where they are dropping, then it would just be coming in a little bit later. So at least they buy themselves some time this way.
Yeah, exactly. That's really the opportunity. Oof. Look at this 8x on the MK here for Perfectex, putting on pressure onto Redline. He's alone in this compound here, in the J compound. And yeah, again, this really has to come their way. Like, it has to go far west for then the circle to pop away from that river for this compound to be good. Now Betulin is going to leave, get back to Lou probably. All the teams are really locking down some of these high priority spots early on because we have all these kind of open fields in the middle, south of Jasnaya. All these big compounds have insane priority, and yeah, you need to lock it down with at least a couple of players, otherwise you're potentially going to be losing it.
I mean, it's a nice string of compounds to hold, right? You can reinforce quite easily from there, to example, to the two that are up top. So with the 2-1-1, not bad. And also, considering their normal drop spot, they kind of have the pick of the litter around these compounds. And, well, Adoozy's doing what he does. I was about to say best, but there are a few players that do it very well. Up in that glider, having a look around. Nitro trying to do some damage to him. He's so close technically and could maybe land some of those shots, but it's not to be just yet.
Oh, Adoozy, you're in a little bit of trouble here, mate.
About mission.
And you're fine. Mayday, mayday, going down slowly here. But he's fine, actually. I think he's going to be able to get saved from Besto. Good information. Nice landing, stinging it as well. That's fine for Doozy, fine for BB team, but they are far. They are going to have like a couple of kilometers in towards the central zone here. If it goes west, they're going to be pretty late to the party. And yeah, let's see how that goes out. Ascend actually managed to get a good amount of cars and actually lock down some really good compounds east of Yasnaya. If the circle goes their way, they might have a fantastic game, and they're not going to have to go back from Sarki again.
What if a doozy finds a second glider?
I doubt it. And it doesn't have a gas can. Haynes, he's going to come out and peacock a little bit here towards Levante, or maybe even get a knock waiting in the door. Maybe he saw the door open here. Dante also coming in. He could be getting a knock here. Oh, he's baiting it. He's baiting it. And he's going to be running in. Okay, backup is coming in from Kilikai. Dante alone with an AK in this one. Good shots connect here from Kilikai. Oh my god, takes down Dante here, James.
Brilliant stuff. Circle shift goes towards center. Not too bad for a lot of these teams, but at the same time, Kilikai, brilliant shots, brilliant reinforcement to make sure his friend's going to be okay. Brex finishes off Dante. Those are some great shots. Drive-by ever since he got a little bit more stabilized. Obviously, there was a few changes here and there. Really gives these teams a lot of good options.
Connect a few shots on win or die here. Does connect a few. Can he get more 8x here in hand? And he's actually in one of the really good spots here on the field. Does VP go up to him at this point here? Oh, red line coming in. Liquid compound being contested. Is Bushido aware of this? I'm not sure. Celtic does find one player from Dope. They are...
Yeah. It's very difficult to know, right? Because you only really hear it just as those shoots actually open if you're actually distracted by a lot of stuff that's going on. So they have been able to make landfall, but they get absolutely blasted by Bushido as they come in. So they were not distracted enough for that to happen. But a lot of teams also trying to maybe scramble for some of the craters north of them as well. Some prio spots here being contested.
Send as well. Managed to grab one of these good spots here too with the eastern circle for them. That could be a great one. Bart also coming in. I've been impressed with what he's been able to do. And the other side here for Foot, 4th place right now. A decent game there, straight into 2nd place here, James.
Would be good. Would be good. With taking one wound though for Foot, definitely doesn't help their cause. As Lou is looking over that way, see, he did hear the cars moving this way, so he's being a bit more cautious about it. Doing that little crouch step forwards. And then deciding we'll have none of that.
Nixie trying to get some shots here towards that. Does not connect any of them at this point here. Again, they're trying to lock down Yasnaya. They want to make sure nobody backfill them, nobody comes on the northern side. Pretty surprised that we don't have that many teams inside Yasnaya at this point here. With the northern circle, we're going to see tons of Hail Marys trying to get in there, because then we're going to have a really, really close ending to that. 1 minute more to go here. Slam already looking here at Hall of Fame, and BB team in Alamo, they're hoping for hard southeast shrink. I think literally all the compounds are taking at this point here, with either greedy splits from 2-2 teams, or with all teams full in the center, or if you're a VP team, you're taking Beamy and sticking him into the Harry Potter on the fields of Yasnaya.
Yeah, this is true EMEA PUBG, right?
It is. It's beautiful.
Prio spots taken, sit still, wait for the shift.
Yep. Nobody's really sending it yet. That third circle, though, we're going to see some teams sending it. We're going to see some teams starting to crash because they want to try to punish these splits, because they know that's exactly where people are sitting in splits. In these second phases, you're trying to bait out shots. Okay, we only hear 1 or 2 shots coming in from this compound. We might be able to get a breach on it and maybe take it away from them. That's really where the value comes in. Next circle's about to pop here, though, James. Where are we going?
I'm going to say fields. Straight Yaz fields. Ibby's already preparing an E-pickup just in case they need to do something.
Oh.
And we go, ooh, very southwest. Foot were rotating up toward T-Bone here. The 2 wounded teams that were up there was Foot as well as Gladiators. Gladiators was already on the move. They had one up on the hills of Stalba, and now they've rocketed themselves as fast as they can towards the middle of this. See where they try and go for. Maybe the hill just southwest of them.
Yeah, the U-hill south of Yasnai here could definitely have a few players been playing there. There's a little bit of a shelf too. Bushido here sitting pretty inside Liquid Compound. Yeah, this is a decent spot to just hold on if you want to, but shots are coming in from the other side. Navi's setting up for a counter breach onto this spot here. Hackatory with the 6-6. No EMEA though. Oh, good shots connected. Not hit the headshot though. It was close, but the shoulder took the shot on extents.
I feel like one more second of lining though could have been pivotal for Hackatory, but he was keen as he gets taken down by Levante. Good nade forwards as well as some of the peppering of the shots on in. Smoke goes down, realizing that Extents is now out and down. As Levante is still throwing some more util forwards to try and get this cleaned up, but it looks like a 1-for-1 knock, and they will get their guys back up.
Trades are definitely going to be coming in. Boostic finds Sloy Jacket as well. Oh my god, that's BB team. Spotted Ferris being out in a greedy angle. He's down to 10 HP. He actually managed to get out of dodge. Caught a headshot, now has to heal. Stead also manages to get up. Oh, that's great. He's managing to get the res here off, and they're getting back to the Alamo. This is a difficult spot to be in, though. Like, you're going to get shot at, you're going to lose your cars. And when you have to run out, James, that's where it gets difficult, because there's couple 100 meters of open space and just a few trees and rocks around them, and everyone else is going to be on high ground or on compounds and shooting at them.
There goes Gladiators. I mean, they tried to go for a bit of a mad dash, and they will be shut down in the end. Twisted Minds was slightly pushed off of their split by versus Pro. Obviously, they kind of had to leave it as Naya. That's a great bounce on that nade on the roof of the car. Lyrics, good stuff there from him, although he does know that the threats are not over just yet. Just below him, he's trying to find a decent angle for it. Gets flagged, but actually spins around on it. Did he have a pan in hand? Hello? What was that?
Oh, Boostic, nice shots onto Hope. Slam is taking a little bit of some damage here, down to just 2 players, but Boostic does show what he's made of here. Now Ascend late into the circle, as Ascend as it gets, and they're going to be taking on GK here on this little bit of a top hill. They are inside the circle. They have time to fight, but next circle pops in 15 seconds, James, and they might have to move again. The question is it worth it for them to take the fight now? They should be waiting, see that pop, and see if they have time to take this fight here. Slam tries to get in. Boostic tries to get out of dodge. Difficult time here for Slam.
Yeah, if I was Slam or Ascend, I wouldn't be wanting to walk into GK territory at all here, considering that back's against the wall, and Diffx finds Boostic instantly. Now it's up for Ascend to try and do something. I think GK realizes that maybe a few more cars will be moving this way. That said, though, a big west shift. Foot is going to be happy with that one, but T-Bone's down from Shro from that north side, and now BB team running up against Bushido. Molotov goes down. Iroh finishes that off instantaneously. Big migrations moving here, because all of those teams on the east side have nothing to play. They have to make the move.
Bushido as well tries to get the shots in. BB team, look at that. Nail Cup takes down Phil first. Huge fight here between Bushido. Iroh gets flushed as well. Kiltic down to half HP. And let's see if VP is going to be able to get the control of this top volcano side. Navi also pulls up onto Bushido. Look at that. That could be a huge third party. They're inside the smoke. One good nade and they could blow up.
Desperation setting in, and that will force all of these teams into each other. Okay, careful. We are lighting up that kill feed at the moment, as all of these teams try and crunch on down. Spiro in the kill feed, taking down a few more members of Ascend versus Pro, trying to weather the storm on the top of this hill, realizing that there's carnage all around them, seeing if they can maybe steal 1 or 2 away from the fights that are going on down there, but Navi's having a mare of a time.
Yeah. And also Bushido is trying to see if they can survive a little bit. Nixie trying to get this one out here. Ascend is out in 12-2. Bushido down to just 1 player. Utility being used a little bit. Can he survive this one? That looks like it's on the money. It is. Medipae is out here. Bushido out in 11th place. And now they're going to be on 8th overall. Still within inside striking distance, but yeah, it's not going to be enough in this game here. They have 1 more to go, though. And win or die is taking a little bit of damage here, and that's not good for them. This is a difficult circle with the back-to-back southwest shrinks. The best compounds have been open for time, and now it looks like VP is going to be taking one of them. They're moving into it. I think VPs have spotted it. It's going to be open. And yeah, of course, Navi is also down to just 2 players here, James.
Yeah, I was curious where VP was going to go after that fight went down. Obviously, ADR is going to crash into the apartments, but that is only going to be in for so long unless they get themselves a hard shift. But for Virtus Pro, I thought, okay, right, you've taken this like dip away from Na'Vi, Bushido, etc., but you're still potentially going to be under threat if a team moves in on that hillside north of you. So them scouting out this compound down to the south by Ibby and then saying, okay, it's free, guys, there's no one here. I think for this, I mean, it's going to leave them better defended compared to having that dip that they were previously in.
Yeah, for sure. Next circle about to pop here. Vard finds a Kim. Oh my god, he's just on one today, isn't he? Even more shots coming in here. 100 ADR is under fire. Shro goes in as well. Pixelic is close. He has a blue zone, I think, in hand. And now he's trying to chalk one out. He does. Look at that. That's the pressure you want. Pixelic, look at that. Oh my god. Gets a Kim down.
Hello?
And now, oh my god. He continues and he hears him as well. Fixes. One more nade.
I don't think I've ever seen 5 blue zone nades in the same spot, but here we are. The nade going out through. Where's all this utility coming from? This is crazy. Molly on the door actually breaks it down. There is a Famos on the other side of it. There, you got to be careful. He buys a little bit of time before he can actually push on through. Pixel will take to the high ground, try and shut this down. What can he do here?
Just delay. He wants,
yeah,
obviously the guys to try to assist. Nice. Now Twisted Minds on the other side here. They're going to be taking on Dope. One team is going to get onto this hill from this northeastern side. The Twisted Minds are trying to be that one team. Dope trying to dodge out a little bit. They could take another angle if they wanted to, but I'm not sure they're aware. They're going to have to take on Win or Die or Na'Vi later then, but taking on Twisted Minds with that high ground advantage is just not worth it. Pixelic gets taken down by Hickses though. Nice try with the peak. Nice play around these apartments. Yeah. Wubuki finds Pixelic.
Yeah, that little balcony position on those apartments is always a little bit of a cheeky angle to try and go for. Considering he was all alone, not too bad a shot at it.
Gotta have a shotgun at that point.
Yeah, that would be big. That would be lovely. Big spray there from Example into those smokes. Trying to shut down without Dope. As soon as they win out this kind of fight, they can take this hillside and really dominate it. That being said, though, Batulins is down at the moment. They're not going to get him up. Recoup takes him away. Example and the boys throwing a few more nades down toward this. If they can maybe land one in the middle of these smokes, that would be nice. But more smokes are going out.
Krafton takes down 100 ADR. Perfectix gets spotted as well. Recoup down low. More shots coming in here. They are found Example and Example found Egg Racer. Twisted Minds are actually under a lot of damage. And Blue swings down, takes one. Oh, he did not have enough bullets. Perfectix helps though. Recoup takes down Lou. Oh my god, he takes down both of them. Twisted Minds eliminated, but Dope hurt. And they're down to just one player.
Got to be careful about how much you show to anybody here, though, as well. There is a Lynx AMR actually in play as well with all of this. So, as we also saw a shot coming in across here from Virtus Pro. Nade once again from, and Hello My Bad just barely surviving, gets the heal off. And Lookarooks with another nade here. That compound's been absolutely stellar for them. The Lynx also takes them down. Navi's done. Virtus Pro on the warpath.
Yeah, Virtus Pro turning on. They heard us talking about them now. They have 8 kills. And they're looking like to be in a great spot here. If they get this next circle in their direction, surely that's their game to win. Let's see where this circle pops here. Not that many teams left alive due to the terrain in between these compounds here. Man in the J compound and VP. Man actually managed to get this one coming their way. Foot as well is going to have another time to survive. VP is going to have to make a move here. Potentially going to be pushing on to Win or Die. Let's see what Nixie does. Does try to scout. A lot of information is going to be flowing through to him. He's going to go back to this dip here. Let's see if he can make an opening here, James.
Yeah, decent timing from it. Still Lynx AMR in hand. Oh, actually, that was the Orm. Never mind. Sorry. From Nixie. Very nicely done. As we have ourselves singing its song across the battlegrounds. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to do this, very well done. Win or Die tried to delay their push with a flash nade, and it did subvert the movement for a second, but now VP's feeling this. They're going very aggressive on it.
Too aggressive though for Ibiza. Hello My Bad finds him. Flushes coming through too. Lookaruk shooting the Lynx. VP gets flushed out. Losing a player at this point here is not good. Luca tries to swing around. Finds Presenti with Nixie's support on the side. Now down to just Hello My Bad. Shots are coming in. Armor piercing rounds being hurled towards Hello My Bad here. Not connecting just yet, though. Shoot the footsies. Not connecting either.
Have you ever been in a BRDM and had it die to a Lynx AMR?
No, fortunately not.
It instantaneously evaporates. It is ridiculous. It happened to me a few days ago. I was molding, but anyway. There was a huge Panzer.
Oh,
Quizzy. Perfect blue zone. Trying to get rid of Foot here. This is a problem for the rest of the lobby. If GK continues to survive, they're already at 119 points. 9 kills in this game, and they are doing a pretty good job. But that being said, reinforcing shots from Mad Negative and the boys, but Pretty D turns around and hits him.
Cover coming up. This car is low as well. No helmet on them. Shro tries the third party. T-Bone still alive inside. He has his smoking diver's suit on here. All the utility is being deployed. All the delays coming in. This is perfect for Quizzy. They can get the res up. They can get on the roofs as well. Cover is in. Utilities being deployed here from Man. Can they connect? Not sure just yet here. T-Bone's just looking to maximize points here. Maybe he can get a flush.
Stay alive.
Maybe he can get another placement point for it.
Maybe. Man has left 80 bodies on the other compound over at Jay, and that is some long-range shots from him as covering fire. Perfect stuff to try and get that going. He saw briefly, but Mossboard will take Quizzy. It's a good thing for all of the lobby to shut down Geek Cake somehow, some way. And it's only Spiro left alive in the shack.
Mossboard running for the flushes here, gets down Quizzy. Lookarooks finds anybody's. That's the long-range backup. That's the open door for them. He's on fire. And Spyro's probably going to go down. No, he actually found a corner to cover a little bit in. And they're not going to be aware that he's in there. They're going to see him, though. He's going to shoot. Good connecting shots here from Shro. Really good play from them. And that is Foot getting another placement point here. T-Bone surviving for just a little bit longer. Now he has given away the sound for that. And now they know that he's going to be in here. And Man is down to just 2 players with that knock coming in onto anybody's. This is VP's game, surely.
A huge rat. As soon as they knew anybody's had gone down, they knew that anchor point, that kind of off angle, had been eliminated. That gave them freedom of movement throughout the rest of this circle to really start now constricting the compound here on this west side. These are brilliant off angles that are going to have to be alleviated by smokes alone. T-Bone almost trying to assist in all of this to spray madly through the grass. From Shroud doesn't quite do too much, only 1 bullet connecting.
This is a good angle for him, and especially in TPP on this roof here. Oh, look at that. You don't peek the arm. He says nope. Takes the helmet off, and Shro is knocked. Although I think with this T-Bone push, does he take a chance to maybe get another point, or maybe get 2 or 3 points with the placement point of being available as well with the flush and the knock you have there. T-Bone sneaking out. He hears the steps. Now he comes out. Now he strikes. He shoots. A nice. Well played. That's 2 more points for Foot. Guaranteed second place here. 6 placement points guaranteed. And now he has to take on a former teammate, Lookarooks and Nixie on VP. 1 versus 3. The zone is not advantageous to him. Surely does not take this one home. Nope. It's Beamy.
Beamy beams him down. Virtus Pro moves up into 4th place. 14 kills and a win for Virtus Pro. I know what Mark was thinking in the back. He was like, I can't wait to ask T-Bone about that situation. I can't believe he got 2nd place. But no, we've got ourselves Virtus Pro to talk about first. It was as if Mark was in the room with us just then, actually. It was, I couldn't believe it. Oh, Mark, you're here.
I was like, T-Bone is going down. I can wind him up about it, but somehow he was able to survive, my fellow Esseteer. But mate, done well. We got 2nd place, but VP, part of the chaos that unfolded in that game, was that worse than TaeGo from an aggressive stance? I don't know.
That was some fun stuff. Some fun stuff. A good start for our first Erangel here, Martin, considering that I think for a lot of these teams, right, when you see circles like this, when you're having to commit to compounds like this, the fields, etc., it is one of the more formulaic Erangels, I would say, because we are so used to these kinds of spots.
Yeah, it's a difficult area, especially with this open space here. This south side of the volcano area, though, BP playing it like that, spotting out there's a compound open, especially now that we have 2 southwest shrinks like that. that's just the open door for them for the win, right? They're able to take a little bit of cover and still put on pressure onto other teams. And then when they see the opportunity to get out and get kills, they do it. They third-party win or die. They get the knock on the anchor player on man, and that's the win for them. They take the control of the circle, and they get a 24 points game with 14 kills here. That's huge for them.
Same time, though, the goalpost keeps moving. Geeky, 14 points on the south side of this markers. For me, for the most part, actually, in this game, it was kind of... I wasn't paying full attention to like a lot of the kill feed in those moments where Geeky was getting these kills, but 10 kills on the board from that south side, whilst we were focusing a lot on the middle as well as the north, what was going on there. So Geeky continues to roll it.
Well, they were holding out quite a few teams, especially in that southeast corner. And obviously we saw eventually Ascend them and Slam G kind of trying to rotate past. Now, GK disengaged, so that, well, you guys were involved in a lot of chaos, but they completely disengaged, moved in. But Ascend just somehow found the exact position where GK were, and they went full send. Unfortunately, they were going to fall, and an element of those kills came from teams like Slam and Ascend, who just kind of arrived at their doorstep.
Yeah, they definitely felt like the gatekeepers of especially the southeast side of all of those teams trying to wiggle on through there. And then the chaos of that last compound. Again, big kudos to the way Virtus.pro decided to move in and surround that location. And that will be pushing them up into that fourth place. Martin here with 80 points so far. But still, there's almost a 40-point gap.
Yeah, it's almost 40-point gap for that. But still, look how close everything else is.
Yes,
it's only 22 points from 10th place up to second. Like, there's our mid pack is ever growing. Bushido all the way up to BB team, and even with how close it is, it's only 5 points from second to fifth. Like, everything is open still. But as I said earlier, like, the teams, they have started to realize we gotta slow down Geeky a little bit. This game obviously is a big one for them, but they're so ever consistent with the amount of kills they're able to get, with the amount of placement points they're able to get. They're just in almost every single mid to late game and having an impact. Yeah, you said Ascent, they send it to them, and yeah, it's a full Ascent into Geeky, and that's the team you don't want to be facing, especially when they're looking this strong.
Tough stuff. As you say, with that mid pack looking well, I guess you call it the top pack aside from Geeky, because they are technically at the top, just there's one that's far and away above the rest of it all. And we have quite a lot of competition there. BB Team, Foot, Virtus.pro, Na'Vi, Win or Die, Twisted Minds really feels like such a strong bunch to try and rival out this spot. But they have to, it can't wait until tomorrow, Mark. Geeky has to not get points in this next game, it feels.
It is a big step up, right? And they're on the top of that high pack, but they're kind of in a league of their own, which is worrying. And they haven't dropped points. There's only a handful of games that they've really dropped, but they're still able to get some kills out of those games as well. I love that we see VP. I think VP are trying to do a BB and maybe go back to back here, because it's good to see them eventually activate, I suppose, on day number 2. And that positions themselves nicely. I'm really intrigued, especially going to this last game. We've got Foot, BB Team, VP, Na'Vi hounding, arguably all the way down to sort of that Twisted Minds. It's up to any of these teams here really to try and maximise their points, but they've got to be really, really high on their consistency when it comes down to the final 6 games tomorrow.
I'd love to talk to Geeky again at some point. Obviously, we talked to Quizzy
so much.
Yeah, I mean, we did, I know, admittedly. And it's interesting to kind of hear the perspective of like what's working for the team and how it's all going.
Right.
My questions would be, do they think it's like a honeymoon period at the moment? Because you do have that occur in PUBG when you're building what effectively is kind of a super roster for something like this. But at the same time, I would still like to ask Martin, like, why do you think that everything's worked so well from you from FPP now into TPP, which is different? There are hugely different things about it, but obviously the game is the same in inverted commas.
Because these guys have thousands of hours in the game, it doesn't matter too much, and like they're able to adapt, right? And that's the big one for them. The mechanical skill kind of flows all the way through, and obviously the guys have played the game for so long, but it's very enjoyable to see how they're flexing around it, how they're moving, how they're making moves with it as well. Especially for like a young player like PewDiePie, obviously this is kind of his first big breakthrough. Yeah, he played with other players in the past, right? And I think I talked to him yesterday. He's still only 20. He's turning 21 this year. Still kind of a prodigy for it, right? And he's played with, in the past with players like Nabat from Hope, a year and a half ago. And yeah, the guy has experience, but this is his big breakthrough. This is his way of showing, okay, I'm here and I'm here to play with the big boys, and doing it in both FPP and PC, but also here TPP and the EMEA Masters. That's just to really punch through and say, guys, I'm here and we're here to really mess with it. But I think it's a combination of mechanical skill and the confidence that's coming through, and with the kind of honeymoon period, as we've been talking about a little bit, as you said, because if things are going well, honeymoon periods are going to be even better, and that's what we've been having here from Geeky so far.
Yeah, just keep it rolling. There's no other way to look at it. Very interested to see how things are going to go for them internationally, but right now they are dominating. As we now get into our last game of the day, game number 12, we go to the grassy pastures once again. Sound the horns, as we have one more game for today, Avenger.
Really difficult playing path though here, starting over southeast of Primos down towards the military. This smells really far away of a military game though, James, with the western side. We've seen so many times recently the tendencies are in there, but so many teams also not able to get into their usual spot. We're not going to see an easy traverse towards the likes of Cerveny, the likes of Sarki, Georgia Pole. It's going to be get into a car, drive for a couple minutes, then get loot, and then see what we can get, depending if we do have this kind of south side or military kind of circle that we have usually been seeing here. Well, though, what I would love, James, from this plane path, a Primorsk ending, a good old Quarry Primorsk ending. We haven't seen that for a while.
Could, but the military. Let's cause some problems, all right? Let's cause some friction.
Only one team there as well. And it's the team that usually comes in the latest. They're not gonna have to do a full ascent. And look at that. Ooh, he hit him midair. Example hit him midair. Yeah, so he got delayed. Look at that. We're gonna be dancing. Yoink. Shro show once again. An example, one of the best players in the world, taken down within 1.5 minutes. Circle pop, James, and it's boring. It's the same.
Isn't this revenge? What happened yesterday?
Same. Yeah, was it revenge?
Was it example running over Shro? He ran over someone with a handbrake turn. Mark, who was it? I can't remember. But
I don't remember. It was the same spot, yesterday. I don't remember the two players were though.
Anyway,
he's getting a drink. Quizzy is gonna get a coupe. A little bit, well, not the same circle, but same side. Somewhat boring. Majority of the team's already inside. Further south. Hopefully this circle doesn't go north and end in some of the same area. I would like to see the southern one. I'd like to see this kind of Milta Farms area. We've not had those for some time, so that'd be great to see. But yeah, this is a vastly different circle to the other ones in terms of how the teams are starting. The other one, they had to go really far, but here, we only have Hope out, we have Geeky out, Ascent, Gaming Gladiators, Foot, VP. It's only like 6-7 teams that are outside the circle. The rest are in. And the rest are actually already looking pretty decent to get us a really good setup for this start of the zone. Ascend early pop here for the emergency pickup. I'm not sure if that's the play for them. Like, I want to see them in cars. I don't want to see them try to get in and get one of the central spots and not have cars.
Well, also, they're all not next to the emergency pickup as well, right? Like, if they're going to send anybody, they're going to send one person, maybe to try and, hold down one of the mid compounds. I wouldn't mind that too much. However, does come with its own potential problems if other teams are going to be early for the move.
Or they found two and they're popping one to block. That would be nice. Thing as well. Yeah, that could be a thing as well.
Yeah.
Look at Rooks. Yeah, just running around getting some loot here. He knows that 180 hours inside, but I don't think he knows exactly where we have players. Loot's coming in here. He's getting a little bit of upgrades. But yeah, still again, nobody popped on that emergency pickup, so it is a case of blocking and making sure nobody else is taking the same timing for them. And that's annoying for other teams if you're trying to do it, but nobody else is popping an emergency pickup. We already had, as I said, like 10 teams or so inside or close to be inside the circle, and half of them are already making their way to get into a really good spot towards the central side.
Yeah, it's an interesting, actually, to think about this a little bit longer, it's an interesting timing to block, because generally teams will wait for what we were talking about in the previous game, which is, okay, a circle's about to pop, let's go for it and stuff like that. I feel like the only team that actually went for a very early emergency pickup in our last game, of course, was actually Ascend, but they were so far away over in Zaki. So kind of makes sense for what they wanted to do, etc. But I mean, there's different ways of approaching it, different opportunities, a lot of things to consider.
Yeah, exactly. And for that, this last game here, we've been seeing some Game 6 shenanigans. This one I feel like it's going to be a little bit more stable. It's not going to be as stale as some of the other games we've had where teams are just full Hail Mary sending it. And it's been very competitive. I've been surprised with the level that we've been able to see, to be honest, James. It's been very, very high level, very competitive, very stacked towards the majority of the games in the late games. Lou peacocking a little bit here, taking some shots. He wanted to lay 100 ADR, not to get this compound taken away from his hands. And,
Yeah, he was, as soon as he took a few shots with that DMI, he was switching over to the AUG, maybe just in case they would continue on for the potential attack, but also, you know, a few bullets, a few guns start ringing out. You might think to yourself, okay, it might be a few different teams, but a DMR right after an AR means it's likely it's only one, especially with the big splits that some of these teams normally take in the early game.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see where Gaming Gladiators is going to be able to fare so far. 12th place, 40 points. Only a third of the points they have been able to get so far compared to our leaders, GK. It's not a lot. It's a team that we're kind of expecting more things from, but then again, they are going through changes on the team, taking in the player that's obviously Melman, but he was coached before, and you have to kind of get the synergy up and going, and obviously it's a good case to do it here, and maybe testing out things in the kind of early stages of the season so far. But they're a team that we kind of had up there. They were a team in PEC that did extremely well. I was surprised to see a change even, James.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Or maybe he's their TPP master coming in.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I doubt it. Foot with the rest here. Second knock for 8C, going from 100 seconds on the first knock to 30 seconds on the second knock. That's unfortunate situation. Don't really want to get one of those oopsies. It's going to have an impact potentially later in your game.
What happened to him?
Fat finger, maybe? Out of the car?
Maybe.
Or I don't know. Looked like he was just there.
Yeah, because it looked like there was nobody around.
And the bridge.
Running away. At least Ascend has no camp on that side, right? They came in, not even really that late. Nobody's really camping it. That's nice for them. They get in. Good stuff by them. Just north of them, Slam G, over at Copy Paste, over at Farm.
Yeah.
So technically, 3 really strong spots kind of taken by them. Might delay a little bit of what Ascend wants to do, or they crash one location and maybe get a Slam member for free.
Yeah, they could for sure. Shots already coming in from Slam though. I like that they posted 2 guys on the southern side of their split to kind of hold it away to get the information out already. But yeah, a 1-1-2 split on some of the best compounds currently, as you said, by Copy Paste is greedy. Let's see if it pays off. All the vast majority of the teams already kind of setting up shop where they're hoping the circle to go. And Slam G here with Mogul. I've been slightly impressed with what we were able to see from Slam. They have surprised me compared to how difficult the lobby has been, and they're still looking pretty good. Like a few more points, and they're gonna get really deep into the prize money.
Would love it. Considering all the other names around you, the fact that they've been able to do so much. That said, what a recovery from Man. Like into 9th place, 64 points. Now also tying off Slam, because everybody above you, that is, well, I would say. I was about to say win or die isn't, and they're not one of the big orgs, right? But they've obviously got a bit more PEC high-level experience, I would say, for prize pools like this. And so there's now still Nail-Ups looking around, making sure Foot doesn't try and encroach on his spot. Redline's got quite a wide split around that high ground around the prison. And now they're actually reinforcing the Ivers position just in case Foot decides to launch an assault on them.
They're going to be able to do here. Is it worth it for Ascend at this point here to just shoot at them and get them away? It's going to be a full-on breach. Look at that. Hope is getting out. Oh, Chris, he maybe had a window of opportunity to do anything here, but He's going to delay a little bit. Brexco comes in with the support. This is going to be a difficult fight. If this circle goes north, it's going to be for nothing. Air nade. Oh, it was cooked, James, though. Shots are coming in. HP. Oh, my God. Nitro finds Killiakai. This Chris delays everything. Killiakai's going to get flushed. That's so unfortunate for Ascent. Currently, 36 points only for them. It's Chris still on the roof here. Trying to delay, trying to maximize points here for Ascent. Paints. Yeah. Could also maybe set up something here, but they're split out.
Yeah.
They're not close enough to have an impact here. And as the circle's closing here, if it doesn't pop straight south, they're fighting for no man's land, for nothing that's going to work out. And losing players without converting points as well is not worth it. They're on the edge, so they have time to fight. But they should be making a move to get deeper into the circle. Copy-paste looking extremely good. It's currently taken by 2 solos, though, James. Are we going to see a breach on them anytime soon? One could hope so.
I think, yeah, the guys in farm moving as fast as possible to reinforce some of those spots very quickly. And you're right about the Ascendant Hands of Hope fight here. As it's Chris starts things off, and 100 ADR absolutely rolls into Bushido. And they're able to take quite a bit of damage there alongside. Chris down as well, though, by Hands of Hope. More mollies get thrown forwards. Brexco realizes it's all good for naught there, so throws a bit more util up there to try and dislodge them, but realistically, neither team really wants this fight. You're so right. It's so on the edge. It's probably not coming down here. Oh my, it's carnage. It's carnage, Martin.
Levante tried to send it in. It's game 6 all over again. He got hit by one of the teammates, and then the car slid out. Brichter goes down on the other side. As you said, yeah, not really worth for any fighting for any terrain that's not inside here. Gaming Gladiators trying to get deeper. Well, they tried to get deeper. Now they're kind of going out on the northwest side. This compound is safe. Maybe they can get in, think about what they want to do going forward, and then see if they can get deeper into this next circle here. We're not die, though. Down to just 3 players. Taking some shots. See if they can connect. What did I see in the distance? Did I see a crate gun over there? I'm not sure about that.
Where are you looking? Where are you looking?
I might have seen a P90 on someone in the distance, but yeah, I'm not sure. Could be 100 ADR that had a P90, but I saw it for a short second. Phil first, BB team. Great resurgence after having 4 points in 4 games. To then go and win back-to-back on Erangel with 21 points. That's huge. Now in second place, you're tied with Foot, James. Imagine if they had a little bit more points. They would actually been able to contest Geeky at the very top. But yeah, the start was rough for them. It's good for them that this is a 3-day event. They're going to be able to definitely be deep into the prize pool going forward.
Yeah, the recovery, not quite Geeky-esque just yet, but we're verging on if they can eventually try and topple them. Ascend goes down in 16th. They've had just a mare of 2 days, unfortunately, of Ascend. Lowest in terms of placement points, just somehow staying afloat above without Dope and Redline because of the kills. Speaking of Redline, we're on board with them as they have taken up the shelter spot. Usually quite a spot that does get contested in a circle like this. However, we're only in circle 2, and we'll see what happens with the shifts. All right,
Molotov. There's also a little bit of information here on Foot. Shots are coming in, connects as well. T-Bone with some good shots. He loves himself some TPP, and he's able to connect some bullets onto Molotov that is really taking advantage of the TPP angles that you're able to have on a high ground lock like this. Now Phil first coming in with the backup. Again, this circle, like it has to go, I would say, 2 times hard shift east for this terrain to be worth fighting for. It's just about controlling an edge, and that's what these teams are fighting for currently, to be that last team coming in from the east. Slam with the 2-2 split on copy-paste. I like that. Yeah, but let's see where this next circle takes us here, James.
Could be good. Could yield fruit. Let's see. Shift. Uh-oh. Okay. Do you the question is, Avenger, is do you group together a slam?
That's really the situation that you got to think of, right? Is it worth it? For sure. If you're in the lead, you would have to take your bets towards the western side. I guess a slight advantage towards that one, right? With also how it's played out. If you have to get out of the east one, it's harder. Perfectix trying to connect some shots onto Gaming Gladiators. They are migrating a little bit further. They're going to, it feels like they're stopping up by Maple here. And Bushido also wanted to get in that direction. There's a lot of teams currently here. We have a breach on to farm though. It's Geeky and without dope. Spur finds Skeenan. X-Racer trying to defend this one here. Stun grenade in hand. Recoup going in.
Well, I appreciated the extreme zoom in from our observers going over here because, yeah, it's a big deal. Keeping an eye on Geeky to see if they can dislodge them, but also if Without Dope could do the rest of the lobby a huge favor and really do some damage. We saw that coming straight towards the camera. That was scary.
He almost caught it. He could have thrown it back if it wasn't cooked, but it was. More utility. Oh, he's burning.
He's on fire. He's burning.
Recoup with the Famous in hand with 3 gear. He should be the front man. He should be the tank. 55% damage reduction on those. He could be able to take at least 1 or 2 players down before going down himself. So much utility committed to clearing this angle here. They're closing them inside. So much happening in the kill feed as well. Boostic finds Nail Cup. That's Bushido fighting with Slam. A 2-2 split is still holding for Slam and the copy-paste compounds.
I think what was really good momentarily from Without Dope there was them delaying any kind of attack onto this building and hoping basically for those off angles to hit them as they were trying to move forward. So the utility bought a lot of time for other teams to exert some pressure on what was going on there.
Yeah, Redline and Foot fighting here. And they're trying to smoke the entrance. Redline trying to get out of this. T-Bone trying to crawl into the smoke to be potentially rest or survive a little bit longer. Lucarooks has sniffed this one out here, and a third party could be coming in on this northern side. Winnerdie also engaged in this one with the low my bad close. Ibiza shot some. Okay, shoot him in the ass. And for this one here, that's not good. You want to be full health. 60 health is not enough.
I almost jumped out of my skin when he got hit then. It was such a loud reaction from the male characters. We are over at Shelter, as we were mentioning before. It does become a contested area quite quickly on a circle like this. Good nade. Posted. Oh, it's lovely from 80.
Connects really well. Are they able to get... I'm not sure if that's going to be happening or not. Let's see if that's connecting anytime soon here. Man also trying to send it. Next circle pops here, James. And we are going to be going a little bit towards the central. Wow. It's quite donutty. They got T-Bone up too.
I guess I'll ask you the same question. Does Slam get together? I mean, it might be difficult now considering there's so many barrels probably trained this way.
Okay, so the reason for them to go to the west one is because the right one is more breachable because of the priority building that's south of it. It's connecting quite easily to the east. And the west side building, the copy-paste side of it, the copy side of it, is easier to come out and play the bridge along that southern side, or if it goes north, play uphill. So I like the western side better, but at this point here, they're staying. Like I feel like they have to take their bets there. Currently with 64 points, 20 points behind third place, 23 points behind Foot. Besselux finds Nitro on Hope. Pixix throws in a gas can just to dislodge them a little bit down there. And Noddy from Redline is in there with a shotty.
I guess for a game like this, for SlamG, like, they realize they've got an insane spot. You got to go big, right? If you're going to make anything happen in this tournament, you got to go big. How do you do that? By hoping that when teams do come along and try and breach you, one, they've been shot at by other teams, never mind just you when they actually make that breach happen, but two, that they come in wounded anyway. Oh, that nade is huge! What a bounce!
Literally bounced off the edge as well. Lucarooks finds Luik as well. Hicks is on this ridge line. He might have an information on him as well. He hit him with it as well. Lucarooks takes him down. VP getting so much impact onto 180R. 3 flushes laying there. That's 3 points. Gets one of them. Needs to flush the other ones too. Smokes is deployed. Gets one more here potentially. Hicks is out too. Kim in that other smoke here. Ibiza is going to go in. And now Luca is looking at the distance here. This 3 is really paying off. Look at the amount of confidence this man has.
I feel like all these players eventually, when playing more TPP, are just going to be in the TPP range, throwing those nades, practicing that. Because if you can nail them, it is devastating here in the tournament. We've seen it almost every single game. And now Foot going to be moving on a little bit further, realizing there's nothing left for them in the north.
Navi trying to take on Twisted Minds here, down to just Batulins. Trying to defend. It's burning here as well. Oh, look at this. Okay, no, it's on the other side. He's taking a little less damage here. He's also laying down. That's 20% further reduction from nades coming in. And they're going to commit more utility. You see nades in hand of multiple of them. Just time 2 at the same time. In the right spot, and he's going to be gone. That's one more. He's going to try to heal again, smoke again. This delay here from Na'Vi is taking time away from them to fight gaming gladiators further up here. This... Oh,
no way.
Almost. Continues to survive here, James.
They've also used so many nades to try and get rid of him, and that will have a knock-on effect for them, trying to maybe take some fights a little later on, as we have a few teams going down. Circle continues to bear down on Slam G. They are steadfast in their hold here. No one's really contested their spot. Or spots.
Nope. There's 2 players, obviously, in each compound, so teams are going to be looking at that. Is that one blue zone? And he has a blue zone backpack with a nade combination. That's good. He's going to get the heal off, though, I think. Let's see, though, if he goes down. Nope. Sosa takes him down. Meanwhile, BB teams, they are coming into the Slam building here. Already 2 knocked with this one here. And the doozy has been lost, too. Let's see if they can take this away from Slam. Win or die with a third party as well.
Question remains, will there be even more attacks on these spots? As BB team gets Phil first up. He's up on his feet. Molodok still waiting for all of this whilst it's going on. The other Slam members are trying to shoot a few shots this way, but obviously there is a chasm basically between these 2 compounds, so they can't be too impactful with it. Smokes go down. BB team might end up living symbiotically with the duo of Slam for a moment. Don't know if they're gonna finish this fight up just yet.
That's the problem. Someone eventually is gonna be breaching this compound here, or one of them, right? And if you're not a full 4-man, you're kind of losing your opportunity to win the game. Because you're losing 1 or 2 of your players in the other compound, and then the other 2 players are going to be a duo to take down a trio or a full 4-man squad to try to win the game here. And that's the problem with staying this greedy here. Potentially, sure, they could be getting more kills here and there, but it's probably not going to be the case to Slam. I would have liked to see what they could have done with being a 4-man on the western side here. But if Artix is able to clean out a 3-man of BB team with the help of Lurix, then they could be getting together and getting over onto the other compound here.
Definitely tough, definitely tough. Mogo still shooting some shots from his side of the compounds, making sure that everybody's aware that this is taken. There's a crate over there, but not going to be going out and getting that anytime soon. As you just get peppered from any other people that are looking your way. You got Hands of Hope south of you. And still Lurix is looking to try and assist Arctic wherever he can, maybe with a little bit of utility here and there, but he's also being barraged. Seat spot, get the other side of that. Oh, okay, nice molly into there. Perfect molly. Wow.
He's dead. Really good molly, though. He's going to be knocked. Let's see if they can get him back up, though. That's well played by Nabat. He's going to get flushed X-rays up there. Arctic's just further delaying here. He's just being a thorn in the side of BB team. This has to go east for them to get even more out of this. Lukruk's trying to heal a little bit with VP, gotten 5 kills so far. He could backstab onto Na'Vi. That's 1 knock potentially. Stade's gone down. More shots coming in. He has to start healing now, otherwise he's going to get knocked. Oh, Utility's trying to get the flush. He's going to commit to the flush. I don't think he's going to get it with that nade. It's not close enough. And Stade has a teammate close enough to him. But that opens the door for gaming gladiators for the third party. And Extens is running for it.
Not bad, not bad. Looking to try and exert some pressure here. Foot is also actually barreling in. You can see them on that north side of the minimap as well. The Sausage does try and flush off Recoup, but here comes Foot to really kind of put the pincers in on Gladiators right now. I think they realize you can't stay on the east side anymore of this. Mailman is down. Then he goes through to try and continue on the aggression here from Foot. They've got an opportunity. They've dove into second place at the moment. Gladiators is down. Foot's getting more points on the board. Na'Vi is now under big pressure. They're on the warpath here at Foot.
And they make something happen here with just a 2-man Soset taking shots and hitting, connecting on to 8C. Surely the time here, the delay is crucial for Foot. They could be inside for this one here, but they're looking to maybe get Fairest up here. Smoke's being deployed. There's a chance. It's slowly pushing on this edge, though. Is it going to be enough time? He's going to pick him up and run in. This is time taking away for a potential fight with Foot. Delaying everything, James, is not good. Lorix now trying to defend this spot.
They had some shots coming in from Gedrox, but like, a nice little hold here. Artix as well as Lurix trying to hold off against BB team. They're not doing too bad at the moment. Artix is down, but Lurix is still alive and kicking.
Stage over at foot. BB team sends it in. The siege swap as well for Lurix. Finds, oh my god, finds him, connects the shots, defend the compound. And Slam is still looking good here. Navi's out though in 5th place. And Foot is down to just a 2-man. I don't see Pixlick being rest here. Maybe some shots are going to be connecting through this. It's just being spammed at the moment. Nah, it looks like he's going to be good. They're also on the edge of the zone. Getrix just trying to connect that last shot. Hits a little bit more. Just one more bullet. And Foot would be down to a 2-man. But he does get the rest here. And win or die, they are controlling this northern side steadfast.
Not too bad, not too bad. Foot here has to find a little bit of an answer to this. At the same time, Lurix, I imagine he might end up just making a mad dash with the vehicle that he had. I don't know if it's actually destroyed, but I mean, he had a lot of time to actually set up for the defense against BB team. Obviously, the gas can plant. He is going to go for the mad dash in that car. Can he make it to his teammates? That could be the deciding factor between whether or not they're able to go really far into this game. I mean, they've already gone far, but as 3, they've got a much better shot of dealing with all of these other threats.
Please, this next circle, just go east in the middle so nobody is in. Everyone has to fight their way in. Let's see what happens here in this one here. It's the perfect one. Nobody's inside the circle, James.
It's a win. It's a win. At the same time, I think Slam will have a little bit of building cover whilst all the other teams have to try and make some moves.
Don't call that a building.
That could benefit them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of cover, but I think this high ground maybe for Foot is going to be good. They're going to found H-Page, and Vard is on for another one. 4 kills for him, 10 for Foot. Looking to break into the triple digits and hunt down DK, set themselves up for a potential one. Finds Getrox as well, the confirmation onto H-Page as well. That tree trunk is not thick enough for you to survive. Sloy, absolutely no way. T-Bone trying to see if he can connect this one, and now smokes are being deployed. Just shoot at the tree trunk, at this tree. Sloy gets the first aid off and delays further. This high ground paid off really well for Foot, and being 3-man here could pay off huge for them. For
big move.
Yeah, this is a huge move. Their campaign into the later stages of this game and onto the leaderboard could be massive. Slam gets down Getrox though. That's a deny and stolen kill.
Little Roof momentarily still in the circle, and Slam G is going to try and utilize that as much as possible until it is pushed out. That said, Nade goes over against Presenti. They know exactly where he is. He might just deny here. You are dead to rights in a spot like that. A nade from Slam G, though. Boostix moved up onto this rock. Love that. And even Lurix from that roof, as we were mentioning before, very important. Just keep that to the very last second, and it does pay off as well.
Yeah, this is just unfortunate for Win or Die. That they're just going to get held out here and they're not going to be able to make much of it, but still. Oh, shots from T-Bone. Presenti finds Pixelic as well. And now we're down to just a 3-man for Slam. Presenti goes down, denies. 2 versus 3 here, James. Who wins this? Surely it's Slam.
I think Presenti... Oh, great shots. Presenti maximized exactly what you could get from that. Waiting until Hope had gone and then being able to steal a flush away. Lovely stuff by Presenti for what you could get in this game. And now, Slam, this should be all but done, but it is Mr. Vard. Admittedly, with not much cover, just the rock.
Vard has almost no cover with these multiple angles coming in. Lurix trying to send a nade in. Could bounce far enough. Did not connect enough damage onto him. They know it's Vard that's left if they have the kill feed tracking in here.
He has a
I think with this one, Vard could potentially go in and grab that first top spot with the top killers. He's going to be deep into the 20s after this game here.
Moving away from the tree, just in case, and looking for an extra angle. Okay, that's smart. Make sure that Vard cannot see after the flusher being fully flushed out. Make sure Vard cannot see where you're retreating back to, and then slowly sneak around for the final off angle to put the nail in the coffin for Vard. Currently, he should not know that this angle is trying to be taken. You can see pixels of his leg.
This knee's just out. Lurix is just trying to make sure that he does not deny. Drops the backpack, obviously.
Gonna be easy.
Smartest play. It's gonna be easy peasy for him. He's gonna force him out of this spot here. Stops up, takes shots, connects, Lurix. Well played by Slam. They're able to defend the compound we're talking about on the eastern side from BB team. And that's massive for them to be able to close this off. 12 kills though for Foot, also big game for them. They're gonna be jumping into the triple digits, only 20 points behind GK.
And with that, yeah, I think kudos for the stalwart defense, for the balls of steel to not really give up either side. After I'm talking about it, okay, are we going to move on circle 3? No, we're holding. Are we going to move on circle 4? No, we're holding. Slam G shows in a roster full of absolute titans that they do not know fear. Great stuff. Mark coming back in to talk about this one. Great game, great hold from Slam G.
Yeah, they literally closed the door on that one. I was also with you. I was like, at what point the Slam collapsed that? And I think we got later on, they realised they couldn't. They had to try and defend, and it was always going to come from the east. But they slammed that door closed and actually clutched up the win. Really, really good play. I'm not going to lie, I was shouting for Foot. Like, who loves TPP? Timo loves TPP.
He loves
unable
it.
to get it. He absolutely loves it. 18 points on the board. Good game in the end, but Foot Esports also bagging 18.
Yeah, big game for them. I loved the timing at which they moved from east to west, Martin, here from Foot, to try and exploit the Gladiators' position, eventually wrestling away all of that high ground from those teams there. That was pivotal for them to try and do something big in this game.
Yeah, they have a few jump points and they're getting in there, taking and putting on pressure on the teams. They had a really prolonged fight with the red line, but they had to get rid of him to make sure that they control the northern side to then swing around. I like that. And they're staying as a four-man to be able to take on Na'Vi. They're setting themselves up with massive points here in this game. Obviously, 18 going their way, tying up Slam G, even though they got the win. But yeah, I feel like still they're telling themselves right now, we could have won this game, guys. If we're 4 alive, we'd have more utility. They could have gotten a 24-point game easily.
Definitely. And looking at the leaderboard here from this game, GK only 1 point. Happy for the rest of the lobby. I'm not wishing for their downfall. I'm just hoping that we get a close final day. And Foot is now within reaching distance. 20 points, yes, right now I'm going to call it is reaching distance, considering how insane GK have been throughout this so far. So 122 points is currently still the moving goalpost for these teams. And Mark, I know you're rooting for them. Little Foot, they're doing all right.
Doing okay. You've got to remember, obviously, these are additional games for the year that we didn't have last, right? So Esports haven't qualified. You've got to remember, they haven't qualified to the LAN. So this is their opportunity to maximize actually a cash payout. A check under their belt will give them some confidence. We'll see them in the second half of the year. So don't take anything away. I think that 20-point gap will be a target. Foot will be extending. It goes back to my earlier comment, though. They need to stop worrying about the teams behind them. Play their game. We know GK, when I spoke to PWD, that's what he said. So I said to him, like, why are you guys so successful? It was like, we just play our game, Mark. We trust in our coach, we trust in our ability, but we just play how we want to play. As a result, that puts them on top of the leaderboard. It's really good.
Anything you're taking away from the leaderboard so far, Avenger?
Yeah, obviously only being 5 points in between 7th place, and it's just so close from BB teams up to 3rd, 7th to 3rd. 5 teams, five points are separating them, right? And that's a massive difference in terms of the prize pool share you're getting from those placements, right? So that's really going to be exciting to follow tomorrow. And yeah, does Foot, do they latch on to GK? GK's been looking unstoppable on Miramar. If they can build a lead in the very early maps for tomorrow, that could be that's going to make it difficult for a team like Foot or even the other teams that are chasing currently to hunt them down.
Could be a decision maker. We will see. So far, GK reigns strong at the top. However, there are potential challenges rising through the ranks. That mid pack looking oh so spicy as well. Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you, Avenger. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world as well. That's been it for day number 2 of our PPT Masters for EMEA. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place, to crown our champion. See you then.